In the underworld, there are people feared for all sorts of reasons, and in all corners of the world, among all these monsters, there's one legend that makes even the worst villains piss their pants. The boogeyman, he tells bedtime stories about himself, just to freak out his kids. But hey, that's all just scary tales, right? This old man was supposedly that legend for years, but now, the doctors say, cancer's gonna drag him down to meet his victims, face to face. Petter served the organization for 50 damn years and doesn't regret a single second of the messed up life he lived. Petter spent his whole life in the shadows, never snapped a single selfie, 0 pics, 0 trace. Now, the guy who was once the most feared bastard among the worst scum on earth, he works at a bookstore. A girl walks into his shop looking for new books for her kid brother. The old man guesses she's in her 3rd year at school, and the girl's like, yep, that's right. He figured it out by the size of her boobs and the green color on her school badge. Petter, with his gentle smile, says she can take the books for free. She insists on paying, but Petter refuses to take her money or her whining. The girl suddenly asks if the old man has any regrets in life. Petter says, the longer you live, the more regrets you stack up. So he tells her, don't do dumb shit you'll regret later if you want to keep protecting your little brother. But when he says that, the girl's already on top of the store counter, ready to finish him off. She freezes. How the hell did he know? Petter, still facing away, answers her unspoken question. He says he memorized the faces of every student at the neighborhood school, and that school only goes up to the 2nd year. The girl's brain short circuits. He never even met her, yet in one sentence, he figured out her whole gig. Even so, she thinks she's got the upper hand and attacks, but Petter is faster. He grabs her by the neck. 2 dudes jump out from behind the counter. Turns out, the girl wasn't the only one after this mission. The old man drags her behind the shelves to shield her. Then he whispers to the big-boobed assassin, if you screw up a mission in this organization, you're trash. She glances down and gets what he means. That bullet was meant to off her too. Petter gets up and sneaks around the shop to ambush the dudes from behind, but they're holding a hostage and smug as hell thinking he won't fight back. They're right. One of them sucker punches the old man, knocks him back. That's when the big boss shows up. He's got a high rank in the organization. They call him 8 Tentacles with their pride symbol tattooed on his bald skull. This shiny-headed bastard yells that their boss is pissed because Petter didn't agree to die when the boss decided he should. Now, every damn agent wants Petter's head. The bounty? $7.6 billion bucks. Petter, annoyed, realizes that's the exact amount he's got in his bank account. The bald freak keeps showing off his ugly mug, screaming that the legendary Petter has to die by his hand. They beat the old man into a corner, but they didn't expect Petter to have a little surprise. A flashbang. The blast blinds the room, just long enough for Petter to vanish, like a damn ghost. The girl stays on the floor, shaking. Meanwhile, far away in some abandoned park, Petter hides, thinking that maybe the gut wound really will finish him off. Memories flood back. Everyone knows. That means death's got his cold fingers wrapped around your ankle. Petter Parker's life boils down to one word, the organization. While other kids scribbled with pencils, he was learning to handle knives. 365 days a year, he trained to stab someone properly. While other boys were watching hentai, Petter was learning how to hack any system. When he got older, he was a spy in Russia, or blowing stuff up with a terror squad. Everything changed when a new boss took over. This new guy respected Petter's perfect record, but figured the cancer made him soft. Time to throw away the old, broken tool. Petter gave the organization everything, and in the end, they'd dump him like trash. My life was always this pathetic, huh? They can't do this to me. Not me. That money was for her. Maybe our old man did die right then and there. Maybe the story ends here. Maybe. Meanwhile, those 2 idiots from earlier are working, bitching they lost the $7.6 billion bounty because they let Petter slip away. If they'd gotten him, they'd be living in luxury right now. Damn geezer escaped even with 1 foot in the grave. That's when someone walks into the kitchen, nearly scares the shit out of them. One checks the pick in his hand. Why is this guy dressed exactly like the old man? Lost, kid. Nope, I came here to find you guys. The 2 idiots look at each other like, what the hell? One says if the kid's in the same business, he should have said so. Cause in that case, he's gotta die. But the dude's punch hits a brick wall. He can't move it. There's no way this kid is the same Petter as before. What kind of sick joke is this? His fist shatters like cheap plastic. While one stares at his busted hand in shock, the other lunges from behind. The mystery kid lands 5 punches so fast, the dude drops his knife and hits the ground. The other guy, cradling his broken broken hand, switches hands, grabs the knife, tries again. No chance in hell. But the kid grabs an octopus from the kitchen table, says a real pro can turn anything into a weapon. The ponytail dude thinks this has to be a joke, right? The kid whips the tentacle like a whip, hooks the guy, flings him into the air, straight into the stew pot. Today, they became ingredients for their own menu. The 7.6 billion bounty on Petter's head? It'll belong to no one. This is the only photo they have of his face? Perfect, because that Petter is dead. Guys, you want to know how this all happened? Does any of this make sense? The bullet wound and the cancer pain? Gone. Our old timer with 50 years of sending people to the afterlife got de-aged back to his prime 17-year-old self. If that's the only pic that ever existed, nobody on Earth can recognize him now. So Petter has this legendary SSR plus skin and billions of cash in the bank. Petter overhears a familiar convo nearby, two dudes bragging about the bounty from their last job. Clearly, scumbags. Petter walks up, politely tells them smoking's banned here. They should put it out or get lost. The two guys ask if the kid's crazy for running his mouth. They slap him, tell him to get lost while they're in a good mood. Our protagonist turns his back without a word. To them, that means the kid knows his place. But truth is, Petter waits till everyone leaves the shop, then locks the door. His clenched fists say it all. The two dudes just laugh. Petter asks, what happens when you don't show respect? Are to your elders. The fat guy tries to slap him again, but before he can blink, a chop to the throat and a punch to the liver. Lights out instantly. The other guy whips out a shiny toy. Petter calmly corrects his stance, says holding the knife with your arm straight is for amateurs. The dude, pissed, lunges. In an instant, he gets humbled too. The grown man screams like a toddler. Petter just says, relax. That was just a love tap. No need to make a scene. The dude whimpers, who the hell are you? Our boy leans in, whispers, if I told you, I'd have to erase you. He calls them brats because our protagonist is really a 50-year-old geezer in a legendary 17-year-old body. Petter didn't want anything but their clothes, needed to blend in with the crowd. Remember when I said he was rich? Yeah, scratch that. The organization wiped out his bank account. His 7.6 billion, gone. Look back there. Those two losers crying because they lost their fancy clothes they were bragging about. Our protagonist Petter grew up in an orphanage, run by someone powerful today. It's been 50 years since he left that place, and now his new mission is to destroy those bastards with his own hands. Meanwhile, in a butcher shop, a criminal finds himself being threatened by someone coming to capture him. That person threatening him was Octopus, who said it wouldn't take much to defeat him since he wasn't Peter. The criminal taunts, saying they would die young if they relied solely on Peter. And Octopus asks who cares if someone dies young or not. Octopus orders to finish this quickly, so it will be less painful for him. With that, the criminal starts laughing, thinking Octopus was showing off too much. He then reveals that he had called his companions from the Vacna mercenary company to solve the problem. That criminal knows that Octopus wasn't one of the 12 apostles of the Glory Club and doesn't understand why he was so confident. He then orders his subordinates to take down Octopus, and they all charge at him. Shortly after, the criminal is surrounded by blood and trembling and fear on the ground, seeing something absurd that didn't even seem human. Octopus says he found it very easy to deal with the subordinates he had brought, as he contorts his body in an inhuman manner, twisting the body of one of the subordinates using his hyperflexibility ability. After getting rid of the subordinates, he charges at the criminal, who becomes desperate. Back at his restaurant, Octopus learns about the attack Peter caused on his subordinates. He asks if there really wasn't any evidence left, and when it's confirmed, he believes there's only one person capable of doing that. Octopus mentions that Peter was behind it, and imagines that he's starting to kill his men while the girl continues to follow him. But he remembers that the bounty on Peter would drop soon, and you should get rid of him as soon as possible. With that, he orders the girl to report as soon as they know Peter's whereabouts, while she recalls everything she's been through with Peter. As they arrive at the restaurant hall, they see someone there, and his subordinate says they were open. He asks if the man sitting there had made a reservation. The man says he didn't have a reservation, but a grudge. Octopus asks if it had something to do with money, and Peter mentions that it had to do with a large sum. With that, he mentions the amount of 76 billion, knowing it would affect him. At that moment, Octopus orders the doors to be locked, and mentions that he wouldn't leave there alive for having some connection with Peter. But since Peter no longer looks the same, Octopus doesn't recognize him and wonders who he could be and what he's planning. He imagines if that man could be Peter's son or disciple, and knows it couldn't be either of the two. Realizing he might get information from him, Octopus decides to give him two options. One of the options would be to tell where Peter was and be able to leave alive, while the other would be to stay silent and be killed by his subordinate. Our protagonist starts provoking him while eating the dish on the table, which irritates the informant. He mocks him, saying that no one has ever survived after hearing this. But then he says there could be a third option, revealing that he is Peter. Octopus stares at him, not understanding what Peter was saying. Peter continues to provoke him, saying that despite being so young, he heard very poorly and that it was he who killed his subordinates. Though Octopus understands that he killed his subordinates, he doesn't believe he is Peter and wonders why he did it. He then orders the protagonist to tell the truth, stating that the weapons were real and asks what his relationship with Peter was. After glancing at the girl behind Octopus, Peter decides there's no other option and decides to speak. He picks up the food, saying that Octopus just needs to kill him, which would make everything simpler for him. Octopus orders his subordinate to at least make sure he can still breathe, and the subordinate points his gun, confirming he heard the order. But at that moment, he is struck by something in the neck as he tries to fire. As he falls to the ground, the girl notices he has a chopstick in his neck. She realizes that he hit the man's vital point, while the other chopstick was lodged in the gun barrel. She stares at him, thinking that he was the same age as her, and that there was no one in the Glory Club or even in the country with such skill. Then Octopus gets quite excited, saying he liked the boy, thinking it was purely luck, and asks if he would like to join them. Suddenly, Octopus pulls out a pistol and unloads it in a boy, but Peter manages to protect himself using the table to shield from the bullets. The informant mocks him, saying that he was still too young, and asks if he didn't know that you can't protect yourself from bullets using a table. With that, Octopus approaches, reloading his weapon, asking again where Peter was, and telling him to join them because it would be a shame if he died there. He gets close to the side of the table to finish Peter off once and for all, but then he notices that the guy is gone, and that the red liquid spread around is just sauce. Octopus continues searching for the boy around the place to get rid of him. Little by little, he starts to lose patience, thinking that he couldn't be a ghost to have disappeared like that. Then he finds Peter hanging from a part of the pillar with his mouth full of something. Peter takes advantage of Octopus turning to him and spits all the sauce he had in his mouth directly at his face. With that, he strikes Octopus's arm to disrupt his aim. Right after that, Peter uses his other hand to dismantle his pistol. After disarming him, Peter begins to hit Octopus, who is unable to react. The informant notices that he was incredibly fast and wonders if he really was just a kid. Peter finishes his enemy by completely twisting his neck. Octopus is impressed by the boy's skills because he has never encountered anyone as skilled as him. At that moment, Octopus remembers his training, which mentioned a tactic of taking advantage of a moment when his opponent's guard was down. He recalls that at that moment, he created an ability that only he could use. His flexibility ability was very useful in training, where the trainers made him push harder each time to be able to kill his enemy. But he had already warned that the most dangerous thing to do was to turn your back when you think you've won, because you can't trust yourself too much. With this in mind, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Suddenly, he grabs Peter's leg and wraps himself around it to immobilize him. After trapping him, Octopus begins to twist Peter's body. Octopus mentions that he has been in this business since the boy was born, and that he has much more experience than a rookie like him. He then finishes Peter off until he hears someone asking how long he has been there. The informant looks up and sees Peter watching him while he was holding someone else. With that, he realizes he was contorting the body of his subordinate, who had already been killed. At that moment, Octopus recognizes that his time in this business was telling him that the boy was going to kill him. He understands that this boy might be even better than the 12 apostles of the Glory Club. Understanding this, Octopus cowers and asks to negotiate. He then grabs his subordinate and says he would hand her over because even though she has no experience in the field, she would still be useful. The girl tries to refuse while Octopus orders her to stay quiet because he was trying to negotiate with the boy. Peter agrees and Octopus is pleased, saying that he was a smart young man. With that resolved, the informant flees, saying he would pretend he didn't see anything and that Peter could do whatever he wanted with her, while thinking about finding out more about the boy. But Peter mentions the do-or-die tactic that Octopus had recalled earlier. This triggers Octopus to remember his training and everything the boy had said, starting to piece things together. At that moment, he stares at the boy and notices that he emanates the same aura as Peter. Octopus remembers that no one who met Peter survived. Peter confirms what he said as he rushes toward Octopus. Gradually, all of Octopus's limbs and his neck are twisted by a swift movement from Peter. Meanwhile, the superiors receive confirmation of Octopus's death. They reveal that the cameras were removed before they could reach the scene, and that there were no more pieces of evidence. The leader mocks the whole situation while doing one-armed push-ups on the rooftop of his building. He mentions that the 76 billion reward for this SSS-level mission will be sent to all the Assassins of Glory, because they were all authorized to hunt Peter. Back in the city, people walk around until a child points out an announcement on the external screens. This announcement catches Peter's attention, who notices it's an ad for meals for the elderly, using the only photo of him, and understands they are spreading information about him. He continues down the streets until he receives a flyer from Glory that gives more details about him. Peter figures they don't need to worry about finding him because he will be coming after them himself. Our protagonist realizes that he needs help to take down Glory, and only one person comes to mind. However, this person makes him quite uncomfortable. Meanwhile, in an abandoned and barricaded place, he arrives there and is struck by the sight of a place full of people sleeping on the floor, realizing that more and more people were ending up there. After dodging the sleeping homeless, he approaches a wall, searching for something among the organ sale and prostitution ads, until he finds a gap and upon touching it, reveals a secret passage. Descending through the secret passage, he finds a luxurious place. Peter recognizes that the place has been restored, imagining it must have cost a lot of money. Then someone appears nearby, threatening him with a point close to his neck. He says that silk clothes and jade china weren't necessary for that person. That's because the person is a blind woman, holding her cane pointed at him while her guide dog stares at him irritably. The woman smiles, saying that even though things had been calm, it seemed like she would need to take care of some bodies. At that moment, she begins to smell him and notices that Peter doesn't smell of alcohol, indicating that he wasn't one of the vagabonds in the area. At the same time, she realizes that he had such a strong thirst for blood that he couldn't be just any thief. To protect herself, she tries to strike him with a cane, asking if he was sent by Glory while Peter dodges the blow. Even though she insists on trying to hit him, Peter continues to evade her attacks, at least until he's cornered against the wall, making her point the cane at him. The girl throws her cane, telling him to be careful because the wallpaper was expensive, and Peter dodges the attack again. He stares at the cane embedded in the wall, starting to think about something. Peter wonders if she's really blind because her skills are incredible, and she even praises herself, until he manages to stop her attack by grabbing her leg and flipping her upside down. Finally, he throws her onto the sofa to end the fight, but then she pulls out a knife, saying she didn't expect Glory to have someone as skilled as him. At that moment, she notices that he no longer had a thirst for blood. She mentions that although it wasn't pleasant to kill someone so skilled, someone had to die at that moment because it was part of their job. With that, she orders her dog, Alexander McKing, to attack him, and Peter notices the dog charging at him. However, McKing ends up being tamed by Peter, which impresses the girl. After they resolve everything and Peter explains what happened, she is astonished to notice that Peter has rejuvenated. The girl touches his face, noting that his skin is much smoother and wonders if this is really possible. Suddenly, she throws herself on the floor along with McKing, leaving Peter confused. She asks if this was the position in which he had died, saying that she would like to try it too. At that moment, she approaches him again, saying that the method might be the key to the issue, asking what had killed him so she could try the same. After Peter playfully taps her on the forehead, he begins to explain his plan, causing her to question how he intends to confront Glory. Peter mentions that he plans to enter the Eye of the Storm, which leaves her quite confused. Our protagonist explains that he will take advantage of Glory's search for him to place them in the palm of his hand. To do this, he intends to become an assassin for the Glory Club. The girl becomes worried, and Peter acknowledges that it sounds crazy, but then she remembers that since he rejuvenated, no one recognizes him anymore. So while they're all searching for Peter, they'll actually be in the palm of his hand. This thought excites her, and she says that he's a terrifying man, to which Peter responds that she's even more so. However, the girl reminds him that it would be impossible to become a Glory assassin without having come from the Honor Orphanage. She mentions that even he came from that orphanage, while this young version of him is just an outsider who couldn't become a Glory assassin, but Peter says there is a way. The next day, in a building, someone asks what he is seeing in front of him. A group of girls is impressed by the handsome new student who is there, trying to catch his attention. It turns out that Peter's plan is to become a student at the Divine Honor School, and thus he becomes the new hot student of the school. To maintain his cover, he uses the name Kim Soon Moo, which the girls mesmerized by him even say is a very sexy name. At that moment, a girl approaches, inviting him to the auditorium, and when he responds, the girls are once again impressed by his beautiful voice. As he heads to the auditorium, one of the teachers asks which girl is his type until she is scolded by someone else. Our protagonist explains that although it looks like a normal school from the outside, it is actually a school for assassins, with students being discreetly taught in the assassins class. His goal is to enter that class and become an assassin while blending in with the students at the school. Upon arriving at the auditorium, he receives a message from the blind girl, reminding him that the class only accepts children from the orphanage and asking how he plans to get in. He mentions that there is a rare exception. The girl is astonished that he plans to go that far. Soon, Mu steps onto the stage and begins to introduce himself to everyone, leaving them impressed. His speech includes his hobbies and talents, and he concludes by saying that he wants to become an assassin. At that moment, everyone is shocked by his statement, including the blind girl and the dog. But this was the plan because with his speech, Peter caught the attention of the assassins class, knowing that this would get him recruited by them. To calm the situation, he mentions that he wants to be an assassin who is also good at academics. This motivates the students who recorded the presentation to start mocking him, but then a guy appears, pushing a girl who was recording the presentation. A group of students gathers in front of the protagonist, who recognizes that his plan has worked. Then the guy who pushed the girl asks if he had seduced a girl named Yejin, leaving Peter confused. The guy starts crying while complaining about the protagonist. It's revealed that his name is Yang Yisul, and the girl he mentioned was his girlfriend for 22 days, and the most adored girl in the school. But when Peter arrives, she started getting excited about him, and Yang says she was stolen by the newcomer. Yang decides to take revenge on him, and charges at Peter while he tries to talk. That boy is known for having managed to conquer the entire Mapo district with his fists. But when Peter retaliates, Yang feels death approaching as the protagonist stares at him with a fixed gaze. He imagines he's about to be defeated, lamenting that he couldn't protect Yejin, even though he never actually tried to do so. But then Peter stops just before hitting his forehead and merely flicks it. With that, Yang falls unconscious, trembling after being defeated by Peter. The problem is that at that moment, a staff member arrives, complaining about them fighting at school and holding a red card. He starts pulling Peter's cheek, asking what his father does for a living, and the protagonist responds that maybe he's dead. As Peter is taken away by the teacher, Yang keeps complaining about being held back, trying to come up with an excuse for his defeat. At that moment, the members of the assassins class wonder what they should do about Peter. The decision is to try to find out more about him because it could be fun. In doubt, they believe they could simply kill him. At the same time, as the protagonist continues to be pulled by the teacher, the girls keep praising him, until Octopus's subordinate girl finds him and becomes worried about why he's there, imagining that Peter's plan is to take everyone down. The next day, the subordinate, named Unbil, hears someone asking if they could sit next to her. She's startled to see the protagonist and asks what he's doing there, and Peter responds that he's been followed by the students and asks why she isolates herself. Unbil says she's not hungry, even though she's taken an absurd amount of food, which surprises Peter. At that moment, she begins to remember their last encounter. Peter had told her to say that the old Peter was responsible for the deaths, and that by doing so, she could be the girl worries, asking why he's come after her when she kept her promise, and Peter mentions that he wasn't coming after her. She complains that because of him, the company has been spying on her, asking if he knows how difficult it's been for her. Even though Peter says she should thank him since she's only alive because of him, Unbil asserts that she survived on her own. But Peter mentions that she doesn't fully understand how terrifying this place can be, nor who he really is, while the girl asks what he could do. At that, the girl decides to leave, while Peter asks for her help because neither of them knows anything. Peter says he's counting on her help, taking the opportunity to reveal that he knows her real name, which is Lee Yuna, but when she turns back to him, Peter is gone. A few days later, a school's athletic competition begins. During the event, we meet the school's running record holder, Jonathan, as he runs, imagining that it will be the day of his retirement. That's because Peter is surpassing him with great ease. After the race, Jonathan is crying next to Yang, while the protagonist is observed by a figure in the sometime later. He goes for a vision test and shows he can see all the lines without much difficulty. Next is the home economics class, where they have to learn how to cut fruit elegantly. The teacher asks if he has ever cut fruit before, telling him to be careful with the knives. After preparing, he manages to create a huge apple rabbit, making the teacher believe it's so well done that it looks like it's breathing. At the same time, some students surround the teacher who scolded Peter, saying they won't clean up anything while recording the teacher's reaction. They ask what he could do besides lowering their grades and complaining, and the teacher tries to assert himself without any effect. The students mention that he could have his license suspended for emotional abuse due to his questioning. When he tries to assert himself again, the students get irritated with his words. At that moment, the group leader throws the teacher against the equipment behind him. He mentions that more frightening than lowering grades would be having his teaching license suspended or even being fired. And then his friend says they should post the video. At that moment, they see Peter approaching them with a cup in one hand, a trash can in the other. Our protagonist asks if they attack the teacher and tries to intimidate the three into staying out of the matter. Peter asks what will happen if he doesn't, and the leader spits on his clothes and starts laughing afterward. Seeing that the newcomer is staring at him seriously, the leader tells him to leave quietly, and Peter questions again what will happen if he doesn't obey. This irritates the group leader, who decides to go after him. But Peter easily dodges each blow he attempts, causing his friends to taunt him for not being able to hit the newcomer. As he wonders why he can't land a blow, Peter hits him with a kick that knocks him face first to the ground. Because of this, his friend decides to finish Peter off, approaching him from behind with a brick. However, the newcomer quickly moves and destroys the brick in his hand before he can even realize it. With that, the three apologize to Peter and then to the teacher for what they did. After that, they run off, telling him to wait because justice always prevails, and Peter emphasizes that's why he won. Our protagonist turns to the teacher, asking if he's okay, and the teacher tries to scold him, but pretending not to hear, Peter nemesis. They forgot the phone they were using to record the teacher's humiliation. The teacher asks if he has always been like this as a student, until he tries to land a direct kick to Peter's head while he is distracted. Peter defends against the strike, showing that the teacher was right to suspect that he had something different. The teacher holds up the cup Peter had handed him, mentioning that even during the fight, Peter didn't spill a single drop of coffee. With that, he wonders where and why Peter learned these fighting skills. At that moment, Peter reveals that he seeks revenge but keeps hidden who the targets of his vengeance are, explaining that he has lost everything he had accumulated. Peter says that he is just like the dead. The teacher asks if he plans to join the volunteer club while displaying a firmer and more imposing stance. This was all part of Peter's plan because he wanted Professor Lee Guangyu to take an interest in him. Guangyu is the instructor for assassins from the Glory Club at that school. It turns out that at the school there's a volunteer club where students can potentially become glory assassins, and the teacher recognizes Peter's talent. With that, he takes Peter to the volunteer club room, where glory assassins are promoted. Upon arriving in the room, Peter is surprised to find that it's just a room with a group of normal students who don't seem out of the ordinary. Guangyu goes to the front of the room and orders them to pay attention. When the teacher explains that Peter will be working with them, Yuna is once again impressed by his decision to join that club. She becomes worried as Peter stares at her, while he wishes she wouldn't say anything. To try and help her relax, Peter winks at her, and Yuna wonders why he did that, imagining she might be his next victim. Our protagonist introduces himself and thanks the group for having him, while noting that the room is too ordinary to be a place where assassins are trained. But then, two students become irritated and try to intimidate him. They are Dako Hung and Dako Ja, who question how an outsider could be admitted when only people from the honor orphanage are accepted into the club, as he recalls that even though he was a member of the orphanage, he couldn't mention it. The teacher suggests they have a simple welcome party. Two students ask if they should do the punch, which leaves Peter confused. What they're talking about is a club tradition called the Bloody Punch, as they draw their weapons and Peter realizes they have indeed been trained by Glory. However, another group calls him over, saying they will welcome him. Yuna tries to calm everyone down because she knows well that Peter could kill them all. At that, Ja tries to push her aside, saying it could get ugly for her too, while Yuna thinks to herself that she's trying to save them all. With that, the Dako brothers approach him, trying to figure out if he really knows how to fight or if he's just a talker. Peter simply says he knows a little while, remembering that he has fought more than 1,500 times. The dude charges at him, saying this will be his last fight, but Peter manages to hit both of them simultaneously. Gam complains that this place isn't for just anyone, because people don't understand what they're risking their lives for. Ja mentions that their desire is to become the world's greatest assassin, just like their idol. This idol is known as Apostle Peter. They mention that this isn't a place for a nepotist like him. After backing off, Peter says he's this fight. He's had enough of one completing the other's sentences and tells them to attack together. The Dako brothers get irritated and charge at him together again, saying they'll show what their 18 years represent. Peter recalls that he has lived for 65 years and shows little interest in what they're saying. Even so, the two manage to emerge victorious, trying to show off despite being exhausted and drenched in sweat. With that, the students boast that the newcomer only flew out of fear because he couldn't react. At that moment, Peter walks through the corridors until he is approached by Yuna again. She asks if he's underestimating the volunteer club, saying he can't fool her. The girl mentions that she was watching him during that fight. It turns out that during the fight with the duo, Peter didn't use any strength to face them. Even though Peter tries to use the excuse that he always does his best, Yuna says she has proof that it's a lie because while the two were drenched in sweat, he wasn't even tired. Yuna then pushes him against the wall, asking why he did that when he's already suspicious in the school. wanting to know what he gains by hiding his true strength. She asks what he intends to do, and Peter asks if she really wants to know what he was planning. Peter stares at her for a moment before sliding down the wall and escaping from her, saying it's lunchtime even though it's midnight. Meanwhile, in a bus parking lot, a driver was taking the opportunity to drink until the day broke. He was happy, saying he had received 1,000,000 won just to rent the bus. But when he goes to meet the people with whom he had arranged the rental, he's surprised, thinking he would see a group. However, he only finds one man standing in the parking lot. The driver asks where the others are, and the man says it's just him while handing over a heavy suitcase. At that moment, he shows several other suitcases that need to be loaded, saying there's a lot of stuff. The driver starts loading the suitcases while getting annoyed with the absurd amount of luggage the man was planning to take. Then the man moves the driver's hand away from the suitcases, asking if he would like to make a bet. The man approaches him and asks him to try guessing what's inside those suitcases. After being startled, the driver continues the journey, remembering that he didn't accept the bet while watching the man through the rearview mirror. During the trip, the man sits calmly and serenely with his arms crossed. At the same time, the driver recalls what he saw at that moment. One of the suitcases he carried was moving. Back at the volunteer club, the teacher mentions they will have a guest, the president of the Daehei group, Choyun Chang. He says he will separate the students into teams, and the winner will receive a volunteer certificate with the president's recommendation. This means that the winning team would become assassins, and both Yuna and Peter recognize that this would be the best chance to get promoted. The teacher explains that their mission is a recovery one. It turns out that recently, there have been many kidnappings of teenagers, and the problem involves one of those kidnapped children, because he is the only son of the group's president. One of the students wonders why this would be their mission, and not a police job. The teacher explains that the reason is that the president wants revenge. He mentions that the mission is limited to rescuing the president's son, and asks the students who wish to participate in the mission to raise their hands. It turns out no one raises their hands, and the teacher tries to motivate them by saying that if they don't do the mission, they will have to wait another 2 years to become assassins. Everyone believes there's something wrong with this mission until the Dalco brothers volunteer for it. However, they notice they weren't the only ones who signed up for the mission because Peter and Yuna also volunteered, causing them to start mocking the two. When Yuna notices that Peter also volunteered, she starts complaining to him. After deciding who will go on the mission, the duo asks if they just need to go beat up the kidnappers. But then the teacher starts explaining the mission, which leaves everyone impressed. Peter recognizes that his chance to become a glorious assassin again has arrived. The problem is that their mission is to have fun in a park while trying to rescue the boy. A group of dancers in carnival costumes starts passing in front of the group while being teased by the crowd. This confuses the Dalco brothers, who wonder if this would be fun. While they're staring at the girls, Yuna goes to eat something, commenting that they won't stop staring at the dancers. Peter begins to have girls wanting to exchange contacts with him, while Yuna is the only one focused on their mission. She remembers that Professor Guangyu mentioned where the president's son had been kidnapped. The goal of their mission is to rescue the hostage and defeat the kidnapper. However, she realizes that this was the last place he was seen, and wonders if he's still alive. Yuna looks at Peter, thinking that maybe he could solve their problem. Our protagonist suggests they go check out a place he's curious about, and Yuna imagines that he always seems to know everything. But they can't enter the place because a reservation is required, and this staff member asks them to leave. Because of this, Hyung gets irritated and argues with the staff, attracting the attention of the people around. At that moment, Peter hears someone saying they need to download an app. After that, everyone gathers around her to check availability, and Young asks if she's still worried about the mission. Even so, the two brothers start playing on the kiddie rides, making a lot of noise and drawing a lot of attention, which irritates Yuna. Meanwhile, Yuna and Peter go to a shooting booth, wondering what prize they might win. The problem is that the attendant believes they'll never win anything because he added weights to the dolls while saying it was really easy to win. Yuna starts staring at the toy gun, thinking that she had never used a toy one, while the attendant imagines he could make a lot of money off her. In the end, she won all the prizes and left the attendant completely speechless. While everyone else enjoys the amusement park, Peter observes the place from a distance, until his companions call out to him, making him realize that the group was having a great time. Our protagonist imagines that this might have been the first time they've been to an amusement park, considering what their childhoods must have been like. Because of that, he believes the best thing is to let them have as much fun as they can, since there's no telling when they might have another chance. After a while, Yuna manages to slip away from her friends, taking the opportunity to eat and think about the mission. At that moment, She notices something strange as she's able to connect to the president's son's AirPods. She realizes that he must be nearby, but she's confused because the signal is coming from the women's restroom. Yuna imagines someone might have taken his AirPods and wonders if she should call her companions. She decides to enter the restroom first to get an idea of the situation. At first, she doesn't see anything unusual, even though the AirPods signal is coming from a girl applying makeup. Afraid she might be wrong, Yuna decides to talk to the girl carefully, not revealing too much while keeping a friendly smile. The problem is that her smile is so sinister and sadistic that the woman gets scared. At that moment, the woman's boyfriend shows up and she says that Yuna came up behind her trying to hit her. Hearing his girlfriend's comment, the guy approaches Yuna, thinking of confronting her while Yuna tries to explain what happened. He raises his hand to strike Yuna, and his girlfriend complains, saying she only wanted an apology. But he says he's going to hit her first, which makes Yuna alert to his movements. Meanwhile, the three others are wandering around the park, wondering where she could be, and Peter assumes she just went to get something to eat. Moreover, Peter says they don't need to worry about her. Because she could handle anything dangerous that might come up, Yuna uses the guy's movement to flip over him. She then grabs onto his back, threatening to shove the lollipop stick into his ear. But at that moment, she realizes she overreacted and acted on instinct, avoiding killing him. After letting go of the girl's boyfriend, she gives him her lollipop as he trembles in fear, then turns back to talk to the girl. She grabs the girl's face again and asks where she got the AirPods. Meanwhile, Peter checks his phone and doesn't notice the crowd gathering to watch him because he's so handsome. Yuna manages to reunite with the group, saying she found the AirPods and knows where they were lost. Peter says they thought of the same place, and it turns out that because the park is so crowded and lively, the kidnapper must have looked for a place where someone screaming or jumping on others would be normal. He points out that although the tickets for the haunted house showed as sold out, they hadn't seen anyone going all day. Yuna and Peter realize that the place they should be checking is the haunted house. The Dako brothers say the fun is over, and they should focus more on the mission because they don't know what might happen. But Hyung keeps holding on to Yuna's clothes, irritating her as she says he claimed he would lead the way. While Hyung and Yuna argue, Peter continues staring ahead and walking forward, confused because there was no one at the attraction. He recognizes the danger and tells them to be prepared, which confuses Hyung. Our protagonist mentions that their mission is about to begin, but at that moment, Peter realizes the true purpose of this mission. The purpose was for them to be kidnapped by the culprits to get close to the hostage. Before passing out, Hyung manages to see a man approaching them. At that moment, Professor Gwang Yu bursts into the director's office, furiously demanding that he call the students. The director says he can't reach them, and Professor Gwang Yu mentions that this mission wasn't so simple. He then mentions the name Park Sang-do, which makes the director concerned because Park Sang-do was a former apostle candidate who was expelled from Glory for being uncontrollable. Even so, the director mentions that there shouldn't be any problems because the students had learned enough and could handle it. However, teacher Gwang Yu is frozen, sweating profusely as he recalls Sang-do's behavior. At the moment he shows something to the director is shocked. Meanwhile, in a warehouse full of suitcases, Peter and Yuna are tied up and bound to a column. Sang-do is impressed that they knew chloroform was used to knock them out. He recognized this because people knocked out by chloroform typically pass out with their mouths open, while Yuna's mouth was closed. Back with the director, he is desperate upon seeing what the professor had shown him. His mechanical leg as he says that Sang-do is an extremely cruel person. Gwang Yu complains that there's no time to be stunned. They need to save the students. Yuna notices that he had figured out she was awake and wonders what she could do. But Gwang Yu warns the director that if they're discovered, Sang-do would cut off their legs while the kidnapper prepares to grab Yuna. As he's about to grab Yuna's neck, her phone starts ringing. He picks up her phone to see who's calling. When he answers, Professor Gwang Yu recognizes Sang-do's voice. Taking advantage of this, Lee threatens to come after Sang-do and kill him if he dares to touch a hair on his students' heads. Sang-do remains calm, asking why so much violence. He asks if Gwang Yu is afraid that he'll cripple them, just like he did to the professor. This infuriates Gwang Yu, while Sang-do asks if he would like to make a bet. The bet would be on how many pairs of legs would still be intact by the time he reaches the hideout. If he guessed correctly, Sang-do would spare the president's son and ask the professor what he would like to bet if he was wrong. The director is surprised to see Gwang Yu trembling with fear at the situation. With this conversation, Gwang Yu becomes desperate, demanding to know where they are and trying to talk to Yuna and Peter. At that moment, he orders them to search quickly because they must have already become targets, while Sang-do warns them to hurry because he will start soon. Yuna opens her eyes and tries to see if she can talk to Peter, noticing that he was really sleeping, which irritates her because he's asleep in such a dangerous situation. She starts thinking about what can be done while taking off one of her shoes. Peter asks what she's doing as she puts her foot on his face, revealing that he wasn't even asleep. The girl says she was trying to wake him up by pinching him, and Peter teases her. After that, she starts hitting her bound wrists against her legs, saying she's using what she learned in training. But at that moment, Peter shows that he's already free and asks what she's still doing, revealing that he had freed himself some time ago. It turns out he had freed himself discreetly in case something happened. Yuna tries to explain that the kidnapper was a former member of Glory, and Peter says he already knew that. He asks if she likes making bets, which confuses Yuna. Meanwhile, the Dako brothers comment that they're in the middle of a mission and ask Sang-do to tell them where the president's son is. Sang-do recognizes their foul language and gets excited, saying he wants to make a bet with them. The two accept the idea while Guang-yu rushes desperately to that location, and Sang-do says that if they win, they can save the president's son. However, if they lose, Sang-do will cut off their legs, and Guang-yu knows that if they accept the bet, they're doomed because they have no chance of beating him. At that moment, the two get excited about the idea of fighting Sang-do, not knowing what he's really capable of. They tear their shirts and charge at him, saying they'll beat him so badly that he'll need to use a wheelchair. With that, Sang-do drops one of his knives and throws it to them, saying the best bets are the fair ones. Hyeon grabs the knife, all excited, saying he's very good with knives and that Sang-do will regret giving it to him. The knife duel extends as Hyeon believes he has the advantage by causing cumulative damage and can win if he just keeps pressing on in the fight. But Hyeon is almost hit in the face and starts questioning if they're the same knives. At that, he backs off, making Sang-do ask what happened. Hyeon stares at the knife and realizes what's going on, and Jae asks what the problem is. It turns out the knife he received wasn't sharpened, and Sang-do looks at them with a sadistic smile. At that moment, Peter and Yuna arrive in the room to help, but Hyeon tells them to stay back, which impresses Yuna. They say this fight is theirs, and that the two of them can't interfere. They believe that if they can't win this fight, Yuna and Peter won't have a chance, so they must stay behind. With that, the two prepare to fight, saying that Sang-do doesn't know what their motivation to fight is. At that moment, they remember the last challenge at the orphanage, called the Hell Month. In this challenge, instead of receiving water or food, they were given only a pistol with a single bullet. Their goal was to survive amidst the wild beasts that surrounded them during this challenge. They recall that the bullet was used for various reasons, such as hunting or betraying their friends. In some cases, it was used to free themselves from that nightmare. However, the two refused to give up and tried to survive by any means. Throughout the challenge, they kept the bullet they received because they knew that the two bullets they had would determine their fate someday. After that month ended, they discovered they were the only survivors out of 181 children from that generation of the orphanage. During that time, they heard about a boy their age who became known as Apostle Peter, which set an incredible record. His record was being the only person to survive without using his bullet in the last 58 years. 10 years passed with the two trying to become like Peter and be the best. Hyeon mentions that Sang-do was just a stone in their path at that moment. Jae charges to try to hinder Sang-do's movement while Hyeon prepares to attack him. His brother uses him as a support to leap over their target and attack. He repeats that Sang-do will regret giving him a knife, but Sang-do says he's not going after his leg anymore while smiling sadistically. At that moment, Sang-do grabs Hyeon's wrist, saying that maybe he should cut off his arm instead. With that, Hyeon drops the knife, saying he knows he can't cut him with a blunt knife. Jae takes the knife, showing that their plan was only to stab the target. When they try to stab Sang-do's neck, he comments on their dream, while Jae is shocked by what he's seeing. Sang-do destroys the knife he gave them using his own knife, asking if they really think they can become like Peter. It turns out the knife he's using is a kukri. He explains that this knife is heavier than an axe and faster than a knife, and that this perfect killing weapon is something he trained his whole life to use. The two charge at him again, while trying to understand how he can wield such a heavy knife with no problem. At that moment, Sang-do attacks them, demonstrating that he's not an ordinary man. In a quick movement, he strikes all their limbs and knocks them down with no effort, making them realize that this guy is a monster. After being knocked down, they plead with their partners to run away. Yuna panics, and Sang-do mentions that he won't kill them because they're just kids, but he says he will collect his reward from the two. He then prepares to cut off a leg from each of them. Meanwhile, Wonyu continues to panic, wishing that Sang-do won't harm his students, willing to give up his other leg to save them. That scene shocks Yuna, who becomes worried that he might actually cut off their legs. At that moment, he hears someone offering to make a bet. Peter offers his arms and legs, saying he's willing to give up even his neck, which catches Sangdo's attention. This excites him, and he accepts Peter's bet, acknowledging it as expected of the Glory member. Once again, Sangdo hands a knife to his enemy, saying the conditions must be fair. Yuna panics, afraid that Peter might take the knife, but he refuses. Our protagonist shows a floral tray, saying that it's more than enough. Sangdo starts laughing, saying that Peter is hilarious while Yuna goes to help her partners. Sangdo then charges at Peter, saying he won't go easy on him. When he tries to land his first strike, Peter dodges with a step back. At that moment, Sangdo starts a series of attacks and notices that Peter is using the tray as a shield, recognizing it as a good idea. However, he asks how many attacks the tray can really withstand. Meanwhile, Wonyu is worried about what might be happening, afraid that another tragedy might occur. The tragedy he fears so much is losing everyone again to Sangdo. Wonyu starts to remember the day Sangdo was talking to asking her to make a bet with him. He asks if she believes he can get out of there alive or not, while saying she should bet all her chips on his survival. At that moment, he was surrounded by men holding chainsaws, with a betting table damaged from the fight. The leader of the assassins explains that Sangdo was causing so many problems for the company, and that's why he needed to be stopped. They mention that he had been fired, and Wonyu remembers that this team was composed of veteran B-rank assassins. Regardless of skill and experience, it shouldn't have been possible to assassins of that level, yet Sangdo was displaying abilities that seemed beyond human capability as he cut through the assassin's hands as if they were nothing. Wonyu recalls that it was at that moment when he lost his leg and became useless as an assassin. No matter what weapon was the strongest, what really mattered was how monstrous Sangdo was. And then he landed a strike that cut Peter's tray in half. Sangdo acknowledges that Peter had a lot of luck and asks what happened. Peter stares at the tray while Sangdo remarks that Peter's shield was split in half. Yuna considers intervening in the fight, while Peter mentions that Sangdo had said the knife was a kukri. Our protagonist comments that this knife wasn't made to be used so ferociously and is impressed by his aggressiveness. Then Peter crushes the pieces of the tray, and Yuna is amazed to realize that the tray wasn't a shield. Now that it was cut in half, Peter could use the two pieces as weapons. While Sangdo tries to appear unconcerned, he realizes that none of this was a coincidence, as it wasn't the first time this had happened, because when he believed he had cut through the tray in Peter's head, Peter had managed to dodge the attack. Sangdo wonders if he really is a student, saying he doesn't know where Peter learned those tricks, but he admits that it won't work on him as he throws his coat at Peter to distract him. Using the coat to obscure Peter's vision, Sangdo charges at him. He then executes a series of cuts to finish Peter off. This time, he believes he managed to cut him and notices that Peter was just an ordinary boy until he sees Peter appear behind him, trying to strike him with a piece of the tray. Sangdo then realizes that he had actually cut through a pillow. Just before being hit by Peter's attack, he manages to back away by taking steps backward. Sangdo understands that Peter's intention was to strike his carotid artery to kill him, and that he only managed to protect himself by using his hand. He asks if Peter is really a student while taking a battle stance. At that moment, he understands that the tray wouldn't cut through thick clothing or block his knife, so Peter's plan was to target his neck, and then he charges at him. Peter initiates a series of rapid attacks that Sangdo can't fully keep up with. Sangdo stops wondering if Peter is a student and starts questioning if his enemy is even human. Yuna understands that the Kukris movement destroys everything around it when swung, and if Peter were hit, he would die. But she also notices that Sangdo is much slower than the protagonist. This was caused by the weight of his weapon, and if the fight dragged on too long, Peter would win. However, Peter is slightly hit on the face, which worries Yuna. Sangdo mentions that to kill cattle, he needs the right tool and then pulls out another knife. He reveals that were knives hidden inside the kukris. Peter remembers that Sangdo's kukri weighed 3 times more than a regular knife. By getting rid of it, Sangdo's speed was no longer affected, and Peter loses his advantage. With that, Sangdo begins a series of attacks that Peter must defend against using his improvised weapons. Yuna notices the change in Sangdo after he got rid of the kukris, but she also realizes that those knives were designed for stabbing, and wonders why he's using them in this way. Sangdo looks to land a direct strike to finally end the fight. When he's just away from striking Peter's neck, his hand locks up and opens. His hand drops the knife, and he is shocked by this. Peter asks if he couldn't put any strength into his hand after seeing the knife fall. At that moment, Sangdo realizes what Peter's plan was all along. It turns out that Peter's target was in his neck. His goal was to hit Sangdo's hands, and then Sangdo notices his hand completely cut and covered in blood. Our protagonist starts talking about the muscles and nerves in the hands, explaining that they are necessary to hold something. What Peter did was cut each one of them using the weapons. He explains that from the beginning, he had no intention of killing Sangdo. Sangdo begins trembling and credulous at what just happened. That realization made Sangdo understand that his enemy was no ordinary student, and he wonders how many men that boy had killed so far. Peter mentions that he had warned him that there was no way to win against an iron knife with a silver tray. With that, he wraps the tray around his hand, saying he would show how a rock can be shattered with a simple egg. Sangdo begins to remember his terrible past being bullied by thugs who hung him upside down from a tree. Every day he imagined getting revenge on the bullies, but he never had the strength to fight back against them, until one day they threw 2 dogs at him. The bully said that if he could beat the dogs, he would stop bullying him, while Sangdo cowered in fear, wishing to die. At that moment, the bully asked if he wanted to make a bet, and this affected him deeply. Hearing that phrase, Sangdo began to get up, mentioning that his legs started to move on their own. He couldn't explain how he managed to advance against the bully and punch him directly in the face, but he understood that betting his life made him stronger as he killed the bully. From that point on, all his fights followed the idea of betting his life to feel powerful. Gradually, these bets became his addiction. That's because he always won his bets, being the strongest of all. But at that moment, he ends up being hit by Peter's fist, wrapped with a tray like a glove. With that, he's thrown to the ground while Peter discards his metal glove. Yuman is impressed by the fight, and Peter charges at Sangdo, who becomes desperate to keep him at. At that moment, Sangdo pulls out a grenade and orders Peter to kneel. Otherwise, he plans to blow up the entire place, pointing the grenade at the suitcases. Sangdo reveals that he had put the kidnapped children inside the suitcases, including President Choi's son. The girl is shocked by his actions, imagining that if he detonated the grenade, everyone would die. The kidnapper mentions that there's a gas pipe in the ceiling that would kill everyone if it exploded. He then orders Peter to kneel again, and Peter tells him to go ahead and try to detonate. Peter grabs the grenade and shoves it into Sangdo's mouth before he even realizes it. He then explains how a grenade works, saying that Sangdo can't open his mouth or he'll die. After pulling the pin from the grenade, Peter clenches his fists, saying that this is what a real threat looks like. Our protagonist takes the opportunity to beat Sangdo while he has the grenade in his mouth. Afterward, Peter puts the pin back in and tells Sangdo to stop crying and get up. Peter mentions that he's not done yet, as he holds the grenade he took from Sangdo's mouth. Sangdo says he didn't want to resort to desperate measures as he tries to get up. Yuna once again worries about what the kidnapper's next move might be, but at that moment, Sangdo kneels down crying, begging them to call it a draw. He promises to pretend that he never fought them and would release all the children as long as they end the fight right there. Finally, Guangyu arrives at the kidnapper's hideout worried about his students, but he's greeted by a completely destroyed Sangdo nowhere near the terrible man he once was. Peter appears, supporting his colleagues while Yuna stands beside him, smiling slightly. With that, the incident was resolved, and the kidnapped children were rescued. Meanwhile, Sangdo is placed in a black bag, complaining and asking them to say it was a draw. He is then taken to the Glory headquarters, and Guangyu's nightmare finally ends. Peter's group gathers, with the Dako brothers boasting about their teamwork. While Guangyu wonders what might have happened, Peter tells Yuna to cover up properly to avoid catching a cold. Sometime later, they are promoted to D-rank assassins, but this leaves the Dako brothers furious for not getting a higher rank, and Yuna gets annoyed with them. They take the elevator, descending several floors until they begin to worry about how much further they will keep going down. When the elevator doors open, they are met by 2 enormous women, causing the brothers to believe they are going to die. They try to close the doors, saying they'll come back another time. But then a beautiful woman appears between the two, welcoming the group. With that, they change their minds, saying they are the guests that were expected. The woman asks them to follow her as she guides them through the place. She explains that the president is interested in them for saving the life of his son, who is the heir to the Dano group. She then leads them to a dining room, saying that the president has ordered them to be well taken care of. After that, she takes them to get changed, and the group is given suits. While waiting, the brothers simulate boastful conversations with others, saying they know the president. The girl opens the door to continue their way, making everyone excited. She explains that the main event would be beyond this door. The room was filled with weapons, and the girl explains that the Dano group is responsible for supplying armaments to the Glory assassins. As a reward for the rescue, the president decided to give them as many weapons as they desired. The brothers wonder if they really need firearms. However, since they're being given for free, they decide to take as many as they can. Yuma gets excited about the models of knives they have, and that she could take as many as she wanted. But as soon as she reaches out to grab them, she remembers that she didn't do anything that day, and doesn't believe she has the right to take anything. The girl asks if anything caught Peter's attention, trying to figure out what he might choose. Peter simply picks up a fountain pen, saying it's all he needs, especially since he's used everything in that arsenal before. At that moment, she receives a message from the president saying that he would like them to be brought to his office, which makes the brothers complain about how long he's taking. But then she corrects her statement saying that the president asked for only Peter to be escorted to his office, which irritates Hyun, since they fought so much for him. So Peter goes up in the elevator alone with the girl, who comments on the pen he chose, and Peter mentions that he likes using that model. However, she recalls that the model was released 40 years ago and was discontinued early, forcing Peter to improvise, saying it was a gift from his grandfather. When the girl thinks about asking if he came from the orphanage, Peter changes the subject, asking about the president and why he was the only one called. Finally, they arrive at the president's office, and the girl mentions that she has brought the protagonist as requested. With that, Peter meets President Choi Eun-chang. He asks if Peter liked the rewards, and Peter simply thanks him for everything. Our protagonist asks what Choi wanted with him, and the answer is that he just wanted to meet him. But then he gets closer, saying that he did have a reason to want to bring Peter to his office. Choi mentions that he knows who Peter really is, which worries the protagonist. Approaching Kim Sung-gu, the man examines him closely and says that, in a way he can't quite explain, he looks a lot like Peter, a comparison that, in fact, is not unusual. A faint smile escaped his face. On Christmas Eve of 1978 in Namsan, electricity surged through the head of an unsuspecting man. The man wanted him to reveal the whereabouts of Choi Eun-chang, but he refuses to give any sense of information. He had already endured a lot and still did not intend to give in. After smiling, he said that he had already told them the way they had to go to save the boy. They, from Korea, would have to hand over their missiles to the Soviet Union. This is the only way. Refusal necessarily implies the permanent disappearance of the boy, who would be killed by someone. The president of the company feels unwell upon hearing this, but learned that the United States is sending its best prepared troops to Moscow to rescue the boy. On the phone, the boy is speaking to someone. An armed man is outside the train. He is pointing his gun at a helicopter in the sky. The aircraft explodes into several pieces, lighting up the night sky. The Delta team has been eliminated, and the company president is losing hope, so he decided to go to the Church of Honor. Someone is calling for the priest outside repeatedly. It is Choi Dae-ha, and he says it is an urgent matter. The priest wants to know why the confession is so late, and he then says that his son has been kidnapped by the Russians. With this, the Daegu group would give him the necessary support for 10 years or even 100 years if he wished. He only asks that among the 12 disciples he has trained, the best one be sent for this task. However, the priest says he does not understand what he is talking about. Once again, he says that his son has been kidnapped, and the priest tells him not to worry, for God's will shall be done. He only needs to say his prayers, but the man says he needs more than just prayers now. God's missile had already landed in Moscow. Faced with this, the man doubts as 3 well-prepared teams have been obliterated, and 1 man alone seems insufficient. But he does not know who this man is. For even alone, he is more than enough, because his son is the strongest of them all. On the train, the Russians want to know how he got there, and if he is alone. In Russian, he tells them that he is alone. Even they don't believe it. Without further delay, the shootout begins as if they were in a slum. One of the Russians tries to hit the intruder with his pistol. However, his agility is such that he passed through the carriage, taking lives with his physical integrity completely intact. He said that their head count matches perfectly, with a number of bullets left in his pistol. Opening the carriage door, a man shouts for him to drop the weapon immediately. If he doesn't do it, the boy's brains will be splattered all over the carriage wall. He had heard of this guy before, the only one left alive wherever he goes, and he didn't expect him to be so young. This is him, the disciple Peter. Now in Korean, he speaks to the boy who is being held hostage. As soon as he counts to 3, he should duck. The boy didn't understand at first. The countdown starts, and the Russian becomes apprehensive about their communication. Halfway through, he orders the intruder to kneel. The countdown ends, and he threatens to kill the boy. With that, the coin was thrown with brutal force. The boy managed to duck, while his captor was fatally struck by the coin. In Russian, he apologizes to the KGB agent and bids him farewell. Terrified, the boy thanks his savior. Asking if he is Korean too, he said he would never forget this kindness. In fact, he would repay him for what was done. Placing a hat on the boy's head, he said he wasn't there to save him. He was there to ensure the future of the Daha group, and if he understands that, he should stand up immediately. Because they had a long way to go before they reach home, the boy thought that guy was really cool. 40 years after the incident, he hasn't forgotten the face of his savior because he is only alive today thanks to him. Looking at the boy, he asks if that's correct and calls him Peter once again, and says that he must certainly be a relative, a grandfather, for the resemblance is very strong. It's been a while since someone made him feel so scared like this, however. That fragile boy he once saved had turned into a very bold man. I heard that he chose only a pen among the armaments, and the young man says that it's enough for him. But he can't let that man's grandson leave like this. It's a modest gift, but he hopes it will be accepted. A long time ago, his grandfather used something similar to save his life. It is the pinnacle of this company's technology, the St. Petrus 5-4. His engine is powerful, and it reaches over 500 kilometers per hour unofficially. It has a stealth function with a signal blocker, and with it, there's no need to worry about GPS or anything of the sort. I sold the motorcycle, he says, asking if that was really necessary. The other two talk, exchanging subtle barbs. They ask the woman if they could exchange all the weapons they had taken, but she refused. A helmet is thrown into his hands, and he asks what she's waiting for. He should hurry and get on the bike, and the other guy says he should be the one to drive it. There's a call from Professor Guan Yu on the phone. Answer it. He asks if his student managed to have some fun. People from Glory want to speak to him, and he assumes it's a meeting of assassins, wanting to know more about the newcomers who are already well employed. This made them a bit suspicious. They didn't like being called newcomers in the business. They are dedicated rookies, and they follow the motorcycle with their electric scooters, which are too slow. At the end of the call, the professor told them to go and show everyone that the rookie is a monster and is here to stay. Being popular is tiring, and indeed they are curious about them because they assume they were ranked S. He wants to know if Yu-min is ready, but he thinks the other two are too impatient. The door in front of them is still closed. It was time for them to go inside. Yoon is impressed by everything she is seeing now. She didn't expect that this was the place where the revelations are received. Revelations are the missions that Glory's assassins receive based on their rankings. Simply put, it's where they receive their revelations. In the center of the church, the faithful line up to receive the host. Attached to the small piece of bread is a note with the mission details. Low-ranking assassins receive their missions this way. The two fools are curious to know what ranking they received. However, they don't understand the message. Behind the bread, it just says, "Fight." This is their first time, and they don't give missions to rookies. One of them thinks they weren't recognized, and the other says that if they were, they would have received something. For rookies, they are given a little of the new blood, which at first glance smells really good. Thus, the content of the chalice is poured over one of their heads. The priest asks if he liked it, and if it tasted good. They were already expecting these two Class D buffoons. They're just two idiots who can't tell the difference between chocolate and poop. Irritated, he asks if the priest is one of them. It doesn't take long for the assassins to gather in the center of the church. Stretching, they are preparing to beat them up, and they won't go easy just because some of them are elderly, who rely too much on the ranking classification. Trying to intimidate them, they say that the fools have no idea what it really means to be Class D, and of course they have no idea at all. Delivering the first kick, he says they weren't born to be Class D. They should remember the Dako brothers, who will become rank as disciples. Now it's time for them to stop wasting time. The priest needs to defend himself, and they begin to praise the boys, who weren't intimidated in front of the seniors. The girl is impressed with the progress of the brothers, who seem much more confident. One of the assassins is preparing to retaliate now. The smaller one had disappeared from his field of vision. Then, one of his legs is suddenly grabbed. One of the brothers is now holding that man. With him immobilized, he shouted for his brother to act quickly. This is the perfect opportunity for him to use all of his physical prowess. While blood drips on his face, they ask him if he dreamed of being like Peter, because he did the same thing when he was their age, but now he needs to show them the real world, and he will also stop wasting time now. The two just watch as the screams echo in the air. He is worried about Ja, however, and his face is already being punched before he could react. Yuna shouts for them to stop. Then an assassin stops behind them and asks how it feels to see the real world. His director Jang ranked B. That old man trained his whole life to reach rank B, and those who achieve it are known to be special. Rank D only targets regular people. They are a total of 336. The C rankers deal with mafias and similar groups, and there are 200 in this category. Those in the B rank encounter other assassins in their missions, with a total of 100. In A rank, the jobs have a national impact, and there are only 36 people at this level. As long as you're an assassin, you must hold your knife until death. You must give your all until you're vomiting your own blood. To reach a rank, a lifetime of dedication is required, however. Effort alone won't take you to the top. At the top are the 12 disciples. They stand above everyone else. Already beaten down, the old man asks if the boy wants to know how to become a disciple, but he doesn't understand what the old man is trying to say. Continuing the beating, he says that one needs to be reborn. Once again, his face is smashed into the ground due to the blows. Then he asks if he has any idea how arrogant he is, and that if he wasn't an orphan, he should go back to his mother's lap. Yuna is still terrified by the scene and tries to intervene, and the director says she should be grateful for being D rank as she has no skills to be an assassin. But if she does half of what her former boss did, maybe she could buy medicine, and then his hand is grabbed by someone. The young man tells the senior not to cross the line, and he doesn't know who this boy is. Irritated by what just happened, he asks if the boy wants to fight him, to which the boy remains silent. Then he remembered when he defeated Park Sango. Because he is talented, it's only a matter of time before Glory suspects him, and everyone would be at risk. And to take down these guys, he needs to hide behind the image of being a mere D rank. The director slaps his face, saying that he's too arrogant while adults are talking. Continuing to hit him, he says that he just wants to appear strong in front of the woman beside him. Then he told the director that he could hit him as much as he wanted, and the director paused to listen. But he didn't say anything more after that. All he wants is to take the other two to the hospital, because one is unconscious and the other has a deep wound, and their lives are at risk. You don't speak of the disciples, he learned this well, so he asked please. Hearing this, the director lost his motivation and said that they were done there. However, he extended his hand to the boy, asking him to give up his volunteer license. He looks at the director without showing any reaction. He should come back to get it when he's grown and strong. Thus, the four are outside the church. The most beaten among them asks what that was all about. They don't know what to say to the teacher when he learns that they lost their licenses. Then he apologized to Yumi, Kim, and Sunguk because they couldn't protect them. But it was good that they didn't get involved. Otherwise, the situation would have gotten worse, as the wants to show them only the cool side of life. With a helmet placed on his head, someone calls the leader to go, because it was time for them to get something to eat. At least that managed to cheer them up a bit. On the highway, the motorcycle makes its way. Yuna is riding at the back. There are a few questions she would like to ask him. She wants to know what she could do to become stronger. In response, he tells Yuna not to ask him stupid questions and wants to know the reason why she desires this. But Yuna says she's just asking. Continuing, she wants to know if Kim is okay, but he wants to know in what sense. All of their licenses were confiscated at the church, but Kim says that if you're weak, things get taken away, and Yuna didn't like this response yet doesn't change the fact that they're weak. On the back seat, Yuna holds him tighter and tighter. Everything that happened at the church was too complicated. Then she clutches Kim's jacket, feeling desolate. He continues looking at the road ahead of him. This situation was too annoying to deal with. At night, thinking about it is refreshing. Fighting for their place against idiots is too boring. If anything, they can find another job, but among them, there was something special. Without knowing exactly what, the director says it was the one who was with the woman. His gaze was especially violent and he realizes that there's a man there, and this man says that the boy won't be able to become a man now. They want to know if he came back to take more hits, but he says nothing, and they ask if he ignored them on purpose. Kim wants to know what they really intend to take this matter so far. For the director, the boy hadn't been beaten enough. They were going to teach him a lesson, but Kim interrupted because he was there to show them something. Skills they had never seen before and would never see again, the skills of a rank S disciple. For now, they still don't understand what's happening inside the church, so he asked the boy if he had mentioned anything about the skills of a disciple. He then began to laugh uncontrollably, as he's been in the business for 14 years and has never seen one. The boy doesn't know how the world works, so they are going to beat him up and send him away to reflect a little. But when he looked at his friend, he was met with the unexpected. He's standing in the same place, completely still. There's no expression on his face. In front of him stands a high school student who's ranked D, whose name they don't even remember. Not only is he unarmed, but he's carrying only a rosary that doesn't even serve as a weapon, and there are many openings in his stance. Feeling apprehensive, he doesn't know what to do in front of this boy. Those eyes definitely don't match the information he has on him. His friend asks if he's really afraid of a mere child. Then Yang diverts the conversation, saying that's not the case. He's just a young man with a different look. It's not logical to hesitate before him. There's an unspoken rule. Inferiors who rebel against superiors allow the latter to be justified in correcting them. Execution is the right thing to do, so he threw the book towards the boy, expecting a reaction. He already anticipated that one of the arms would be used to block the object. This way, his ribs would be exposed to a surprise attack that would naturally cause him to bend over in pain. Despite all that planning, the boy's ribs weren't his target. What he truly aimed for was to reach his eyes. Now, it's the end. Before he could deliver his fatal blow, the The rosary beads inexplicably flew through the air. He still doesn't know what happened, but his hands aren't where they should be. That thing in his hands wasn't an ordinary rosary. While contemplating what happened, the rosary's thread is nearly wrapping around his neck. Its thickness is so thin that it's almost imperceptible to the eyes. In the back of the church, various objects begin to shatter. Around them, the pews are being destroyed without any apparent cause. Everything is happening too fast, and he still can't grasp what's going on. Indeed, there won't be time for him to understand what happened, as his head is asking for a divorce from his body. It was almost a hallucination for him. Terrified, he puts his hands around his neck to ensure that his head is in the right place. Then he's scolded by his colleague, who said that Zhang was too distracted at a crucial moment. But it wasn't just distraction in his head. He was utterly terrified. Looking at the young man, he knows he can't do anything against him, because in his mind, he's already died thousands of times trying to attack him. With nothing happening so far, the three of them are staring at each other in the church. With his years of experience, he learned one thing. He can sense if he's capable of defeating his opponent before the fight even begins. Even so, he had never felt that before. That boy is simply terrifying. He's on a completely different level than anything he's ever seen in his life. Never in his imagination did he conceive of someone with that kind of murderous aura. Remembering the slaps he gave him earlier, he doesn't know what to do. He'd rather die than face the consequences of that. Still lost in his thoughts, Kim looks at them without any hurry. However, he had approached Zhang, who unexpectedly says that he was wrong. He desperately begs for forgiveness, admitting he was wrong to behave that way. However, Kim just gives him a few pats on the face. He said to him that the ability to sense the presence of death is a fundamental knowledge for an assassin. Saying this, he leaves as he knows Zhang learned an important lesson that day. Even though he's gone inside the church, Zhang's friend asks what he had done, because he must be crazy to have allowed that to happen. Outside, a woman says he shouldn't have gone as he could be discovered if he fought with someone, but Kim says that's not going to happen and that she should think about it. The rank B assassin lost to a rank D rookie. He won't be able to continue in this business. Losing like that to a rookie, who is still almost a kid, she wants to know if she would be able to talk about it if she were in his place. Joanne only went there because she was worried. She just wanted him to stay quiet and not make her hate him. Kim revs his motorcycle a few times and speeds down the highway, leaving the place behind. The man is furious that they lost their identifications, as they are their lifeline. That's what the brothers are thinking, and they're sure they're in serious trouble. Various thoughts are running through the heads of the two, who don't know how to explain what happened or if they should even talk about it. Someone calls them, pulling them out of their sad moment of reflection. It's the assassin from the previous day standing there. The two are terrified, even thinking he's a ghost. Scared, they want to know if he came there to beat them up, and he tells them not to call him sir because they're not in the army. He just came there to return their identifications. The brothers start celebrating so much that Zhang asks if they want to die. But the truth is, being there, he can only notice that peculiar boy. That one is definitely a very strange citizen. The brothers keep thanking Zhang, who asks them to at least be more discreet. Holding Yuna's identification in his hand, he thinks of returning it to her as soon as possible. After all, he hadn't seen her yet. Meanwhile, the brothers brag about what happened. In the training room, someone is struggling with their own effort. It's Yuna, relentlessly striking the dummy. A fight involving one of the brothers flashes through her memory. Her opponent was much more experienced. There was nothing she could do to help. The same thing happened inside the church. She just watched the action unfold. It's been bothering her a lot. She doesn't want to feel useless. Furious, she plunged her knife into the training dummy's neck. Thinking about what happened, she feels pathetic for not being able to do anything. If she continues like this, her younger brother Yujin will be in danger. Entering the room unnoticed, Kim asks what is so pathetic that Yuna is talking about. Before she can answer, he says he came there to deliver her license. But Yuna says it's okay. She doesn't have the right to have that. Kim wants to know if she said that because of her younger brother. She says she is pathetic, but still tries to be an assassin, something she has no potential to do. And Yuna yells at him to shut up. He always talks as if he knows everything, and Kim apologizes. Then Yuna tells him not to talk about things if he knows nothing. However, he did know something about her brother. They aren't biological siblings, and Yuna wants to know how he found that out. Actually, Kim wants to know what happened to her brother. Yuna looks at him as memories start surfacing. Her little brother wants to go on one of the rides at the park with her because they're family, but she doesn't agree with that statement. They aren't relatives. She told the boy to go away as they aren't real siblings. From the day he was born and abandoned at the subway, he had no family. He didn't die only because he was taken to an orphanage. There were many things lacking, but they weren't miserable. Growing up alone, she didn't have the courage to make friends or build a family. The truth is, she didn't want to go through the experience of being abandoned again. Being alone is good. That's what she thought every day. However, she wanted to die soon, and that almost happened to her. During one of her missions, she was hit, and they were struggling to stop the bleeding. Not knowing what to do with her, as there were no proper treatment facilities, they said they could just dispose of the dying body. And since resources were scarce, it wouldn't be a complete loss. Maybe it would have been better if she had died right at the beginning of her life. She knew what kind of place that was. She just wished that day had come sooner. Even so, she carries no regrets. Unexpectedly, she woke up. The doctor said a miracle had happened. After that miracle, Lee Yujin had disappeared from her life. That boy was really insubordinate. The teacher tried to stop him, but his efforts were in vain. That boy said he needed to save his sister, and it would be fine if he died. Lying on a stretcher, he asks if his sister is safe now. She swore that because of her life, she had no family at all, but he was there at every moment taking care of her. This moved the girl deeply, as she didn't want Lee Yujin to put himself at risk for her to be saved. The man says that a bag of blood costs a lot of money, and the boy is draining all of their reserves. They wanted to throw the boy away and stop his treatment. Yuna had just bunked into them and asked the doctor not to throw the boy away. She was already feeling better and said she could pay the hospital bill with her own work. No matter how much it costs, she is his sister and needs to do this. It was the first time she had a reason to live. Remembering this, she says, doesn't matter if they aren't biological siblings or if they are a bit different. Yuna is willing to do anything to save him. Kim said he had meddled in her affairs carelessly, so he was going to leave so that she could finish her training. But there's something Yuna wants to tell him. He is the strongest person she has ever seen in her life. Stretching out her hand, she tried to grab the sleeve of his jacket. It's not time for him to leave yet. Looking at him, Yuna asks for help so that she can become stronger. That wasn't just a request. She was truly begging him to help her. It was everything she desired the most, and she was waiting for Kim's reaction. It didn't take long for her to regret the request and feel ashamed of saying those things. She thought of many things and tried to retract her words after asking for help. Then she pointed at Kim and called him teacher, saying he would be her mentor. Even so, he still didn't show any reaction. Faced with this, she wants to know if that's how she should be asking for favors, and Yuna wonders if she needs to be more sincere than that. She quickly responds, saying she's getting by just fine without help, and Kim says he was considering the possibility of accepting her as a student. Yuna quickly approached him, asking if the teacher had called her, and Kim says that imagining her as an apprentice is horrible. Then he tells her that she is weak, with a mediocre body, easily frightened, and with a terrible temper, all traits an assassin shouldn't have. But there was something in her that could be developed. For Kim, Yuna has the best eyes an assassin could ever wish for. Since the incident at the restaurant, she had shown something different, even amidst the chaos of that day or during the fight against the brothers. In every tense moment, whether it was inside the assassin's church, Yuna was there with them. During every conflict in which she was present, her eyes never strayed from the fight no matter the circumstances, as if she was trying to absorb all the techniques she was seeing. Her visual acuity is far greater than that of ordinary people, and upon hearing this, Yuna felt embarrassed by the compliment. For Kim, he was merely stating the truth, but there is something that could help the girl in her quest for strength, a weapon that could turn her disadvantages into her greatest asset, one that she could use to defeat anyone, and he threw the weapon to her. If she learned to master it, she wouldn't even need a teacher. That object would turn her into a true assassin. Looking at the item in her hands, she couldn't believe its potential. Someone is sniffing money and says that it's very valuable. The brothers are quite pleased with the weekly payment and want to know how much a disciple earns, while Kim thinks that disciples don't care about money because they can have whatever they want. With money in hand, they argue about what they should buy first. Kim wants to know where Yuna is because he hasn't seen her, and he hears that she went to her part-time job. She's had it for a few weeks now, and must be cleaning around this time. She cleans up what the assassins leave behind. It's a job that requires a strong stomach, because there are always disgusting things left. Even though she's an assassin with a weekly salary, she continues to. They have no idea why she does all of this. While Yuna looks at her brother's picture, they assume it must be to pay for her food because the girl eats a lot. But she eats so much at the cafeteria because the food there is free, and she does it to save money. The fool says that to be successful, one must spend a lot, and advises Kim to heed his wise words. He completely ignores them because he thinks Yuna must be doing it for some reason, and probably hides it even from her brother. Looking at the phone, they notice that Yuna just sent a message. She asked for a scarf, but the weather is too hot to wear such a piece of clothing. Inside a warehouse, the temperature is quite different from outside. In the place, the brothers feel firsthand how cold it is. Yuna called them to go there just to deliver the scarf to her. She says they complained too much and just wanted to hand over the item quickly to get out of there. They ask if she's working, and if so, she must be earning well, but Yuna says that she's training. If that's the case, they ask if she's breaking those ice blocks with punches. Indeed, she's breaking them, but with that small object. One who gave it to her was Kim himself. It's a rope dart, an extremely uncommon weapon. Yuna is a bit skeptical that it will help her become a real assassin. A traditional wushu weapon. The rope is tied around the body and the dart is thrown towards the enemy. A strong, fast, and extremely unpredictable weapon. The brothers make fun of her, saying that if she's going to use that, the idiot might as well use a firearm. Indeed, the dart is strong, but compared to a firearm, it's just a toy because every shot from a gun is a guaranteed kill. Hearing the criticism, she says the guys are not wrong. Kim says that to kill 5 people, 5 shots are needed, but with that, it's different. Then Yuna shows them what the dart is capable of. The brothers watch, completely in disbelief. In Yuna's hands, the dart is becoming a devastating weapon. With just one throw, she managed to break much more than just an ice block. That should have been impossible, and they think Yuna might have just gotten lucky with her throw. Discreetly, they start looking up the weapon on the internet, and the girl tells them they need to be less obvious. Outside, the day goes by. The owner of the place is a D-rank assassin, Park Bingsu, and he asks if everything went well. Yuna says yes, and that she'll leave as soon as she cleans up everything, but he says she doesn't need to clean anything, but wants to know if she's really Lee Yuna. He says he has seen many people there breaking ice as training, but destroying it like she did was the first time in his entire life. She tries to apologize, but the man says it's not necessary. Yuna tries to pay the man for the ice she destroyed, but he says it's not necessary either. A few hours ago, a friend of hers came by and paid for the ice, giving him 1,000,000 won. She didn't expect that. This is the value of their weekly salary. He also gave him an item to deliver to Yuna, ointment for burns, and the friend said for her to apply it on her hand so she doesn't get hurt. Indeed, it was a great concern shown for her. With the conversation over, there was nothing more to do at the place. Yuna leaves the ice storage. Looking at her phone, she doesn't know how to thank Kim for everything. The more she tries to think of something, the less confident she becomes. Since that's the situation, she called him, and Kim answered, asking what's going on. Not knowing what to say, she asked what was for lunch that day. He says she's annoying, but mentioned that it was her favorite, and as soon as she hears it, Yuna says goodbye. However, before the call ends, Kim congratulates her for training with a real weapon, and says they'll see each other soon. In the background, the brothers are trying to master the rope dart without success. Kim wonders if Yuna knows that the strength and weapons she's perfecting have been within her reach for a long time because she was a gymnast. Inside a room, someone is being beaten. A degenerate screams among them, asking them to face him all at once because he is Park Sango. A truckload of B and C rankers isn't enough to contain him, as they are nothing compared to him, and things were already becoming boring. Indeed, to take down Park, who was an A rank, none of them would be able to do it. So it's necessary for a disciple to appear and solve the situation. As he enters the place, the living assassins bow before him. Park watches him, unsure of what to make of it. As soon as the man approaches him, he lets his mass sheet fall to the ground. The disciple picks it up, saying he'd heard that the man likes to gamble and wants them to make a bet together. He'd return the mass sheet to Park Sango and says that he was already close to becoming a disciple. The man wants to know if he could win a fight against a real disciple. In his eyes, the intimidating figure of a formidable assassin is reflected. That is Nathaniel. A child is thrashing on the ground because she hates all types of meals. The brothers say she's weak and will have a long way to go until adulthood. The truth is, just like the child, they are also terrified of hospital environments. They start complaining that the nurse is taking too much blood and that they are not donating. But Kim knows that when one becomes an assassin, it's necessary to undergo several tests at the honor hospital managed by Glory. When asked about his year of birth, he almost made a mistake by 40 years. Everything is going well. There's only one thing that worries him, and that thing is the blood collection. It's time for him to do it. The reason they collect blood is very simple. They're marking the assassins because DNA and fingerprints don't change over time. Those who betray and abandon the organization are found this way. It's only a matter of time before Kim's DNA and Peter's DNA are identical. In other words, what's going to happen is the complete exposure of his true identity. Looking closely, the woman wants him to say what he did that day, but Kim has already told her everything. He had his blood collected at the hospital. She starts slapping the boy, saying that because of his old man, she's going to end up dying, as if it wasn't enough to fight a rank B. Now they might discover that he's actually Peter. This wasn't good, and the woman wants to know if he wants to die that badly, but he doesn't want to sit idle and has a plan to make them get confused during the chase. Full of confidence, he says he's going to blow up the hospital. Once again, starts hitting him because she thought the idea was completely idiotic. She said he's gone crazy for not being older and the hospital is huge, but he's aware of the difficulties. Moreover, it's the place where Glory keeps valuable treasures. The Divine Honor Hospital is much more than it appears to be. It's one of the largest in all of Korea, and it looks ordinary from the outside. Inside, they disguise murders as accidental deaths. They hide bodies and dispose of injured assassins. It's a hospital made by assassins for assassins. Now this DNA is in the hospital's data center. There's no other choice but to blow up the place. Accepting the idea, the woman asks if he knows who is protecting the hospital now. The one in charge is the disciple Nathaniel. This guy is so bizarre that he might not even be human. Inside the room, someone is doing their research. That code name, Nathaniel, has a reason to be. His social role is that of a doctor. Even though he's talented, he got involved in a problem and had to go into hiding. 4 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, a policeman was patrolling in front of the precinct. Someone had hung clothes out to dry. Only upon getting closer did he realize what it was. So great was his shock that he crashed the patrol car he was driving. Those were bodies all belonging to the leaders of the gangs in the state of Rio de Janeiro. This triggered a war operation aimed at wiping out the remaining members. Before they entered the place, they smelled gunpowder, as if a conflict had just occurred. The officer in the lead asked them to stop the infiltration. All that was there was blood and twisted weapons. There were no bodies. More importantly, the scene didn't even seem like it was done by humans. It was unexpected, and they should report it to their superiors. While talking, the officer saw someone approaching the surgeon. The terrifying hand was already within the officer's reach. He had been captured, and they immediately thought they were caught in an ambush. They immediately called for reinforcements, but he could only hear the cries for help from his colleague. It didn't take long for there to be only puddles of blood on the ground. Frightened, the officer asked about his friend. He has no idea what kind of monster could be behind that door. A terrifying voice came from within, asking for more victims. An object was thrown in his direction. It was the boot of his collie who had been there. Looking at the chute, he still didn't understand the situation, but he was certainly terrified by all of it. In front of him was the assassin, and on the ceiling his victims were hanging by their heads. He only desires more victims, preferably some that are more resilient. The trained officer screamed in fear as he fired his rifle at that grotesque figure. He decided to empty his weapon on that person. In one day, Nathaniel took down the crime bosses and the best crisis team of the Rio de Janeiro police. The woman carefully knocks on the door. It's hard for her to get this information, and Kim wants to know if it's humanly possible to bend weapons with one's hands. She says the information she has is highly confidential, and that it's not a lie. Since this monster is at the hospital, instead of confronting him head-on, it's better to look for a gap. And thanks to her, Kim managed to think of a way to infiltrate the hospital. The woman just hopes he doesn't die soon, but Kim says that his life is privileged. However, he'll need her for that, which leaves her both surprised and scared. In the middle of the city, people are going about their daily lives. A little girl points upwards and asks her father to look as well. Looking up, people wonder if that is Peter. Kim looks too and knows it's nothing. In his hands, there's a flyer asking for donations for elderly people. That's just a small greeting. In celebration of the hospital's 30th anniversary, Peter is going to visit Dr. Nathaniel. As requested, he hacked Glory's server and posted the advertisement that was sent to him. If Glory finds out, their lives are in danger, all because of a joke by a 19-year-old boy. Even though it's risky, it's an approach she's never seen before. Even if it's reckless, that old man hasn't failed a single mission in 50 long years. Inside the hospital, a commotion has formed. They don't believe Peter is really alive, and many of them are D-rank assassins. Even though he's old, they know they can't handle him, but they're just the doorman. The important ones are further inside, Brazilian assassins under Nathaniel himself, likely at least A or B rank. Assassins of that rank who are already difficult to encounter, not to mention Nathaniel himself. It's a privilege for them to witness a fight between disciples. They want to know which one will win. They don't think it will be the old man, who is already 70 years old and has cancer. Before they could continue discussing, someone mentions Peter's name. They want to know why those two are rooting for the man they should be capturing. The truth is that many among them hope the old man doesn't show up. He definitely won't show up, but Kim, who is Peter, is already among them in the hospital. The Brazilian assassin instructs the others not to face Peter. They should use tranquilizers and be cautious. As soon as he's spotted, they should hit the emergency button, and the A-rank assassins will come to support. After giving the instructions, he wants to know if everyone understood, and they respond affirmatively. Observing everything, Kim finds the situation quite interesting. Peter is in the group of people tasked with capturing Peter. Now everyone was supposed to take their positions, and so they did. Kim was going to carry out his task, or rather Peter was. A declaration of war from the old man is definitely unexpected. The buzz among people grows as they want to know if Glory is doing well, and if its new boss is a capable person. One of them started worrying since he began fighting with Peter, and now they can't even find him. It would be unfortunate if he caused a huge mess, and they know how talented the old man is. so it was time for the young man to act. If he's not able to capture the old man, he should speak up so they won't have to take the lead. The tattooed man apologizes to them as he hadn't thought that far ahead and said that from now on, he'll stick to his competencies because his hospitality towards the elderly made him forget his place. If he's the chief of staff of the army, he should at least be able to understand that environment. He should be fired from his job. Drowning the old man, he wants to know if he really thinks he's stupid, because he wants to know if his father's best creation is capable of dealing with his own best creation. In human resources, an anonymous person is working quietly, but he quickly realizes that someone is going to end his life. Then, his neck is easily broken. Kim is really skilled at what he does, but it was just chiropractic. The man didn't imagine that young doctor was so skillful. Knowing vital points was part of his job. Talking to the patient, he wants to know if he knows a doctor named Nathaniel, but he has never heard of that person. In disguise, he continues walking through the hospital. He needs to find Nathaniel soon, but the person named Nahyan doesn't exist. It's possible he hid himself after getting rid of his identity. One thing he's sure of, the disciple is somewhere in that hospital. Now it all comes down to speed. Will be found first. Near him, the brothers ask what he's doing. However, he tells them that the one with the injured leg should be sitting in the chair. Asking about Yuna, they say she's not at their level, even though she's a rank above them. But if she sees anything suspicious, she should call them, as the brothers would protect her without hesitation. To which Kim says he'll remember. Looking down the hallway, the two think they've found Peter. Seeing an old man wearing the same shirt, they believe it must be a correct target. Kim tries to tell them that they have the wrong person, but they're already bothering the man. They whisper to him that he shouldn't be there and that they would help him escape. But the old man doesn't understand anything at all. A nurse asks if he needs a syringe. Kim doesn't get it, but she thinks that's the reason they restrain the old man. But Kim says it's fine, and that they've already collected his blood. The hunt for Peter is ongoing, and they're taking blood from all the patients. The old man does everything he can to escape from the brothers, who swear that he is the real Peter. While they are distracted by him, someone bumps into one of them. Irritated, he called the person out, asking if they were blind. But it's Yuna, to his surprise, as she wasn't supposed to be there. With a face that looks like she's making something up, she says her younger brother is in the hospital. They'd never heard that before, and she quickly tries to leave, sparking their curiosity. Watching this scene, Kim wants to know why Yuna is at the hospital. On the earpiece, Joohyun says it's not the time for him to be worrying about students, and Kim realizes that she knows him very well. She wants to know if he already knows how to find Nathaniel, but Kim is still figuring out how to do that, because at the moment, they're both looking for each other. Right now, he wants Nathaniel to expose himself without having to reveal his identity as Kim. In front of him is one of the disciples' assassins. This is Rodrigo, who tells him to do his job properly if he doesn't want to die. Approaching him, he introduces himself to the man. He says he found him. Since he's not showing his face, he wants to set a trap. On the earpiece, the woman thought that was absolute madness. It's time to use it, he says to Joohyun, and she should be ready to act. If that's the case, his men are ready to get their hands dirty. Elsewhere, a doctor is preparing for surgery, washing his hands. He performs his ritual calmly. Leaving the bathroom, he opens the door with one of his feet. In a room, Rodrigo seems not to have understood what he heard. He wants to know who that person is who's preparing for surgery. Kim says it's his surgeon, ranked the assassin, Kim Soonbu. More hostile, he ordered him to get out and go look for Peter, but Kim said he's not the one he's looking for right now. Looking at the assassin, he asks where the disciple Nathaniel is. Rodrigo wants to know why a piece of trash like him would want to know that, and Kim says there's only one reason an assassin asks about someone. When they do, it's because they want to kill that person. Rodrigo was already bored and is quite pleased to have someone to try to kill. Running through the corridors, a man says he has something to tell the professor. He wants to know what it is, and the man says he should take a look at those documents. They are recordings from one of the operating rooms. The professor watches the footage carefully. As it progresses, a slight smile appears on his face. Rodrigo is having difficulty dealing with that doctor. The action is too fast, but he manages to notice everything. Kim had quickly gained the upper hand in the fight. Soon, it turned into a one-sided beating session. Rodrigo was being hit from all sides. It didn't take long for him to be completely neutralized. In fact, everything happened and ended in just 10 seconds. At the end of the confrontation, Rodrigo is lying on the ground, motionless. That was all the time needed for a rank beastassin to be killed by him. As if that wasn't enough, he looks at the room's security camera. Nathaniel didn't expect to see that. Peter was really there in that hospital. No more doubts. He wants to know where he is now, and they are waiting for a response from the security team. Moreover, the hospital's video files are being deleted in real time, and they aren't able to stop the attack. Faced with the bad news, he asks the professor to spare him. However, he's excited that Peter is indeed in his hospital, so excited that he can hardly wait. Grayson, Sawyer, Carter, Robert. These are bodies inside the tubes. They were all waiting for Peter's arrival. The VIP chair has been prepared, and he hopes his guest enjoys the experience, because he wants to put his body in one of those tubes as soon as possible. The experiments with the bait, the expression, and the wrinkles were all perfectly identical. She's sure her work was very good. With that, Kim believes that Nathaniel will reveal himself now. She really wanted to know what he looks like, but wants to know what Kim will do. Now that the bait has been set, it's up to him to sit and wait for his victim, and that's exactly what he'll do now. On the rooftop, Yuna is having her meal, unaware of what just happened. The one they call Professor is the disciple Nathaniel, and he seems to want to meet with Yuna. Feeling anxious, it's impossible that he found out about what happened between them. It would be better if she didn't go to meet him, or she might put everyone at risk, especially Kim, and she doesn't want to do that. So someone calls her. As soon as Kim touches the girl's shoulders, she screams in fear, and he asks her if she saw a ghost. Yuna says she was about to leave, but Kim holds her back and tells her to stay there. She wants to know what's wrong. He says he's Kim, a D-rank assassin, and that he came to eat, but she wants him to eat somewhere else. However, accidentally, she ended up ordering food for 2 people. Yuna knew that the minimum order there was 2 chickens. Kim wants to spend some time with her, since he arrived too early to meet someone. Yuna wants to know who. All she can think is that if she's found talking to him there, she'll put everyone in danger. She says she won't talk to him and wants him to leave, but she takes all the chicken he brought. Trying to find a middle ground, she says she'll leave after eating 1 piece, and Kim tells her to do as she wishes. However, she ends up eating all the chicken pieces, and Kim says she's too shameless. Yuna wants to know who he's waiting for, but Kim says if he tells her, she'll be in danger. The girl insists and wants to know the reason that brought him to that hospital. She knows it's hard for him to trust her because of the way they ended up meeting. She knows that he and that old man are connected. Even if they can't find him, she's going to say something she's sure of. Then she remembered the past and felt the urge to apologize to Kim. That old man was seriously injured, and that only happened because he tried to save her. Peter is probably already dead. Kim interrupts and says he's looking for someone. Yuna asks once more who that person is. He didn't want to involve her in this, but she must have definitely seen him in the hospital before, the disciple Nathaniel. Showing her a photo, he asks if it's familiar to her. He knows she knows him as she was called there separately from the other assassins. Calling him an idiot, she says that the person in the photo is not Nathaniel. Before she could say more about the real one, someone approached the 2 of them. She wasn't supposed to walk around there without an escort, as that man was wandering through the hospital. Looking at the girl, he said she should remain in the infirmary. Yuna began trembling just by looking at that man. This is the moment Kim had been waiting for. Nathaniel had revealed himself. However, he still doesn't know Kim's true identity. Looking at her, he waits for Yuna's response. He had already warned her about this, but looking at the table, he wants to know who's accompanying her. Kim looks at him without any fear. He stands up from the table to introduce himself, and Yuna is hesitant about them interacting in any way, because she's sure they might end up fighting. But Kim bowed and greeted the professor. He said he is a D-rank assassin assigned to that mission. His name is Kim, and he's honored to meet a disciple in person. He promised to deliver Peter's head to him, and continued his pleasant performance. In response, the disciple showed no sign of emotion. Before leaving, he ordered Yuna to go to his room and said he would send someone to escort her, and that he would definitely see her later. Having had contact with that man for the first time, she is now certain that Nathaniel is not an ordinary man. A nurse stops Nathaniel to talk about the person who captured Park Sang-do. But according to the instructor, the students were just lucky, and he shouldn't worry about it. But the professor says he's the one who decides that and wants to know where his report is. It was already printed there, so he extended his hand to take it. The guy next to him got nervous and let the papers fall to the ground. In response, he began to apologize profusely, saying the papers slipped from his hands. His luck is that Nathaniel can't stop thinking about Kim, who introduced himself to him. Ever since that handshake, his hand is still trembling. Then he asked what his name was, and the guy said that if it's the young ones from before, they're Yuna and Kim. Kim Sung-gu, he immediately remembered, wanting to keep an eye on him, but he believes the young man will be a good sample. On the radio, she doesn't believe Nathaniel's men are going to escort Yuna. He must be focused on Peter now, and even so, he accepted his offer to be one of his bodyguards. It's going to be fun because he's not going to find Peter. The woman is very upset with the risks that Kim is taking. She warned him to get out of there quickly, as the danger he's facing is only increasing. As soon as he goes, he'll find out what kind of place this is. Before leaving, he congratulated the kid on his victory in chess, and the other brat says the doctor went easy on him. The man gave him a card that grants free access to any part of the hospital. He usually doesn't make this type of offer to ranked individuals, but he must remember 3 things. Only speak if spoken to. Don't get suspicious about anything he does. And the most important of all, never refuse his favor. But Kim doesn't know what that means. Also, he wants to know why the man is so nervous while explaining. Now they should hurry, as Nathaniel hates being kept waiting. As the professor requested, Kim is there now. He's happy that he didn't arrive late, but Kim senses that the scene is off. The rounds are about to begin now, and Kim knows this won't be easy at all. These assassins are different from the others, because their loyalty doesn't lie with glory. Their Nathaniel's team is personal assassins. Asking about Peter, one of the goons says measures have been taken as he requested. All exits are sealed under the excuse of a small quarantine. They're gradually narrowing down the area, and he wants to know about the DNA tests. The examination for people around his age will take 2 days. It's not possible that he's left the hospital yet. Even if he's skilled, there's no way to cheat DNA tests. Now he's trapped like a rat. It's only a matter of time before he's found, and Kim is very happy to hear their plans. Even so, he knows that Nathaniel isn't the type of person to make things easy. Walking through the hospital, he starts talking to some patients. He tells a boy that he needs to do this if he wants to play soccer again. Talking to nurses, he discusses matters related to the surgeries that happen on that floor. He knows he was summoned with a purpose, but he doesn't know why he's doing his rounds anyway. Then Nathaniel asks if he's disappointed because he didn't call him to do anything specific other than be his bodyguard. However, he thinks it's because he's not showing his nature as a disciple, but Kim says it's fine. Staying the boredom on his face, he asks him to follow as there's something he wants to show him. That path isn't marked on the hospital's floor plan, so he has no idea what might be at the end of this route. They're just descending the stairs in silence, and he wants to know what Nathaniel is going to show him. Then the professor swipes his card through a digital reader. Finally, Kim comes face to face with what he was hiding. It's too horrific, and Nathaniel said that this is where his ideal world becomes a reality. He asks if Kim is interested in biology, to which he replied that he only knows the basics. He simply stated that organisms evolve through natural selection, and that it's sometimes a great coincidence. However, Darwin is wrong, according to him. Evolution is caused by nothing but him. They're at the hospital. He could eliminate the weak, as well as preserve the strong and develop them even further. This is a more honest way to care for people, which is why he's been keeping an eye on Kim. While they were talking, a loud beep echoed, and a code red was initiated. A specimen had escaped, and they should take shelter until the security team contained it. The man runs desperately while the alarm warns everyone of the imminent danger. Given the circumstances, it would be impossible to stop it with just tranquilizers. The guards know they need to stop it and prevent it from escaping that place, but it's very skilled and pass through them without any difficulty. It's almost at the exit, and the gates will remain closed until the specimen is captured. It knows it needs to reach the gate before it closes, or it won't be able to escape. The countdown is almost over, and its dream of escape is slipping away. Suddenly, debris flies from the wall towards its face. It was the professor, who had smashed through the wall with one hand and grabbed the specimen. This interruption left him annoyed, as he was talking about something very important. Crushing the specimen's head, he said it shouldn't have interrupted him. Only screams can be heard from the other side of the wall. As soon as silence fills the space, it's clear that the situation has been resolved. Looking at Kim, he apologizes for what happened and says he will now continue from where he left off. He removes his blood-stained hand from the wall and says he likes strong people. That's why he dissects these bodies himself with his own hands, because there is someone he wants to surpass. Looking at Kim, he said he saw great potential in him. Having all that strength at a young age is rare, and through him, he wants to see the result of his evolution. He asked if Kim was curious to see how strong he could become, and asked him to accept his grace. He said that Kim could become an A rank, and with his potential, he could be as strong as a disciple. Kim knew he was abnormally strong. Breaking the wall with his hand was surreal, said the woman on the earpiece, but there was something even more surprising. He felt Kim's presence through the wall and grabbed him by the head, crushing his skull. She wants Kim to get out of there immediately, but he says he can't stop now. After all, he has even more questions now, especially about the source of that absurd power. She says the blood samples are being analyzed and his time is running out, but there's still a way and she wants to know what it is. She suggests swapping results. He just needs to break into his office, because she has received a card that grants unrestricted access to the hospital. She says he's completely crazy and could get caught, but that won't happen, says Kim, because he has all the time he needs to do this. While following Nathaniel during his rounds, he carefully analyzed the route he takes. This way, he has an estimate of the time spent on this process. At the moment, he has 4.5 minutes to do his job. He just needs to swap the results within that short time frame. Without hesitation, he began working in the room. Outside, Nathaniel talks to his patients. Following his route, he also interacts with one of the nurses. On his way out, He speaks with another nurse who provides more data. He learned from his henchman that the blood test results should already be in his office. However, until now, not a single sample was compatible with Peter's. The blood analysis of the elderly patients, none were compatible. The henchman thinks Peter might be hiding and thinking of the possibilities. He wants to use his imagination to consider what could be possible. One of his conjectures is whether Peter no longer has the same appearance as before. Nathaniel wants to know how a mere D rank is in a disciple's room, especially in his master's absence. For the past 2 days, he did his rounds at the same time. He was supposed to have 2.5 minutes of available time left. Nathaniel wants an explanation for what he found, and Kim wants to know why he appeared there already, unless he did all of this on purpose, and perhaps offered his grace to him and showed all of his secrets in hospital's basement, just to make Kim believe his plan was working. That way, he was underestimating him from the beginning, and Nathaniel asked the boy to give him an answer. There's not much that can be said, but he concentrates to think of something. Then he extended a folder to him, saying he was going there to deliver it to him. Nathaniel wants to know what it is, but he said Dr. Hong ordered it to be delivered and didn't provide further details. With that, he said he was leaving, but Nathaniel asked him to wait and grabbed him by the shoulder. He wants to know how Kim doesn't know what it is, since the document appears to have been opened. Thus, Nathaniel asks if he is curious about the blood samples of the elderly. If that's the case, he wants to know what made him so interested in them, since he doesn't even know what they are. He wants to know what Kim was looking for in his room, since he sneaked in. If he has no answer, there's only one conclusion to be made. But Kim interrupts the professor. A person can modulate facial expressions, but there's one thing that can't be masked, and that thing is DNA. And since they haven't caught Peter yet, he thought that the old man might not look the way they imagined. So he compared it with patients who underwent plastic surgery or changed their gender, but none were compatible either. Besides that, he wanted to take another look. Then he intensified his performance and apologized to the professor, as he shouldn't have done it without informing him. After hearing the explanation, Nathaniel asked him to raise his head and place one of his fingers on Kim's forehead. Indeed, he has something in his mind, but he shouldn't forget that he is a member of Glory and should maintain his dignity. He is now free to leave. Thanking, he said he would leave now. Touching Kim's face, he realized that this skin is real. It's not makeup. The texture is that of a young person's skin, so he ended up dismissing Kim as Peter's possible identity. Having returned to square one, he became deeply irritated. All Nathaniel wants to know now is where Peter is hiding. This is Carter Podman, the champion of Mexico's underground and no-rules fights. His nickname is Slasher, and it's said he has the strongest legs on the planet. Many have succumbed to his powerful kicks. Nathaniel wants to know if what he heard about him is true, and a fighter asks if the Asian guy came there to die. The world's strongest legs couldn't withstand a single blow from the disciple, who now flaunted them like a trophy in the middle of the arena. In the same way, he encountered the world's strongest fist, whose arm shattered into pieces after being struck by him. There was also the world's strongest gang, and they had their heads mounted on the ceiling like chandeliers. Nathaniel's pursuit of the strongest made him defeat them all. Not even he knows exactly why he did this, and in agony, the young man tells the Asian that he will not be the best. At first, he didn't understand what he heard. As long as Peter is alive, he is not the best of all. Nathaniel is already tired and sick of having to hear that name. All they wanted was to know who this Peter is and what he needs to do to find him. It's unfortunate that the body before him can no longer say anything. Nathaniel is furious, as it seems he is the only person who cannot meet Peter. To be the strongest man, he needs to find him, and the last person who saw him must know how to locate him. Calling one of his henchmen, he told him to bring that person to his office. The brothers want to know what Yuna is doing there. She has her reasons, and told them to pretend better that they are patients in the hospital. They saw her in Nathaniel's office and want to know she has a secret mission, but they don't suspect anything. While they are talking, the man calls her by name. He said that the professor wants to see her immediately. She asked why, but the young man told Yuna not to ask questions. That left the brothers impressed, as he is an A-rank assassin, the Undertaker Santos. After the interaction ended, Yuna goes to the professor's office. Inside, he presents a photo of Peter to her. It must have been her first time seeing him. Not even other disciples had this privilege, and besides, she left there alive. She even thought that Peter let her escape, but she also managed to escape from an A-rank assassin, and there's nothing special about her. Yuna just thinks that maybe he has no proof, and she just needs to stay quiet. Nathaniel asks if the girl had witnessed a miracle. Certainly not, and some disciples propose a hypothesis about what might have happened. He must have helped her during the incident with Park Sango, and in return for that, she must have made a deal with Pierre. But she is an orphan and has nothing to offer him. Given that, he wants to know if Yuna is an agent working for him. Yuna wants to know why there is all this suspicion, but Nathaniel says it doesn't matter, because she can't do anything. Because he knows she can't just die and leave her brother behind. Due to his hemophilia, he has been bedridden for a long time. With his health condition, living 3 more years is practically impossible, however. Nathaniel says he can save her brother. With the serum he developed, which costs $4.5 billion, with 1 dose, the disease is eradicated, and he hopes she understands, as she is smart. She needs to decide, and Yuna wants to know what she has to do. Nathaniel said that Peter told him he would come to meet him. On August 24th, no matter what he asks, she is to reveal everything. But that must be done on the 24th at 2 p.m. in the hospital lobby. She will be the bait. She will never have the money to pay for the serum, and he wants Peter for the situation where both win. First, he will give her a place to stay in the hospital with his diagnosis, but she didn't understand this second part. Immediately, her eyes widened at what happened. He had broken her arm effortlessly. That made Yuna writhe in pain, and the professor said that healthy people cannot be admitted to his hospital, and he pressed the injury with one of his feet, not to mention that if she refuses his offer, another person will end up with the same diagnosis as hers. Leaving her on the ground, he said he would see her again during his rounds. With a broken arm, she was now placed in a room of the hospital. If he discovers that the person helping her is Kim, they will all end up dead. But there's a chance she can save her brother. She just doesn't know what choice to make. Outside, someone asks about the patient in room 604, and Yuna responds. Her eyes couldn't believe who had arrived. It was Kim, saying it was time to get her injection. Yuna says he shouldn't be there, but the National Singing Championship is on, and she insists he should watch it somewhere else. She scratches her head, unsure how to explain things to him. Yuna tries everything to take control and push him away, and Kim asks if this is all because of Nathaniel. After all, he's her professor. Even so, he doesn't remember breaking his apprentice's arm. Now he wants her to tell him who did it. Yuna is a bit hesitant, so she's thinking about what she can say to him, and she asks what he'll do on the 24th. Wanting to know the reason for this specific question, she says she has something to ask him, but can't tell him now. On that day at 2 p.m., he should be in the hospital lobby. He should stop asking questions and just do it as she says. For Yuna, it's the only choice she has. As he looks at her, he insists once more that he needs to go. So, he said he would be there at the appointed time. Outside of the hospital, the rain pours heavily. On Yuna's phone screen, tears fall on her brother's picture. She still doesn't know if she did the right thing. Outside, Kim hears that this is the only thing she can do. The hospital's birthday banner is still outside. The 24th has arrived, and the professor says he's been looking forward to this day because Peter said he would meet him on this very day, and he can't wait to finally see him. With an earpiece, he tells Yuna what she must do. After all, he wants to know where Peter is. Thinking for a moment, he says he's probably on his way to meet her and that the clock is almost marking the time agreed upon between them. The minutes are passing slowly. Finally, it's 2 p.m. sharp. The girl is saddened by what may happen because of her decision. Meanwhile, Nathaniel waits attentively for Peter's arrival. Kim walks through the hospital corridors on his way to Yuna. The boy asks if her brother has a boyfriend. He said he saw some guys in her profile picture and thought one might be her boyfriend, but she said they're just friends, which surprised him even more. The guy in the middle is really handsome, and he'd even like to play soccer with him. And in 3 years, he wishes he could watch the World Cup and cheer for Korea with him. That would be his first trip abroad to the other side of the sea. All these are just the delusions of a Madridian young man. Dreaming like that is the only good thing left in his life. With his eyes closed, he continues to dream about their trip to the World Cup. She told him that the new medicine could cure his condition, and he only needs a single dose. It was the brief conversation she had with him while feeling the pain of her broken arm. Thinking about her brother's state, she can only imagine that there was no other way out for her. An earpiece. Nathaniel wants to know where Peter is. He must be on his way, and Kim is also at the hospital. She's waiting for him to fulfill the promise he made to her. It's already 2 p.m. and she waits for him in the hospital lobby. The moment Nathaniel has been eagerly waiting for. However, a few minutes go by and there's no sign of him. The professor's mood is no longer as friendly. He wants to know from Yuna what happened because Peter hasn't shown up at the designated place. Meanwhile, she wonders if Kim really won't keep his promise to her because it's already past 2 p.m., but he's at the clock outside, not the one in the lobby. The old man got the meeting place wrong. In their conversation, he asks if it was the lobby clock, but she said no. He should go to the clock outside in the garden. If he went to the other one, she would kill Kim, who ended up agreeing. And there he is, looking at the clock's hands, waiting for his friend. Nathaniel might end up killing Kim if he discovers that it was him and not Peter who killed Octopus. The professor's henchmen are all over the place in that building. No matter how skilled Kim is, the situation is completely dangerous. The only thing she wants now is for Kim to escape from that trap. Ian appeared mysteriously in her life. She doesn't know where he came from, and because of that, she became suspicious of the young man's intentions. But with him, she discovered how nice it is to share a meal with someone. In his company, she ended up experiencing many new things, and they shared many good moments together. Besides, she learned to trust him in times of need, and that wasn't all about them. Kim cared about Yuna up to that point, and he was the first person to sincerely think about it, about what she was good at doing. Because of that, there's no way she could betray him like this. Definitely, she couldn't betray someone as important as he is. With Peter's delay, there isn't much time left for her. Using the earpiece, Nathaniel asked what had happened. Trembling with fear, she began to explain. She said that she had lied as she never saw Peter again after that day and was tempted by the offer of the medicine he made to her. But she knows that if the old man knew she was there, he would have come. Without knowing what to say about the situation, she asked the professor to ask for anything she can do and she'll do her best. Crying, she only asked that he doesn't do anything to her brother. In the face of that emotional confession, he said his first words. She couldn't bring Peter there. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing they can do. Now she has to die, unfortunately. If she can't bring him there, she's useless, and he had already warned her about who would be next. As the henchmen approach her, the fire alarm rings throughout the hospital. The alarm called for the evacuation of everyone from the building. Even the assassin brothers flee the place, forgetting their mission. During the escape, one of them notices something. The exits begin to close. The doors are blocked on all sides. There's not a single emergency exit that isn't sealed. Everyone who hasn't left the hospital yet won't be able to get out. The brothers can't understand how that happened, even with the fire alarm. In the hospital lobby, Nathaniel is with several of his henchmen. In response to the alarm, he doubts that a fire really happened, because he doesn't smell anything burning, so he orders one of his henchmen to investigate the situation. Even for Yuna, the fire alarm is completely unexpected. Near her, someone asks why she is crying. His steps approach her slowly. It's Kim who's there, and there's no reason to cry now. Yuna doesn't know why he is still there, but Kim said he had promised her that they would meet at the clock. During a fire, same people try to run to a safe place. So if none of them have fled yet, it means that none of those people are doctors or patients. In fact, the man in the lab coat is an assassin. Another patient has a baseball bat in the middle of the hospital, as well as another pair carrying melee weapons. Now he has a message for the assassins who are there for him. Yuna doesn't know what Kim is doing now. Nathaniel still doesn't understand what he meant and asks if his intention is to save Yuna. If that's the case, he had already suspected it. It wasn't just sympathy that he showed. That handshake wasn't from a normal person. Nathaniel suspected that something was going on. Because of that, he wants to know if he is capable of dealing with all of those assassins. They all come from a violent community in Brazil. The life expectancy of the youth there is 16 years, and thanks to all that violence, very cruel people are able to develop. Most young people die before they even reach 10 years old. Because of the unstoppable flow of bodies, the community received the name of the City of Funerals. In that harsh reality, the weak die, and to survive, you have to be strong. Through the various kidnappings that occur in the city, the unstoppable drug trafficking, even prostitution, the funeral agents control the city. They are the most powerful and violent organization in all of Brazil. For him to know the 100 strongest members of that organization are in the hospital now, Nathaniel is curious to see how he is going to deal with 100 people at the same time. Witnessing the impossible scene makes him smile, and as he had said before, he saw potential in him. He's like a tiger cub. If he grows under his guidance, he will become the greatest of predators. However, he cannot win against adults right now. It was time for him to join the professor, who would secure his future as an assassin. But Kim isn't impressed by the offer at all. Aching for a bit, he even shrugs at it. Nathaniel realizes that he has made a choice. Moreover, he seems to desire the imminent fight. Two degenerates charge at the protagonist of the story. The bald one can't wait to let his blades sing. Finally, after a long time, gratuitous violence emerges and Kim took down the two extras. Those who were still alive can hardly believe what they had witnessed. Even Yuna couldn't believe it. He killed his opponents without looking at them, without missing a single vital point. Handling the pen, he asked the professor a question. After that, does he still see him as a tiger cub? Nathaniel asks if they know how long it takes for a person to die. 1 minute if it's a major vein and only 12 seconds if the carotid artery is damaged, with 100 people and taking 1 minute for each of them. The truth is, Nathaniel is very curious to see what will happen, because he wants to know if it will really last 100 minutes. The Brazilians say that Korea is a terrible country, too peaceful, no legal betting, no football, no Paraguayan cigarettes. A joke. And that he felt alive in the community, exchanging gunfire with Germans and already missed some good old violence. But there was no time for nostalgia as he was killed before he could feel it. The second one was already on a one-way trip to find out if God exists. They try to intimidate the boy, saying they'll put him in the microwave. Yuna mistakenly thinks Kim is in trouble. Because now he's cornered in a dead-end hallway, Kim realizes that even with some punks dead, the rest don't care. They laugh and say that growing up in the community made them tough. Every day, another punk ended up in a grave. Someone who grew up in South Korea would never understand what 20 minutes in Rio de Janeiro during rush hour are like, especially when Flamengo is losing at home. Still outnumbered, he skillfully evades his aggressors, but they know he can't dodge forever. Once again, he's trapped and without a way out. Nathaniel wants to know what he will do in this situation, because there are dozens of guys from Rio blocking his exit, ready to collect on him. Indeed, there are many Brazilians and he doesn't know what to do. If it were a soccer ball, it would have already perished. However, staying in that position was exactly what he wanted. In the cabinet behind him, there seems to be a record. The guys from Rio start to watch curiously, waiting to see what he's doing. Kim and Pulgao have fire hose from there. The guy from Rio can't believe he's going to lose his life to a water jet. This is unacceptable. While he was thinking, the water started to sweep the punks down the hallway. Kim tells them they shouldn't be surprised yet because they're just getting started. The mass of Brazilians is pushed through the hospital. Now with a little more space, Kim looks at something. His hose has run out of water. It's been depleted. It seems their water play ended sooner than expected. The Brazilians praise his cleverness, but say you can't kill anyone like that. But once again, he tells them they're just getting started with this game. Now in his hands, there is a defibrillator. Placing both paddles on the wet floor, he said that this is the true beginning. Immediately, all the Brazilians nearby receive a formidable shock. Kim was standing on a dry platform, and in front of him there were now a few more bodies. Nathaniel is quite impressed with the boy's performance and can't wait to see more of it. The more he looks at him, the more captivated he is by his foolishness. Nathaniel corrects himself and says that if their numbers drop by half, Kim won't spend more than an hour playing, but he doesn't think it will take him that long to get through them. Even so, he thanked him for the generosity. Picking up a notebook from the ground, he began to write a few things. Throwing it to the floor, he startled the Brazilians who were still alive. He made a mark on what would be the drawing's neck. He said that it represented the excessive bleeding caused by a carotid injury. That's going to be the cause of death for all those guys from Rio. The first of them even saw it, but couldn't react in time. That scrawny Korean is not someone they can deal with. He simply turned into a killing machine more efficient than Rio de Janeiro itself. There wasn't a single exposed neck that could escape the reach of his little pen. They were snails and Kim is the salt. It doesn't matter if they were tough guys in their community. This is Korea and the pen is mightier than the rifle. His skill is simply transcendent. The further he advances, the greater the number of bodies and dying people on the ground. Passing through them didn't even require everything he's capable of. The discreet pen is much more dangerous than any knife in the place. There are more bodies than living people now, but the small portion of the remaining Cariocas decides to fight back. They leap and form a large human mass over Kim. However, they are all repelled by the power of the assassin. Yuma is still there, and doesn't take her eyes off the fight for a single moment. That must be the legend of the strongest man on Earth. Near her, people couldn't stop talking about him. Contrary to what the legend said, this man was an ordinary old man like any other. She never imagined he would be able to fight all those people and come out victorious. When that happened, it dawned on her. She shouldn't believe in rumors. But what if the rumors were true? In front of her is Kim, who is Peter, doing something unbelievable. He is handling all those assassins alone without difficulty, and to do so, he's using only his pen. Now everything on the ground is just blood. Nathaniel, who watched everything, is definitely pleased. He doesn't know if he's a fan or a hater, but he expected Kim to be capable of doing that. Besides, the entire action began and ended in just 13 minutes. Kim says he's not done yet, and the professor didn't understand. He's still alive, and it's up to him to choose if Kim will go up, or if he will come down and throw punches with him. Like a JoJo villain, he descends to the ground floor, crushing the floor beneath his feet. Now that he's on the ground, he asks Kim if that answered his question. Since they're going to fight, there's something that makes the professor very curious. He wants to know how he is so skilled despite being so young. It doesn't make any sense to him. He even imagined that he could be from another country, but he's too young for that. But Kim is also curious about the disciple. He wants to know why those who lack confidence tend to talk a lot. Smiling at the provocation, he said the young man should know something as well. Arrogance and fighting spirit are completely different things. The attack comes with force, and Kim puts his arms in front of him to block it. The impact is strong enough to lift him off the ground. Indeed, he is really very strong. Even the girl didn't expect the professor to be someone truly so powerful. Kim falls to the ground but manages to maintain his stance. He looks at his opponent, focused. All that superhuman strength. He doesn't seem real. Yuna knows that things are much more dangerous now. Nathaniel imagines that Kim used all his strength fighting the 100 assassins who were there. It's only a matter of time before he loses. Yuna says that blocking all those attacks is very dangerous, and he should dodge soon. Nathaniel asks if he's already tired since they've only just begun, and armed himself with the bodies of his henchmen. That is definitely unexpected and caught Kim's attention. Even though he blocked it, he was struck by two massive karaoke bodies. Nathaniel says he can't do anything because he's exhausted, but you won't accept that as an excuse to go easy on him. He threw Kim against the wall using just one of his hands. More impressive than his strength is only Kim's physical resilience. He had never seen someone so strong before, and he would like to know what the source of all that strength is. While standing still and reflecting, Nathaniel lands a flying knee strike. Yuna is already in tears because she's sure Kim will die at this rate. Going to the elevator, she saw that it had gone down. Since he is very quick, Nathaniel thought for a moment. In a confined space, there's no way the young man can escape him. Kim says nothing in response to the provocation. Meanwhile, the Decepticons engage in trying to finish him off as soon as possible. Striking his face several times, he asks if he's really going to stay like that, doing nothing. He wants to know where his fighting spirit is, as he swore it would be a challenge. But from what it seems, he is no different from ordinary people. The blows are so strong that the elevator is being destroyed from the outside. Its walls are already completely dented. There is so much violence in the strikes that even the steel cables are breaking. The two had to leave there, otherwise it wouldn't become their coffin. Thus, the elevator hit the ground, finishing destroying itself. It doesn't take long for the dust to start rising in the place. On the ground lies the elevator door marked by the disciples' blows. Yuna screams from above, worried, but she needs to find a way to get down quickly. There are many things that pique Nathaniel's curiosity. He was supposed to have found Peter, but it was Kim who showed up, and he wants to know what the connection between them is. Could that boy be something else? Lek is in an inanimate body now because he is no longer alive. That's what always happens to his opponents. Everyone who fights him ends up dead because he is always sincere in his battles. But the more he thinks about these results, the more frustrated he becomes. Looking closer at Kim's body, he notices that there are no wounds on his face. That's a good sign for him. The chaos hasn't ended yet. Earlier, he had put a lot of violence into that flying me strike. Not just in that one, but in every single blow he threw. And he has been blocking attacks from the beginning, or simply dodging them. Kim stands up and apologizes for his rudeness, because he had taken a small nap just now as he found it all too boring. That simple provocation made Nathaniel lose his composure. Now the violence was about to start. He said something about being sincere earlier. If that's the case, it's fine. It should come at him because Kim is going to return a little sincerity as well. Nathaniel charges at him like a husband who just found out he's been cheated on. Now is the moment when things will be settled. Then Kim countered the disciple's punch with a punch of his own. The scene ended up being recorded by the cameras. His team sees the recording and worries about him, thinking Kim is being pressured. But the woman isn't worried and says she heard an interesting story some time ago. About 55 years ago, someone asked the children what the source of strength is. Many answers were given by them. Indeed, they were good answers among those she heard. Now she wanted them to try to break that huge boulder in front of them. They had gone through the toughest week and should be able to handle something simple. One of them thinks the task is impossible. One of the kids says that Peter won't be able to break it and that the bandages won't help at all. Even so, he hit the boulder and the snotty kid said he would never break that stone. Time passed and he continued striking the stone. At night, he was still there hitting the stone. In the first minutes of dawn, someone went up to him. It had been a month since he showed up to train with them, and they imagine he must have given up. Not to mention, the stone remains intact and they don't understand why Peter is still being favored. The girl tells them to look to the side. They knew that wasn't there before. It's a different boulder. There are several broken stones, and they wonder if Peter was the one who did all of that. In the present, the powerful fists collided. Math Animal asks if he knows the maximum force a person can exert. In a deadlift, a record-breaking strongman can pull over 500 kilos from the ground. That guy is no challenge for him. Because of that, he wants to know what Kim does as he's many times stronger than a normal human and doesn't even seem to be using any enhancement. Kim asks if he's ever been hit by a car before, and Math Animal says that's very specific. Then he said his punch would hurt much more than being run over. With the impact's force, the disciple flies like a rag doll, destroying the wall. Even so, Kim wasn't satisfied with just that and started returning every punch he had to dodge. Math Animal doesn't even know what hit him. At this moment, he's getting beaten by Kim as if he owed him money. It's all open hand slaps so as not to leave marks on the guy's face. Whether open or closed, the beating session seems to have no end. Kim is standing calmly, waiting for Professor's reaction. The old man thinks Kim has won because a head that gets smashed into the wall like that doesn't come out intact, but his joy quickly disappears. Even Kim is a little surprised that he's still alive and says that Math Animal won't understand why he's still breathing, while the hands he used to hit him are already marked with wounds. He said he had already told him about who controls evolution. Now he will be the first not just to hear what he says, but the first to witness the father showing off his form. Throwing his clothes on the floor, he reveals his body. Kim looks at all of that and wonders what he had done to his own body. He wasn't supposed to be shocked. This is ManhwaCapped's legacy for evolution. He took the concept of being ripped very seriously. That was truly a stunning and horrifying body. He didn't have nipples. ManhwaCapped says he is the epitome of anti-fragile. If he isn't killed, the pain he feels only makes him stronger. His muscles get even stronger when they are damaged, and he created a drug that significantly reduces anabolic recovery time. The more he gets beaten, the stronger his body becomes, in case it wasn't clear. Because of this, the probability of him losing this fight is 0. Kim knows he must not get caught. He thought this as he was getting caught. Enraged, ManhwaCapped prepares to slam that skinny body into the ground. The force of the impact simply made the floor shatter. A devastating blow, the dust from the debris rises like a mist. Until now, no one who received that grip on their neck lived to tell the tale. Because of this, he should congratulate Kim for managing to escape, but he knows it's impossible. He has certainly grabbed his neck. There's no way in a tenth of a second he could have reacted, but he managed to place his hands inside the grip, creating just enough space to escape. In such a short time, he made all those decisions and acted in perfect harmony. His reflexes are not human. However, Kim knows he narrowly escaped death. If he had been held for just 1 full second, he would have died. Not to mention that his hands hurt as if they had been pierced by nails. He had broken the wall with one of his hands, as if it were absolutely nothing. He crushed the skull of a grown man like someone crushing a fruit. The certainty he has is that if those hands grab him again, there's no way he'll get out alive. ManhwaCapped says he saw Kim's medical data, and judging by that, he should be stronger than most A-rank assassins. Even so, he wouldn't be able to beat him, because he's always evolving. However, if he begged like a dog, maybe he'd change his mind. The truth is that he can't wait to make Kim embrace the juice and become even more incredible. That possibility had been discarded a long time ago. But seeing the boy raise his hand, ManhwaCapped thinks he's agreeing. Through the cameras, the old man thinks Kim is surrendering, and this could get them discovered. ManhwaCapped knows he has potential and is willing to forget everything. That way, he can satisfy his desire to become even stronger. Looking at the boy, he wants to know what he is doing. For rude kids, discipline is the best response, and that's what Kim intends to give him. It's so much arrogance per minute that he might just win the fight by driving ManhwaCapped insane. The lunatic charges forward, breaking the ground beneath his feet. Kim doesn't lag behind and also moves. The fight between them is fast and violent, taking the entire place as the arena. More technical and faster, Kim manages to land several clean hits. Practically every blow he throws hits its target. Unfortunately, the muscular wall in front of him doesn't seem to suffer any damage. Through the cameras, his team can't tell what's happening, only that violence is being unleashed. In fact, it doesn't seem like a fight between two humans. ManhwaCapped looks at the boy and acknowledges his strength, completely different from all the people he had fought until now. However, the undeniable truth is that even during the fight, he keeps evolving. The sensation is so good that it's the first time he really takes pleasure in fighting. This makes him think about how strong he could become, or how tough his muscles could get. Thinking about all these things, he keeps fighting. But there is a question lingering in his mind. Kim's strength. There must be something else that explains it. His medical data must be hiding something. ManhwaCapped would like to know what he's holding on to that allows him to keep fighting, because after all this time, he still hasn't given up. For this, there is certainly only one possible answer. Tired of getting hit, he grabs the boy's leg and says he has made his decision. Even if he cries like a dog, he will be dissected like a frog, from the smallest bones to the most useless cells. He promised that he would be thoroughly examined. It's unfortunate that the last thing he will see will be his fists coming toward his face. His team watches through the cameras, desperate. They scream, not knowing if he's still alive. But it was he himself who said that he gets stronger when he takes hits, and that he reduced his muscle recovery time. So all he had to do was wait, and he did so for a long time. Now ManhwaCapped is surprised. Kim waited until he became as strong as so that his muscles would become so powerful that they would press against every nerve and bone in his body, eventually rendering him useless, and indeed, ManhwaCapped can't move. He was so focused on the fight that he didn't notice his entire body getting increasingly stiff. That boy had noticed the flaw in his body within just a few minutes, something that even he, the disciple ManhwaCapped, couldn't detect. With the battle practically won, Kim smiles. Then he says out loud that ManhwaCapped had asked for this, which makes him see with rage. It can't be happening. It must be a nightmare. He had killed countless people just to obtain that power, not to mention all the pain he had to endure to achieve it, all those modifications to become the perfect human being. Even so, that damn boy would be his executioner and would put an end to all his progress. Smiling malevolently, he says he didn't expect to have to use that. With the little mobility he had left, he pulled a rainbow-colored pin from his sandal. That drug deteriorates his muscles, but makes him the perfect organism. It's only fair that Kim witnesses this. After 3 minutes, Math Animal won't be in the land of the living anymore. Knowing this, it'll make sure that Kim isn't either. His body began to move again, and blood spilled profusely from his mouth. His steps were so powerful that the ground couldn't withstand the force. Kim prepares to counter that charge. The apostle, if he wasn't human before, had now turned into a monster. His life would burn as fuel. This is the epitome of all his research and achievements. Even so, the fight continues. All of his moves are being read. Fighting against just one person, he still manages to be struck. This sensation is like fighting against 1,000, and battling with Kim awaken a new feeling. Kim is definitely not a D rank. He has an extraordinary amount of experience that someone like him could never obtain in a single lifetime. It's unusual that such a young man, even younger than him, is so rich in experience, as if he were in an unreachable place, the man closest to the position of God. It almost seems like that boy is Peter. In the year 2003, he made his vow. He would volunteer for the sake of humanity, maintaining his dignity and ethics in practicing medicine, not using his medical knowledge for malicious purposes. In the audience, some people couldn't believe it was him. Nahyun is a 13-year-old prodigy who had already entered medical school, but he wasn't truly happy. In 1994, he was bedridden in the pediatric ward. He was born sick, and they told him that he was born that way by God's choice. He just wanted to know the reason why he had been chosen to be born with a weak body. On television, he watched the molting process of arthropods, which allows them to grow and become stronger. Perhaps God wanted him to grow stronger like those creatures, unlike what humans do. Now he was motivated to become the person who would make that happen. In 2012, a patient with a gunshot wound was being treated in the emergency room. No one really wanted to treat him because that person was a murderer. Nahyun didn't care and did what needed to be done. For him, that shouldn't have been something worth mentioning. That was just a job, and he shouldn't get involved with ethics or morality. But it was his first time performing a surgery. His heart was racing, maybe because of that heavily built body in front of him, the strongest body he had ever seen up close. He wanted to know how he achieved that. Looking at all that vascularity and muscle volume, he wanted to know why he was so different from the others. His fascination was so great that he wanted to see the body from the inside. There were so many thoughts that he lost focus on the surgery. His hand hesitated, and he thought he should preserve and help humanity evolve. The patient's hand fell off the stretcher. He gave in to those intrusive thoughts and ended up dissecting that man. A nurse entered the room and was horrified by the scene. That made him take refuge in a small town in South America. But he did it for a reason, because there, he had an abundant supply of bodies to conduct his research. He ended up noticing a phenomenon that validated his study. By killing strong people, he could confirm his own strength's progress. Then, he began to strengthen those who were his weak points. A new existence, a new humanity. That was what he should have become. But he was obliterated by the young man in glasses. His body crashes onto the ground, bouncing multiple times. The entire place is destroyed after the fight. Dust and smoke mix in the air. Nathaniel is leaning against a pipe, his life almost at its end. His spine is shattered, his muscles torn, and truly can't move. Kim tells him not to try moving, as it would only add more nails to the lid of his coffin. Nathaniel wants him to tell him one last thing. For 30 years, all he's done is try to get stronger. But being defeated by Kim, he wants to know what that young man did that is so effective. Thinking for a moment, Kim isn't sure if he can explain it in a way he would understand. Kim acknowledges that he has a lot of tenacity, but the difference is that Kim dedicated himself to hard work for a short period of 65 years. This is an amount of time incompatible with the young man's age. Looking at him from a distance, he sees Peter's silhouette in him. Even being a doctor, there are many things he cannot comprehend, but he's happy to have met him before dying. Finishing his words, whatever life was left in that body was exhausted. Thus ended the conflict at the hospital. Nathaniel and his karaokes, none of them remained alive. All information about the Glory Assassins was erased. Life returned to its natural course. In the car, the twins want to hear something from their professor. To them, it was already time to become rank C. Being categorical, the professor says they should be less arrogant. They say they were just acting. Then they start to tell him how his fight against the Brazilian assassins went. They wanted Yuna to recount how it was, but she seems quite distracted. On the other side of the seat, Kim looks at her. Things ended well, and she should be at least a little happy. But with her brother bedridden, she doesn't feel relieved. That promise Nathaniel made that could save her brother made her think too much. A single dose would cure him, even though it was very expensive. Kim knows she's worried about her brother and asks her if that's the case. However, she says she couldn't eat at the school cafeteria, and that's what she's thinking about. Since the serum was destroyed, nothing makes much sense now. Even so, Kim believes that being who she is, she'll find another way to help her brother. Though still a bit skeptical, she thanked him for his words. Finally, the van arrives at its destination. Opening the door, the young man says that Korea's scent is the best there is. The professor tells them to cut the chatter and go to sleep so they won't be late for school the next day. Kim notices something left behind in the van. He asks Yuna if she's not going to take it, but she says it's not hers. Kim says Yuna might like it, and she wants to know how he knows her brother's name. Opening the package, she wants to know what that is on her lap. Her eyes can hardly believe it. Yuna is immediately moved by the gift. There was the serum Nathaniel had promised her. Kim had taken the suitcase from the hospital. Apparently, Nathaniel had destroyed the serum. Yuna cries, grateful for her friend's gesture. She clings to the suitcase, which is her brother's hope. In the hospital, things are no longer dangerous. 2 men observe the destruction. No one can say what happened there, and they can't believe in results either. The level of destruction is so extreme that it's hard to accept it was caused by human hands. The hospital is completely vandalized in some areas. They even wonder if it was really Peter who did that. One man repeats his question, which is confirmed by the other. There is footage of him introducing himself to the camera. Besides that, there are no witnesses who saw him. It's as if they had encountered a ghost. The man tries to retract his words, and some hooded figures ask if he really said that. He tries hard to retract his statement, but his effort is in vain. Thus, he collapses in fear on the hospital floor. Suddenly, several cuts are made on his body. Putting away his sword, the assassin asks if Peter is truly a ghost. That word should not be said in his presence, and he wants to know if he stirred up anger in the other for killing the boss's subordinate. But this man, in turn, felt nothing. He's already used to it. It's unfortunate that Nathaniel died before receiving the disciples' new training. On the other hand, Peter deserves something. A session of merciless beating that is the ghost of the sword. A bald man asks them to pay attention to what he's about to say. From now on, they are volunteers. The siblings are happy because they already wanted to go on a mission. Kim and Yuna still can't get used to the way these siblings act. It's a comedic relief full of secondhand embarrassment. He doesn't know why this mission was assigned to them, but he hopes they'll do a good job. At a port, a few small boats are docked. The siblings want to know what that is, because they still don't understand the nature of the mission. This wasn't the kind of volunteering they were expecting to do. The truth is that real volunteering is also part of the job. The siblings make a scene on the ground saying they want to volunteer for glory and not for this situation. Soon, a beautiful woman appears, asking if they are the volunteers for the day. She is Yejin, the student's teacher. The siblings glance briefly at her. That was enough. Now they're working extremely motivated. Watching them, Yuna says that their behavior is untreatable, and Kim agrees with her. What she doesn't understand is why they were sent to a place so far from their school, a place 500 kilometers away from the capital. The professor told him that he doesn't know the reason either, but that they should remain discreet and not reveal themselves. So they proceed discreetly. Walking around the area, Kim reflects on the reason that might have brought them there. Looking at him, Yuna wants to know why Kim is feeling down. Resting in the shade after working, they talk with the teacher, asking if she is a student. The woman understood that it was a compliment meant to say she looks young, but they ask her not to say such things and turn it back on her, saying they are just students while she is already a teacher. Yuna didn't like that, thinking they were being insolent. Knowing that the volunteers have arrived, the janitor introduces himself to them. That's the only school in the area, and he makes a dad joke. But the young ones couldn't find it funny. The place is very well taken care of, and Yuna wants to know what they can do to help. Then the janitor tells them to follow him because he'll guide them around the place. Yuna is suspicious. She doesn't believe they were brought there just for this. 2 mobsters start extorting them, saying that they live in peace there because of them. But they don't have money to keep paying this kind of tribute, and the mobsters don't care about that. Instead of money, they offer something else, which seems to please them. There are several potatoes which are grown and harvested there. Suddenly, they throw the potatoes at the janitor and say they're still going easy on them. They say they're businessmen and don't like it when rules are broken like that. Yuna tells Kim not to get involved, but he wasn't planning on doing anything. The teacher says they have no money and that the school survives on donations. Then a mobster approaches her and says there's another way to pay. She could get money in other ways, and with her looks, she'd make a lot of money. Suddenly, a hand appears between them, saying that a man's hand doesn't exist to hit women. It's meant to protect, and for that reason, he can't forgive him. The mobster tries to say he didn't do anything. Before he could say anything else, the mobster reacted. He said his hand exists to hit clowns, and the teacher begs them not to fight. Sitting down after being hit, he says a mosquito is still flying around him. It even makes him scratch. The mobster says he's bleeding a lot, and the young man says they shouldn't focus on the small things. A brief beating session ensues. Now the two brothers are bedridden at the school. Taking care of them, the teacher asks if they're okay and apologizes. They tell her not to worry about them, but rather about the fists that hit their faces. The janitor said they were unlucky, and that those idle mobsters go around charging others. But thanks to the volunteers, the school is a little better. He asks them to rest, and they talk tomorrow. Kim asks if the captain is okay because he's recovered a lot. Then he remembered other situations. Intimidation they have faced before. The conflict inside the church with the assassins. Kim said that a strong person holds back when needed, and that today they were pretty nice. He tries to say something more, but Kim tells him to keep resting. In that place far from the capital, the sky is filled with stars. Yuna is sitting on the swing alone. It seems she's reflecting on the past few days. Many things have happened to her recently. She remembered the bag Kim left for her in the car. Inside it was a different briefcase. Inside it, the serum that would be able to cure her brother. Crying with emotion, she wants to know how Kim was able to do that. That suitcase could change her brother's life. She should have thanked him when she could, but now she doesn't know how to do that. Kim asks if she's thinking about her brother after having seen the children today, and Yuna is greatly startled. He asks if she saw a ghost, but he always shows up in unexpected ways. With him there beside her, she wonders if she should bring up the topic. Calling him, he turns his attention to her, but the words don't come out of her mouth. She tries to explain to him what she wants to say, and Kim says it's a thank you to her surprise. Looking at the sky, he also remembers a few things. She had told him to go to the clock with the one in the garden. She had been adamant about that. He also remembers her crying in the hospital lobby. At that moment, she must have been really scared that she was able to protect him. Her bravery at that moment was truly incredible. She says it was nothing, but Kim says he's very grateful. Yuna is curious about something she wants to ask. She wants to know if Kim has any relationship with Peter or something similar. She's seen many strong people, but Kim had defeated Nathaniel. It doesn't make sense for him to be a rank D. Cyan Kim says that when the time comes, he will tell her everything. She becomes downcast after hearing those words. She really hoped to hear the truth right away. Now she's anxious, as she's very curious. Kim insists on knowing what's wrong, and Yuna says she had already thanked him. Faced with his persistence, she lets out a loud shout, saying she's grateful. After that, he asks her to calm down a little more. She leaves thinking he did that on purpose, and that she should be careful around him. That's why she never knew how to properly apologize to men. Kim is happy that the Dako brothers and Yuna are progressing. Since things are being resolved, he should be on his way too. Inside the school, the light from the lamps passes through the window. Kim walks down the corridor, heading to his dormitory. The light from one room catches his attention. He wonders if there's a way he can help. The guard said he should go to sleep, as staying awake will only make him weak and age faster. He cracks a joke about losing weight, and the guard laughs too much. The joke wasn't that good, and Kim doesn't react to it. Since he couldn't help, he said he would leave, advising the guard to rest as well. Before he left the room, he said the boy is clumsy. He smelled blood for decades in his life, and the boy wouldn't be able to hide that scent from him with that behavior. His scent of blood is very strong. Kim could only go there as a volunteer, and he did so with a goal in mind. His objective in going to that school is to find the disciple Simon, the one who handles a sword better than anyone on the planet, the best swordsman of glory and a saint of the spinning blade. It seems he did his research properly, and if so, he must also know that he won't be alive for much longer. A single strike is enough to create a small opening. That is the opportunity given to his opponent to strike back, but it wasn't easy with that man. It seems like he's reading his mind. He can't find any openings. No matter the strength of the weapon, a bullet can be avoided, but there's no way to avoid a sword. They are simply deadly within their range. In a short time, he cornered him and blocked his movements. Kim wants to know if the one before him is truly the best swordsman in the world, or if it's just a rumor. Simon says that only 2 people have seen 10 of his strikes. The boy should be happy, since he is one of those people. He doesn't know how it is for other beings, but humans are made up of habits. Walking, talking, scent, even people's breathing is different. He wasn't sure before because it couldn't be true, as it was impossible. But during the fight, he became certain. Then he planted his sword into the ground before him, and he, the disciple Simon. The night sky did not expect this. The samurai is bowing and salutes the disciple Peter, who is in front of him. He said he missed his big brother. Perplexed, he asked if he had reincarnated, to which Peter says in a way he does. He's relieved because he thought he had died, but even Peter doesn't believe it. Simon wants to visit the place where he's hiding, but that's not possible yet. He said that now he seems cool and acts cool, something he didn't do before. Either way, he is grateful, because the title of the Saint of the Spinning Sword suits him well. Peter says he almost died, but Simon, knowing it was him, thought it was impossible. He said that Peter is very skilled, considering that for the past few years all he has handled is a broom, and holding a sword felt a little strange. And all of this only happened thanks to Peter, who taught him how to use a sword. He wants to know why he went to that part of the country. Peter asks if he's heard the news about what happened at the hospital and with Nathaniel, and indeed he heard about the chaos. He'd already believed that it was Peter who did it, and was wondering who was responsible for that. Now he wants to know why Peter did all of. Without beating around the bush, Peter says he plans to take down Glory. Simon says that even for him, it's too dangerous. Glory is not the same organization anymore, so he hopes to join him in this task, but Peter tells him he has to stay there and clean the school. Simon wants to go with him, but Peter asks if he really wants to throw away all the time he spent there hiding. The samurai says he still dreams about that fateful night. If it weren't for Peter who stalked him, he certainly wouldn't be alive today. Just like that child wouldn't have reached the even if it cost him his head, he would have done it gladly. And he asks if Peter doesn't agree with him. 60 years ago, the Honor Orphanage was established by Father Gabriel. Among the children who grew up there, 12 were selected, the Peter being one of them. Every day was a battle for survival. After being treated like animals and going through the worst training, the 12 who survived were promoted and became the nation's secret agents, the 12 disciples. Before anyone knew it, they made great changes in the world. One day, something happened. A young boy appeared at the orphanage, and the priest decided to adopt him. As time passed, that child began to covet the crown. And in the end, he took the crown for himself, arousing Simon's fury. It was on that night that Peter stalked him. It wasn't the right moment for him or for anyone to do that. In his hands, Glory turned into an organization of assassins stained with blood and corruption. And Peter, who was powerless back then, obtained the greatest weapon of all, his youth. So if he wanted Simon not to get involved and just watch for everything would be destroyed, the person in charge of doing that would be him, Peter. Morning finally arrives at the school. The siblings want to know what happened. They had done all the hard work. Yet the children are idolizing Kim. The teacher thought things would get chaotic, but the mobsters didn't return, and the brothers said they won't come back. Shaking hands, the man asks them if they need to go further than that. The mobsters murmur that they won't mess up again and are warned not to return to the school or approach the teacher, because if they do, they'll witness the wrath of an S-rank assassin. But the siblings say it wasn't a big deal, and only they will remember it. With the volunteering finished, it was time for them to return to the capital. The teacher thanks them for giving the children good memories. The janitor makes a really bad dad joke, and Yuna had to be restrained. Before leaving, they call out to the teacher. They affirm that they will return every year and she's happy, but thinks it's because of the volunteering not to see her. Before Kim leaves, the janitor calls for him. He said that if needed, he has the disciple Simon at his disposal. If necessary, he'll come to his aid immediately. Peter thanks him and hopes he stays safe and well in that place. Before the day ends, the rain starts falling from the sky. Soon it becomes more intense, turning into a storm. The waves begin to rise and become much stronger. Lightning descends from the sky, shaking the walls of the school. Meanwhile, the janitor calmly reads his newspaper. That was quite unusual in his life. He's been receiving things that made him very happy lately. Standing up, he didn't expect to receive visitors. They don't seem to be volunteers, and he wants to know what they want by visiting someone who lives in isolation. The woman identifies him and says that's where he's been hiding. One of Father Gabriel's sons, the Saint of the Spinning Sword, the disciple Simon, the best swordsman in Korea. Simon knows they are from Glory, both the woman and the man accompanying her. From what he's heard, she seems to be the most powerful swordswoman in Japan, the Sword Phantom. The man is happy that Simon knows who he is. He doesn't know the reason for their visit, but if it's to steal a title he holds, he's not interested in that. The woman said she only came there to earn a lot of money and nothing more. Simon says they seem to have come from far away, but they won't get that money. Moreover, they are wrong about one thing. It was very presumptuous of them to say that the sword is the strongest in Korea. Seeing his fighting spirit, the man says it was worth coming all the way there. Simon tells them not to worry because he treats all his guests well. Now it was time for them to start fighting. The woman reacts immediately to Simon's movement. They are going to fight to the death. The rain continues, falling heavily. A beam of light can be seen in the window of the janitor's room. The clash between them is extremely fierce. Their swords collide violently. Simon is thrown back by the impact, but manages to stay firm on the ground. The woman is equally skilled. She was eager to meet Simon because of his reputation, but expected more from him and thinks it's due to his age. Simon has a cut on one of his arms. Indeed, he hasn't been training and is a bit rusty. If it were his past self, she would no longer be alive. Hearing this, she lets out a sadistic smile. She says Simon shouldn't think so highly of himself. She is good, but what concerns him is the guy behind her. He needs to move to a more open space to fight them both. Seeing her approach, he moved as well. Once again, the swords clash, producing light with their sparks. Simon says the school is public property and that he's going to report her for what she's done there. But she says she doesn't care because there will be no witnesses to that, and that Simon will soon cease to live. To escape the strike, he jumped out the window of his room. This irritated her because she thinks Simon is running away from them. Since it's raining heavily outside, the man wants to know if everything is fine, and the ghost of the sword says there are no problems. The rain keeps pouring down. Simon runs through the nearby forest with agility, sharpening the sword to cut things. This is the essence behind the sword, but her essence is different. That's a saw made to cut human flesh. Even if it hasn't cut him many times, the saw's teeth are wide and cut deeply. Not to mention, they definitely give off a bad feeling. There's definitely something they're hiding from him. The chase continues through the forest. Simon is now at a point that prevents his escape. He patiently looks at his pursuers. The woman says he's more romantic than she imagined because there he could try to die with a cooler aesthetic. Steven wants to know if she's interested in finding out why they call him the Saint of the Spinning Sword, but she doesn't want to know if she's a busy person. But the man behind her showed interest. He said Simon had become dangerous now. Indeed, practical knowledge is much better than theory. He is the Saint of the Spinning Sword. Focused, he can feel the air, the waves of the sea, even the rain, and he is capable of cutting all those things, all thanks to his sword technique. The man tries to tell the woman to dodge, but she takes a moment to understand. The cut had been made at the height of her neck, didn't even give her time to react. The trajectory of his sword continues endlessly, an incredible technique refined over decades of training, the technique that made every swordsman tremble in fear. Simon is in his divine state. The woman can only scream, feeling the pain of the cuts on her body. It had been a while since he had so much fun, so he called the next one. It was time for the big guy to do something too. He says the technique is excellent. If Simon hadn't stopped training, it would have been formidable. But now, it's too late. Simon doesn't understand that they already lost. Then he encounters a strange sensation. He looks slowly at his abdomen. There was a cut there, and he didn't even realize when it happened. There's no way he was wounded because he didn't see anything happen. The man asks if Simon really thought he had won. That's too funny. Hearing the voice, Simon is certain he had cut the woman. He even thought he might have been possessed by a ghost or something like that. It's impossible that this really happened. Maybe he was just hallucinating there, but the pain he feels is real. Searching his memories, he remembered when the woman used a perfume. Maybe that was the hallucinogen used. If that's the case, he says it's pathetic and he's prepared for it. His preparation is complete. If he can't see a ghost, he just needs to close his eyes. He had repeated that technique thousands of times. For someone at his level, vision is irrelevant. In front of his sword, he senses the presence of his attacker. Then he approaches him with his sword. Seeing it once more, it's clear that his skills are terrifying. The infamous disciple Simon. To think that he ended up like this. Simon swings his sword aimlessly, completely disoriented. The woman smiles at the scene because he can't even see her. Now she will show him why she's called as her name suggests. She's a phantom who carries a sword. In the capital, the day dawns with a clear sky. One of the siblings has a question for his friends. Yuna wants to know what happened, and he asks if love has always been this painful. He sent messages to the teacher, but never got a response, and Yuna said he doesn't deserve one because he doesn't know how to communicate. However, she used to reply, and he showed the old part of their conversation. She sent him a picture yesterday, and since then, she hasn't responded. He asks Yuna what they should do in a situation like that, but quickly changes the subject, saying she's not a girl. Listening to their conversation, Kim became very thoughtful. They ask for Kim's help because Yuna is oppressing them. Yuna called Juwon and asked to meet her. It's very cold, and they met on a slope near the sea. Kim is looking for pirates in that area. The girl notices what's going on because even her dog senses something different. She wants to know what happened as Peter isn't responding. If Simon had gone back with him that day, or even if he had stayed with him, if a few things had been different, he would still be alive. Thinking about the possibilities, Peter is genuinely angry. Far away, they are being observed by someone. The informant says the target received the gift, and his boss wants to know if it's really Peter there. He says there's an older man there, and that he's not alone. There's a woman with a dog and a younger guy who's not there anymore. While talking to his boss, Kim snatches the phone from the observer's hand. This startled him because Kim got to his position too quickly, and he couldn't do anything. On the phone, Kim asks if the person is the new Simon of Glory. The woman wants to know if it's Peter. On the other side, he asks if she's the one who calls herself the Phantom. He says he doesn't know why she's acting so confidently, but hopes she stays safe if she isn't already. Meanwhile, he crushes her henchman's hands, who screams uncontrollably. She had signed her own death sentence. She would die painfully at the hands of a real phantom. A yacht sails across the sea. Someone asks if the man is okay, but he knows what kind of place he's heading to. It's her home, a genuinely dangerous place, an invisible vessel. Everything about its crew. No one knows a thing. It's known as the Ghost Cruise. Whoever kidnapped Simon is inside. How they got the ship and how maintain it is a mystery. But Peter knows who they are associated with. If Korea has glory, Japan has them. An ancient organization of assassins, not to mention the Oriental Yakuza, famous in popular imagination for having inserted the story of the Sword Phantom into the case of the lost Yamagami. On the day of the incident, they were celebrating the leader's 60th anniversary. That day, 2,000 people lost their lives at the hands of just 2 individuals. An event that became well known. The incident doesn't do it justice. It's more like a massacre, but that's because it was 2 against 2,000. In the place where such a battle unfolded, there wasn't a single body left. A reward was placed on them by the Japanese police, but as their name suggests, they'd vanish like ghosts. After years, they reappear, and now she is the new Simon of Glory. She says that if he knows all this, he shouldn't go in there because he might have a futile and insignificant death, and she's worried if everything will be okay, since he doesn't have any support. But Peter only cares about the number of people he'll have to face. No matter how many he has to kill, there won't be any survivors. He'll make sure they regret spilling his brother's blood. And he has helpers there as well. But that's exactly what the woman was talking about. The siblings didn't like their clothes and want to be bodyguards too. That's why Kim told them not to come along with him, as he's not joking. This is serious. But they say he just wants to monopolize the fun. Kim says it again. They could end up dying there, but they don't care. Death for assassins is the final achievement. On the yacht, a man asks if he liked the vessel. It's Choi Yun-chang, president of Daiha, a corporation that manufactures weapons. Kim tells the president that it's cold outside and that he should come in quickly. Then he asks why he's so nervous, to which the man replies that he should be. There are drugs and smuggled weapons on board, missing art pieces, and even trafficked people. This ship has things that an ordinary person could only imagine existing. Even though he's rich and powerful, he only boards with the permission of that person, and Kim says he's indebted to him once again. But it's fine. He owes him nothing. Finally, they can see the ghost vessel more closely. Peter can't wait to find out who this person is, what kind of person they are, to know exactly what they're like, so he can bring judgment to that soul. Already on board, someone asks to call the boss over there. The man had struck the woman in the head with an ashtray because she didn't understand a word he said. The woman tells him not to call the woman by that name, and if he keeps calling for her, she'll get angry. It's not a boss, but a lady. She is Simon, the ghost of the sword. Her appearance doesn't seem dangerous. The same could be said of the man who always accompanies her. While the woman is escorted by the man, Simon invites the Hoffhead to talk in her room, but he says she must have forgotten who he is. One word from him could have her thrown off the ship. He's the CEO of a large company. Since he doesn't want to go to the room, they can do it right there. Even though he's already drunk, she'll make him even more intoxicated. Suddenly, he feels something is off. His hands are trembling violently. His body is sweating cold, and he's sure something is wrong. Within seconds, he's already collapsing to the floor. Simon begins to lament what happened. What he likes is his business, but he was doing really well, squeezing his neck. With him writhing on the ground, she orders her henchmen to throw his body into the ocean. They immediately obey, removing the man who was still convulsing. She wants to know if her companion thinks Peter will come, since this is the first auction since that phone call. After receiving her gift, you will definitely appear, and she wants to know what the ghost would do if Peter were on the ship. She coldly says she would find him, kill him, and take her money, and she can't wait for it to happen. The brothers look on in amazement because they don't know what that is. That is an enormous and wonderful club, not to mention the massive pool on the ship. It's simply an incredibly luxurious hotel. The wealthy from all over the world are there, people who must wipe their butts with money. Then he looks at Jed and asks if he's ready. Without hesitation, he tells his brother that he's been ready since birth. There must be no dirt in front of the important people, and they dedicate themselves to cleaning the ship's floor. A big shock calls for them, and the brothers immediately offer their services. They give him a bunch of money because they were working hard cleaning the floor. It was way too much money. They didn't expect such a generous tip. They received the equivalent of 1,000,000 won. All that just for cleaning the floor. They're already thinking they'll get rich. If that's the case, they won't need to be assassins. In the middle of the hall, a man asks for everyone's attention and thanks them for being there. For the auction that's about to start, they have a special product for them. Simon's first impression was written on a piece of paper. A woman with a sword, and a man who looks like a bear. Peter, looking at her, knows that this woman is the new Simon of Glory. The first item to be auctioned is Photo Rock. She urges people to imagine what that might be. It's capable of killing thousands of people in just a few minutes, a biochemical weapon. Peter, observing her, can't believe she was a match for the Saint of the Sword. Among the audience, one of them knows that it shouldn't exist because it was destroyed by the Soviet Union for being too dangerous. It's quieter than a bullet and more lethal than a bomb. An old man wants to know where they managed to get it. Viktor Igora, one of the largest Russian arms smugglers, claims the item was stolen from him. He orders his men to grab the woman and bring her to him, but her henchman says they can't cross that line. Even so, they push past him, threatening him with death. Approaching her, they told her that if she obediently went with them, she wouldn't get hurt while she asked them to slow down. If they understood what that meant, she said it would take a while for them to feel it. Soon they were both on the ground, writhing in pain and agony. Peter was incredulous and wondered if he had really seen that. The audience didn't understand why they ended up like that out of nowhere. Peter also watched closely what was happening to the men. Their faces were literally melting. The guy on the stairs had touched their faces. That must have been enough contact. Even with that unexpected turn, the event continued. The Phantom apologized for what just happened and resumed the auction. That item would indeed be auctioned the following day with a starting bid of $200 million. In fact, she didn't want to say this tonight, but she'll say it for all of them. There is one more special item to be auctioned, an item none of them would imagine to be there. The curious attendees wanted to know what it could be, but she asked them to quiet down a bit. All special items would be shown the following day. This left the buyers very interested, as there must be several intriguing items there. The only thing Peter can think about is where Simon might be on that ship. On stage, they watch as people leave. He wants to know if Peter was among those people, but the Phantom says they'll find out the next day. The company's president is hungry, perhaps just because he was nervous earlier, so he suggested they go to where dinner is being served. He'd also advise being very careful, especially around that woman. No matter who you are, you have to listen to what she says on this ship. Of all the people he knows, she's the most unstable person he's ever seen. Just as he was about to mention the man accompanying her, someone calls President Choi. It's the woman saying it's always difficult to meet with him, and that he didn't come when he was invited, but it seems was enticing. Since they hadn't seen each other for a while, she invited him to dine with her. He tries to say that he wanted to avoid dinner that night because the drink was too strong. Approaching him, the woman told him to relax. This made him even more apprehensive. That woman is dangerous. Then, his bodyguard's hand pushed her back. Kim said they should have dinner another day because the president isn't feeling well today, and if she insisted on having company, he could go with her. Kim looked at her with a coldness that only Peter could have. In front of him, the Phantom seemed frustrated. She observed quietly while Kim escorted the president through corridor to his suite. The Phantom didn't expect a bastard with a young face to do that. That made her consider showing him something, and she told him to wait. He's right. She doesn't want company for dinner, and she invited him on a date. When he comes, she suggested he leave his belt in the room because her dinner will take quite some time. Getting closer, he noticed that there was something strange about the scent she was giving off. That fragrance wasn't normal. She said that men are all the same and can't control themselves when they're near her. After saying that, she centrally ran her hand over Kim's lips. Then, she asked if he didn't agree with her, but some people started calling for her now. It's the brothers, saying they are the new staff in charge of cleaning and will clean anything she asks them to. While Kim tries to regain his composure, the two argue for her attention. He's still deep in thought after getting close to her. Trying to avoid that distraction, she turned her attention back to Kim and said that he's a lucky guy after all. After that, she walked away, leaving the area. Kim doesn't know what just happened because he almost lost his senses. It happened too quickly. Looking at the brothers, he starts to think. Seeing that they're part of the cleaning crew, he seems to have put the pieces together about what's going on. The brothers are engaged in cleaning, hoping to receive hefty tips. They even expect her to ask them to wash her feet, to which they promise they'll make them shine. In her suite, the Phantom is taking a bath while the young man stands guard. She asks if he's not curious to know how hot it will be, but he doesn't seem to understand what she's implying. Then, she says she's heard about the event where 100 Brazilian assassins were killed, and even the disciple Nathaniel is no longer alive. That's Peter's ability. A 70-year-old man at death's door, while his opponent was a disciple in his prime. Given that, she has her doubts if it was really him, and the young man says that getting into the ship isn't as easy as entering a hospital. The chance of him getting in there without being noticed is non-existent. Maybe someone is impersonating him, so the question is their motives and why they want to destroy the organization. And to get close to them, she has a very effective method. This made the young man thoughtful. The ghost wants to know if that person is bothering him somehow. It's amusing because she doesn't even know if it's a man or a woman, but she wants to know why it bothers him and if he's jealous of her. Sighing deeply, he chooses his words and says he's not jealous of her. The ship continues on its unknown route, lively inside. Kim is dressed as a waiter, pushing a cart. At no moment does he forget his focus. He remembered a conversation he had with Simon, who said he was relieved. The person closest to the concept of family he has is Peter, and now he would be the first of them to die, the first to have a funeral portrait. Because of this, Simon asks Peter not to get hurt, because he's worried about the one closest to him. Then, Peter tells his friend that he will not die. He will fulfill what he promised him and recommended that Simon drink less and stay healthy. If it's that promise, he didn't expect him to still remember it, but Peter has a good memory. Indeed, there's no fooling him. Simon was his brother, his family, and for him, he would gladly kill as many as necessary. All of this just to have him back. Peter is definitely determined to do so. The auction is taking place now in the main hall, and everyone is focused on it. During this time, he needs to find any clue that leads him to Simon, and he walks through the corridors looking for two men, ask who he is, and Kim says he's with room service. Then he continued his route through the ship. It seems he did know about this, but they don't have any Asians working on the ship right now. They decide to capture him and take him to the madam, and Kim says that's interesting. Maybe because they are pirates, but everything ended too quickly. In the kitchen, looking for his friend, he left another large trail of bodies. The same happened in the ship's engine room. Wherever he passed, he left bodies, but he didn't find any clues about Simon. There was only one place left to search. That place is the only one he hasn't inspected yet. The auction continues, and soon another piece will be presented. An 18th century Czech painting, a unique and genuine piece that captivated the audience. The starting bid for the painting was $1 million. It didn't take long for its value to rise steeply. Reaching $300,000, the painting is apparently sold. With no further bids, the painting was sold. Now, she's going to auction something everyone there desires. The last item of this auction day, her precious baby, the crown jewel of the day, something more valuable than any item presented so far. It can't even be compared to these things. An item more cherished, an art, and rarer than biological weapons. And soon, they will see what it is. An item prepared for a special person among them, who will certainly recognize its value the moment they see it. The precious item of the day, the only one of its kind in the world. The former disciple, Simon the Sing of the Sword. In the past, he was called the strongest swordsman, known as the Sing of the Spinning Sword. People think that maybe he's just a corpse now, and she hopes to have provoked Peter enough, and wants to know if that makes his blood boil with rage, because she can only imagine that he must be furious, and will soon reveal himself to her. Because if he doesn't, she will simply hunt him down within the ship. There are only two types of expressions when people look at Simon that way. Either they are completely in shock at what they're seeing, or they have a peculiar look. Even a young man who accompanies her is scanning the crowd, because among those faces there must be one that stands out, one that will be easy to spot because it stands out. The ghost found what she was looking for, the face of someone filled with hatred. With that, the ghost achieved what she wanted. The young man asks if she found him, and indeed she did. But there's something strange. After finding him, she lost sight of him. However, she's certain he's there among them. In the middle of the people, she saw his expression of hatred. Not only that, but she sensed a murderous aura. She even thought she might be wrong about it, but that shouldn't be the case. From now on, it doesn't matter anymore. She wants to see if he's capable of making it through all this. The presentation is over, and the auction for Simon's dying body is about to begin. The starting bid is $10 million, and if Peter doesn't buy him, Simon will die right there. It's a delicate choice, and the lives of both of them are at stake. Peter knows that his friend has become bait to lure him out. Besides not having the money for the bid, if he participates in this, he'll draw too much attention. Not to mention that there are too many spectators for him to try to take Simon by force. The situation is utterly detestable. Peter doesn't know what he should do to save his friend's life. The Phantom says that a disciple's life used to be worth more than a weapon of mass destruction, and now nobody wants him. And for him, it's especially worse because he was abandoned by his own. Once more, she turns to the audience, asking if no one wants him. She even asked if they didn't want him because he was defective, missing an arm. If no one buys him, she'll throw him away. She'll count to 5 and then end his life right there. The countdown begins. Every second that passes feels like an eternity. Peter coldly thinks about what he should do. It seems there's no more hope for Simon. There's only 1 second left to prevent his death. In the middle of the crowd, someone places a bid of $20 million. It wasn't Peter who made this bid. It was the person who is supposedly his boss, the president of the Daha group. The offer is serious, and he wishes to buy the disciple for that amount. Moreover, he will pay the amount in cash. This ended up complicating the Phantom's plans because she didn't expect this interference. Not to mention that he is very close to Glory's leader due to their weapons dealings. Seeing this, she seems to understand the situation. She asks if anyone else wants to place a bid, and Peter notices his boss's tremble in hand. The Phantom did not like what happened. In the absence of other bids, he had won. She wants to know if he's hiding something from her now. Simon is bedridden and receiving care. He asks if this is the person Peter was looking for. Indeed, it is him, and Peter is worried about the president's safety. But he says he's always been involved with Glory. If it weren't that way, they couldn't have avoided the trap. Buying him made them suspects, and not buying would have meant Simon's death. It remains to be seen if that was what she intended from the start. With everything that happened, staying on the ship is dangerous and leaving it will be risky, but Peter says he has a way to get out safely. He had already prepared something for a situation like this. Peter has an ace up his sleeve. Walking through the ship, he found who he was looking for. The brothers, wearing expensive clothes, want to know what their friend needs now, and he would like to know what happened to them over the past few days. They say Kim needs to make money, and if he stuck with them, he'd be rich. Kim asks if they weren't there to become legends like Peter. Hearing that, they realized they had a greater focus. And indeed, they got distracted because they made a lot of money from tips. Remembering the dreams they have, they ask Kim what he needs now. The situation is the only ones who can solve it are them, who have cleaned the ship from top to bottom. He wants to know how much they cleaned it, and they say they cleaned the feet of everyone who is important. That's good, and it will become the fruit of their hard work. From now on, the two are assigned to carry out a special A-rank mission. Kim is in the room where Simon is. He looks at his friend, who seems feverish. This is not the situation in which he wanted to meet him. He looks at Simon, and they're in another place. It felt good to wear a uniform and bring a meal prepared by their mothers, and it was great to be able to go to school with that group. Thoughts like these are ridiculous, says Peter. They can't go to school, and Simon said it would be hard to hold a pen with blood-stained hands. Maybe he's feeling melancholic because it's autumn, and Peter tells him to make one, which Simon doesn't understand. A school built by them where the poor and orphans could be welcomed. They would build the first exclusive school for people like that. He should go to that school and study there. As for Peter, he'll cover all the operational costs and wants to know what Simon thinks. His eyes lit up before giving his response, but he ended by saying that he hated the idea. Peter wants to know what he didn't like about it. Simon said that he would buy his own books. He remembers the conversation they had as he looks at his bedridden brother. All she wishes for now is that he wakes up. Simon had promised that they would go to school. Outside, the president listens to Peter's words to his brother. In another room, the ghost is absolutely furious. That bastard Choi ruined her entire plan, and she always hated him. Enraged, she throws some sculptures on the floor. She screams that he shouldn't have meddled in her plans. The young man tries to calm her down, saying she might get hurt, so the ghost suggests they simply kill him. Rip off his head and hang it somewhere for everyone on the ship to see, like he is the head of the Daha group, and doing that without the Glory Leader's permission would be risky. Then the ghost asks him, who is the master there on the ship? And you shouldn't forget that on this ship, she is the law. She then orders her henchmen to eliminate Choi as well as Simon, who was bought by him, because she's sure that after that, Peter will reveal himself. There's a knock at the door. Choi doesn't know who it is, but Kim says he had ordered dinner, so it must be room service. Since he is the one who ordered it, he goes to the door to get the dinner. He praised the young man's initiative, and even though he didn't know what was ordered, he was excited to have dinner. When he returned, there was only tea. He sent the steak back because it was too cold. Now Choi is sure that the woman hates him for doing that to his food. Skipping a few meals wouldn't be a problem for him, but he thinks the young man should eat because of his age. But Kim says he's fine. Serving the tea is sure that he'd be back before it gets cold. Then he heads outside and enters another room in the same corridor. The other assassins began to surround him. They wondered how he planned to defeat 20 guys with guns using only a couple of peppers, but Peter was confident he would win. If you rely too much on a weapon, you'll find your limit. The tip of a pepper is harder than a bullet. All of Peter's attacks were flawless. When he threw the peppers, he damaged their eyes to kill them one by one. When the Phantom Sword found out, she confirmed her suspicions that Peter was working with Choi. Almost all the Somali assassins had been killed, and for some reason, Peter was appearing in multiple places at once. All of this was thanks to the brothers. While they moved around cleaning up different areas, they spread the rumor that Peter had appeared. Everyone on the ship began to panic and tried to flee. The Phantom Sword grew more and more frustrated, taking it out on one of her guards. That damned old man would be cut down today. She had the idea of using the photorock, activating the weapon right there and killing everyone on the ship along with Peter. But despite everything, Peter had been through situations like this countless times. The whole ship turned into complete chaos, and if the gas touched them, it would be their end. Even though he wanted to save everyone, his first priority was to check on Choi and Simon. Luckily, there was no need to worry. President Choi was carrying Simon, telling him to leave everything to him and go do what he needed to. That little boy was now a full-grown man. Meanwhile, the Phantom Sword was celebrating her victory, but just then, the whole ship began to shake. Peter had started to drain the ship from one side, causing the gas to stay trapped on the sinking side. What they didn't expect was that outside, more assassins were waiting to kill them all, blocking the doors. But the big brother, who was insanely buff, broke through easily. His specialty was superhuman strength. All the rich folks started applauding and thanking them. One of the guards informed her that Peter was personally waiting in the auction hall, so she decided to change and put on a fitting fragrance for the occasion. When the Phantom Sword saw him, she wondered why he was there instead of Peter. Honestly, it was hard to tell he was Peter, and since she wasn't a fan of jokes, she wanted to cut him down immediately. But Peter used the microphone to start an auction. The item today would be the fraud known as the Phantom Sword, and the starting price to take her home would be 100 wen, about 8 cents in dollars. This enraged her, and she began to lower her price even more. But since no one wanted her, she would have to be discarded, as she was useless. She began to draw a sword. If he thought that night he had defeated the Sword Saint, then she would show him the best moment of the spiral slash, the one that had cut through generations. Seeing this, the big guy thought this woman was dangerous. She wasn't lying, so he decided to face her first. But she shouted at him not to interfere in her fight. She wanted to handle this herself. Those were the same eyes she had when she massacred those 2,000 Yakuzas. The Yakuzas had betrayed the Phantom Sword sect. All of them were armed and believed a sword was outdated. No matter how fast a blade was, a bullet was far faster. The Yakuza boss noticed she looked a lot like his deceased mother, telling her to sit on his lap to see if she also smelled like shit. At that moment, the Phantom Sword's eyes completely changed. When he fired, he thought she had vanished, but her head had been sliced off in an instant by that girl. That day, that gaze killed over 2,000 Yakuzas with a single weapon. Now, in the present, the Yakuza was trying to shed weight to increase his speed, and if he wasn't going to answer her, then she would make the decision. Peter's eyes noticed how she vanished in front of him. It was a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. That attack had immense power. There's an illusion that men believe, if it's fast, it's probably weak. That's what most people think. Peter realized that she hadn't removed her shoes to shed weight. Instead, there were spikes on her feet that let her bounce off the walls. The big guy thought Peter looked overly worried. That man was barely enduring the attacks, but even while on the defensive, he didn't seem like someone who expected to lose. From Peter's perspective, it felt like he was fighting dozens of people at once. He kept replaying the fight over and over in his mind, which meant he could now read the Phantom Sword's moves. Something was off. Once again, the big guy tried to interfere, but she ended up kicking him. Hadn't he heard her say not to get close? But he mocked her. Little by little, her breathing became more noticeable, and maybe asking someone for help wasn't such a bad idea after all. She admitted he was fast, but still nowhere near the level of the Sword Saint she had seen before. He was just a poor imitation. Then she attacked from all directions, and the big guy yelled at her to wait. In a flashback, Simon once told Peter that there were many strong people out there, and when you venture into the world, you realize you're just a small fish in a vast ocean. One day, he hoped to be as strong as his master Peter, but what he didn't know was that he was already incredibly strong, because he had created something no one else could surpass: the spiral slash. Both launched their techniques at the same time. Peter told her that her speed was impressive, but since she moved so high and fast with great force, her weakness was that she always had to begin somewhere. When she took the first step, she always revealed the direction of her attack. That's why he only had to place his sword in her path, and that was the style of the Spiral Sword Saint. The Phantom Sword began to scream in pain, and with tears in her eyes, she begged the big guy to blow up that thing quickly, referring to the perfume. And so he did. The fragrance she had brought exploded behind Peter. She wanted it all to end for both of them, asking him to bring Peter because even he wouldn't be able to handle all of this alone. Peter began to stagger, and the Spiral Phantom burst out laughing. It reminded her of the Sword Saint. But in truth, Peter wasn't staggering because of the perfume. He was holding his breath while wrapping his sword with his tie. What he had been waiting for was to use the flammable perfume to ignite his sword and burn everything with fire. Either way, the perfume would spread throughout the area. He wouldn't be able to burn everything with just that, but Peter knew that perfectly well. So he started burning the whole place. Even during the battle, he had been spraying bottles of alcohol everywhere, not only to hinder the Phantom Sword's footing, but also for this very moment. The Phantom Sword's attacks were no longer the same. She wasn't used to fighting with just one arm. It was a weight she had never dealt with before. And knowing that, Peter was surprised when the big guy knocked her out so she wouldn't bleed to death. He told Peter he had made a mistake by leaving so quickly, recalling how he had made a deal with the leader of Gloria. When all this with Peter was over, they would return to Japan. But that was fine. He didn't mind if they left, as long as they ended things with Peter. Our protagonist was left thinking that something was missing. His friend had told him that even if she took down 2,000 people on her own, that alone didn't make her worthy of being one of the 12 apostles. The apostles were people even more valuable than weapons themselves, and comparing her stats to Simon's, she was still far below the sword saint. There was no way the boss had brought people weaker than the old-timers from before. Deciding to investigate the big guy, Peter realized something. He waited patiently for him. His name was Kageo, the one who remained in the shadows of the phantom sword, and his true rank was that of an apostle. He told the protagonist that in this industry, curious people die young, to which Peter laughed. It was a good saying. Unlike Bartolome, there wasn't much information on Kageo, but one thing was certain. This guy was exerting a lot of pressure at that moment. Kageo asked who he really was and what relationship he had with Peter, but the protagonist took it lightly, so he launched himself to attack. Watching how he defended himself, Peter wondered what kind of sport he had practiced. That guy was hiding a lot of mysteries. Despite his many openings and clumsy posture, his movements felt almost like animal instinct. Kageo was a natural genius, but even so, that shouldn't be enough to place him at apostle level. Deep down, Kageo thought that he really was strong, but there was no need to reveal that just yet. Peter told him he was pretty clumsy. It seemed like no one had ever taught him how to fight. Or maybe he had never learned because he had always hidden behind the phantom sword. In the past, before the phantom sword sect existed, the leaders were proud of what the girl had accomplished, but upon closer inspection, they realized this hadn't been her doing. The bodies were dismembered everywhere. This was the work of a beast. Even for the best team, this kind of mission would be difficult. That's why they had sent Kageo. The boss was proud of him and wished he had been born with the phantom sword. Out of all the children he had seen, Kageo was a natural-born assassin genius. If things continued like this, he might even become a threat to the sect. But the boss wasn't worried. It was like fleas. Fleas used to jump 200 times higher than their own bodies, but if you trap fleas in a bottle and leave them there for days, once released, they'll never jump higher than the glass bottle again, because they've recognized their limits. Kageo had been inside a glass bottle for a long time. He had already reached his limit no matter how high he jumped. All of that to avoid surpassing his master too much. His whole life, he had been repressed, obeying only his master's words. Every move was reckless, yet creative. He had never needed to learn, because no matter the opponent, he never felt threatened. He was undeniably a beast that fought to kill. Peter began targeting Kageo's legs and would use this as a trap. Kageo grabbed him by the head to knee him, but it was almost as if Peter vanished, and with some chains he began strangling him. When had he even managed to tie them? Peter had taken advantage of the fact that Kageo had seen his fight against the phantom sword, making him believe that was the only way he could fight. He had played with his mind. It was already over. Even with a chainsaw, cutting through those thick chains would be hard. Kageo pulled out hidden claws, and although they couldn't cut the chains, he still freed himself easily, because everything he touched melted. That was thanks to his blood. Despite the great risk, Peter had stopped him with his hands. He had risked himself just to look at his own palm, but even if he had figured it out, it wouldn't change anything. Peter asked what that blood was. How could a human have blood that melts things? But unless he defeated him, he wouldn't find out. Kageo got even faster, using his claws to attack. Now Peter couldn't even get close. Peter remembered that long ago. There had been such blood in the world, but it had disappeared. It was what they called the venomous leopard's blood. Kageo was surprised someone so young knew that. Previously, the entire clan with that bloodline had been eradicated by the Phantom Sword clan, but among all the babies in the cribs, only one had survived. It wasn't a bad idea to keep one alive, and that was the beginning of a terrible relationship between the Phantom Sword sect and him. Since childhood, he had already been far stronger than others. He once accidentally melted the leg of one of his companions, and they started judging him. The venomous leopard's blood is obtained by accepting only those resistant to poisons, developing acidic blood by ingesting extremely poisonous substances from infancy. If Kageo kept going like this, he would reach the top. That's why he needed a lid. As he grew up, he realized his blood was different. He found out naturally, and because of that blood, no one wanted to be near him. He was also forbidden from training with the others, but at night he would let out his rage and frustration, training alone where no one could see. What he hated most was having been born with that blood. He once saw a small bird, just like him, that had fallen from a tree. He decided to return it to its family, but when he looked at his hand, he had killed it without realizing it. Everything his blood touched simply disappeared. He could never get close to anyone, could he? Everyone would avoid him and hate him. But if they were going to hate and avoid him, then he would make them fear him instead. Kageo asked who the hell Peter was. If he was a swordsman like his master, he must have known him from Gloria. But to find out, he would have to defeat him first. Peter's attack seemed to do nothing to Kageo, and unless he neutralized the poison, there was no way to win. Peter noticed some cleaning tools nearby, but Kageo had already cornered him. There was no place left to run. Peter admitted he was impressive. Surely there hadn't been many opponents who had pushed him to his limits, but he had already found a way to beat him. Grabbing a mop, from now on he would show him just how deadly a mop could be for someone like him. This guy pulls something new every time. Thinking it through, that guy always found a way, always calculated every move in a fight. Peter started attacking him with the tip of the mop. Kageo couldn't get close. The attacks were so fast that he couldn't grab them with his hands either. That's why he decided to let himself get hit, since just one touch would be enough to kill Peter. But that was exactly what Peter wanted. He had wrapped the mop around the claws. But Kageo freed himself easily from something like that. When he attacked Peter again, he ended up slipping, and his hands started to burn on the floor. His abilities were terrifying, so much so that he couldn't get close. But what would happen if all that acidic blood were mixed with more acids? An alkaline detergent, for instance. Then the powerful weapon he relied on would be useless. That's what Peter had done when he placed the mop in his hand. Kageo stood up, angry, but the phantom sword arrived to take revenge on him. Peter told her that if she wanted to survive, she'd better leave right now, but she replied that she'd be the only one to kill him. But all those were just words. She couldn't even fight anymore because she was still bleeding out. The phantom sword wanted to keep her promise to return to Japan when all of this was over, but Kageo shouted that he would take care of everything himself and even kill Peter. But she believed a servant's duty was to believe in their master. Looking back, always in the world outside that door, walking out that great entrance with no sin on my shoulders, where no one torments me, but the only reason I didn't do it was because of that person. Yuika, that person was you. The scent of flowers was warm, the scent of that flower, of hate, sadness, and the loneliness that always weighed on me, and even the nobility and humility of everyone's status. Since she was little, Yuika always referred to Kageo as her older brother, but all of that melted away without being able to touch her. I was always beaten just for getting close to Yuika, and even though they called me a monster, what hurt the most was not being able to reach her or touch her like everyone else. I don't know if it was my cursed blood or your noble blood, but one thing was clear. I could never cross that line drawn by blood, but that was okay. All I had to do was be my master's shadow. That was enough for me. And when Yuika's birthday came, she received countless luxurious gifts, the most exclusive perfumes. Compared to that, my gifts were nothing. Every time your birthday comes, Yuika, I try to make these feelings go away, because this cheap 800 yen perfume doesn't suit you. What changed her was that incident. The Yakuza attacked the sword sect. Their weapons were far better than swords, and from that day on, the master became a completely different person. She trained every day to the point of risking her life. She had only one thing on her mind: revenge. She died each day for that day, and I just watched her. I stayed with her for years in that cave, cut off from the outside world. Every moment was exchanged for progress through training, until she got her revenge. And with my blood, we completely wiped out those 2,000 Yakuza, but in exchange, we lost our home too. All of Japan was hunting us. We had no idea where to go, but Kageo would follow her wherever she went. That's why one day, they would go somewhere with nothing, live peacefully. Kageo would always be her shadow. Yuika pulled out the perfume Kageo had once thrown away. It had been with her for the past 10 years, and she hadn't even noticed, but she had never used it so it wouldn't run out. That's why she asked Kageo to spray it on her, but Kageo didn't want to apply something already expired, so he sprayed it on himself. Yuika confessed her feelings to Kageo, but begged him to forget his promise and live for himself. Kageo realized he had touched her with his blood, but for Yuika, who had done many bad things, she believed this was for the best. That's why she wanted him to live in her place. Kageo wanted to fulfill at least his part, by killing that man, and also Peter. But Peter realized he wasn't trying to attack him. He was just walking toward him, putting himself at risk with no intention of continuing to live. But Peter began to surround him with fire extinguishers. His true purpose was to stop the bleeding. The endings of every enemy I've fought had those same eyes that had lost the will to fight. All the skills they had built up until now, even the forbidden techniques they used, none of it worked against me. And probably, I'm being reflected in that same way right now in your eyes. Kageo thought his rank must definitely be that of an apostle, but how could he not have known someone like this? Even knowing all that, it didn't matter anymore, because he would die. But Peter asked if he had ever stopped to think, why had the Yakuza attacked the Phantom Sword? That was all part of Gloria's plan. 10 years ago, the current head of Gloria was recruiting new apostles. Among them, what caught his attention was the Phantom Sword sect, the best assassin family in Japan. By creating that title, he would do whatever it took to make a deal with the clan leader, but they refused, and so his plan began, allying with the Yakuza to exterminate them all. Everything happened as he predicted. Now he had the only survivor of the Phantom Sword, and also the venomous leopard. That was the only truth. Kageo didn't want to believe it, but Peter told him to ask Raphael directly. That was the codename of the head of Gloria. Kageo refused to believe he was Simon, so Raphael made his master become Simon, and he became her assistant. Their whole lives had been lived according to Raphael's plan. He wasn't asking for much, just that Yuika be happy while she was by his side. That was enough. And if he hadn't accepted becoming part of Gloria, Yuika wouldn't be dead right now. How could someone be so shameless as to ruin another person's life like that? Kageo told Peter that his friends were in danger. He had sent pirates after the place they had escaped to. If he wanted to save them, they better go now. The first one they would kill would be Choi. The brothers ran off to sacrifice themselves for him, while Peter wasn't worried, because at that place there was a Gloria assassin. But even an assassin couldn't do much against a bunch of guns, assuming that person was normal. Simon, when he grows up, that's the most critical moment for a swordsman. It was something Simon didn't care to learn about back then, because he thought it would never happen. One of those moments would be losing an arm and being unable to hold a sword. If something like that ever happened to Simon, he'd probably die. But thinking about it now, he'd probably open a noodle shop instead. And so time passed, and people became curious about Simon's training. When Peter saw him, he knew he was insane. Simon had purposely broken his own arm to train that way. After thinking about it a lot, he concluded that fighting like this would be easier than opening a noodle stand. And the day he could no longer use the spiral, he would simply create another spiral sword. By common sense, anyone who wants to cut must have 2 hands to hold a sword. Anyone who wants to shoot a gun must have a finger to pull the trigger. But Simon cut through common sense with his sword. He had fulfilled the promise he made to Peter. All the passengers managed to escape safe and sound, and with that, the second stronghold of Gloria completely sank. The brothers knelt before meeting disciple Simon, asking if he had fought alongside the legendary Peter, because, according to rumors, he had destroyed an entire country. Simon told them that was an understatement for someone like him. It had been a massive annihilation, and he had already spoken to Peter about them, about how they would become the next apostles. Raphael was probably furious that another apostle had fallen, but he should prepare himself, because the real battle would begin now. When Peter brought Simon to his friend, she was happy and surprised that he barely had any wrinkles. Simon mentioned that when she was 20, she could still see and always ran after him trying to convince him to marry her, causing her to get mad and hit him. In 2013, the miserable and chaotic times had passed, and all of Korea overflowed with peace, thanks to the efforts of the 12 apostles. At that moment, Father Gabriel ordered the dissolution of the 12 apostles. He wanted them to go out into the world and live their own lives. But the only one who disagreed was Raphael, the adopted son of Father Gabriel. If the 12 apostles were disbanded, what would happen to Gloria? The company was at its peak, but Gabriel had never thought of them as tools. They had all risked their lives to save tens of millions of people. And now that the world no longer needed them, it was time for them to be free and find their own paths. But what about him? Letting go of the 12 apostles was a waste. In the end, he decided he'd do it his own way. Raphael quickly used all his resources to create the largest assassin company, searching the world. And that's how he found the new 12 apostles, perfect replacements for the old, worn-out ones. But he also wanted to expand globally, and had to get rid of all previous apostles, including the greatest assassin that ever existed. And even knowing that, he had brought Kageo here. Peter said everything would be fine. He wouldn't show his claws. But suddenly, they heard a noise from the room. She wanted to go kill him right then, but hid behind Peter just in case it was dangerous. However, when they entered, he was already gone, and he had probably gone to only one possible place at the same time. Elsewhere, a meeting was taking place because of these 2 incidents caused by Peter. What surprised them most was that Peter had managed to defeat Kageo. An old man on the verge of death was truly terrifying. Raphael asked them, if they were supposedly the strongest in the world, why couldn't they catch a single old man? But someone arrived to interrupt them. It was Kageo. Raphael was glad to see he was alive, apologizing for what happened to Yuika, but more importantly, they asked about Peter, where he had gone and how he'd escaped. Kageo asked if it was Raphael who had destroyed the Phantom Sword sect. Raphael answered that he had to take responsibility. After all, he was the leader. So eventually, yes, he had planned to tell him. After hearing that, Kageo fell silent for a moment, then began drawing his claws. He gave the other apostles 10 seconds to leave, because whoever stayed would not make it out unharmed. Raphael asked if he understood the situation he was in to be saying such things. None of the disciples had any intention of leaving. Seeing how calm they were, Kageo decided he'd die taking some of them with him. Until one of the disciples attacked him too. It was Johann. Kageo tried to stain Johann with his blood, but Johann dodged it easily, catching Kageo off guard. He was sure he had struck his blind spots. And before Johann could continue attacking Kageo, another disciple stepped in, stopping both with just his legs. Johann asked what the hell he was doing, calling him Tadeo, who smiled and said not to be so hard on someone completely exhausted, driven only by the desire to avenge his beloved. Kageo knew it well. He couldn't fight anymore because he had lost too much blood, but he had gathered a lot of information, so he escaped, and once recovered, he'd return. Raphael told them to let him go. He was just at that rebellious age. Besides, he was sure they'd meet again soon. And then, alone with another apostle, Raphael believed that Peter had a very powerful ally on his side who was feeding him valuable information, and the only one with that kind of power was the leader of the Daiha group. If that were true, it would be a huge betrayal. And the other person with him had been the apostle Juan, or rather, Johann. Raphael ordered them to kill Choi, because compared to when he killed the apostle Gabriel, this was nothing. Although he wasn't sure about sending Johann alone, since the Daiha group had 372 security personnel, including armed staff and the best security team in Spain, Escudo. Still, Johann asked if he seriously believed that could stop him. Raphael simply smiled, and now he would go personally to kill Choi. In the news, strange writing had appeared on the Daiha building. Meanwhile, Peter, along with Simon and the blind girl, were wondering how they had managed to write something on such a massive building. The blind girl explained that after Peter and Simon left, an S-rank assassin had killed the former apostle Juan. He called himself Alipede. On a mission, a prince from another country trembled, knowing he had been marked by Alipede. His guards tried to calm him, assuring him that an apostle of honor had arrived to help, and that apostle was none other than Juan, a former apostle with a 100% success rate in 159 missions. He approached the prince, telling him it was already over. The young man didn't understand why, until Juan revealed that Alipede was one of his own guards. When confronted, Alipede asked how he saw through the disguise. Juan replied that the uniform had the scent of someone else. Alipede fled, pretending to run, but instead he simply turned off the lights, and screams of agony followed. Juan began shooting, and brief flashes of light revealed corpses. He used night vision binoculars, but something felt off. It was as if Alipede's presence, sound, and smell had completely vanished. He couldn't sense anything. Then something surprised Juan, a floating knife, but that couldn't be possible. Juan desperately fired at where he thought Alipede might be. "I've always wondered how the blood of an apostle of honor tastes," Alipede muttered. Simon couldn't make sense of it. How could he go completely undetected? Juan wasn't weak. He shouldn't have fallen so easily. Peter explained that the true reason Alipede was terrifying was because he had condemned every single murder he'd ever committed. And if that writing was truly his, then their next target was likely Daiha. Simon immediately wanted to beat Alipede's ass, but Peter warned him that Alipede's condemnations always came true. So their best option was to go see Choi. The next day, Simon said he didn't have much time left, so he asked one last time, was Juan really blind? And if so, how could she read screens and observe things? Peter warned him, "Do you want to lose your other arm?" From now on, her name would be Jigan, not the blind girl. She showed him a screen reader that explained what was on the display. Even if she couldn't see, her other senses were highly developed. Mocking her, Simon said maybe one day she'd lead the mission to keep an eye on him from behind. Peter told them both that Raphael would start operating on a much larger scale, and rather than focusing on their own safety, they should worry about the former apostles. Raphael would likely do everything in his power to hunt down and kill the old apostles, just like he had tried with Peter and Simon. Peter assigned Simon the task of finding them first. Simon insisted that they could take care of themselves, but still agreed to take the mission, so they split up. As he left, Simon promised he would definitely find the other brothers. Peter and Jigan, on the other hand, went to meet Choi. Since it was her first time meeting him, Peter introduced them. Jigan told herself that she was a hacker. President Choi had chosen Peter as his bodyguard after seeing what he did on the Phantom Cruise. Besides, Choi had known this day would come. Raphael didn't like the deep connection between Daiha and Father Gabriel. He wanted Daiha all to himself. While walking the halls, Jigan warned Peter that IPD was someone who had never failed, and rumors said he assassinated his targets in the most brutal ways. Choi's secretary mentioned they had also brought help, Europe's best security team, Escudo. Escudo's leader mentioned that if that kid really was a Gloria assassin, well, Fate is what it is. His name was Costa, and he brought a gift for Peter. But Peter replied that he was just Choi's ordinary bodyguard. Before leaving, Costa told them not to become a burden for Escudo. In the Daiha building's command room, Jigon observed that IPD had no chance of infiltrating the building. More than 100 guards were on duty every second, and not even an ant could sneak in unseen. Cameras were installed even in blind spots. But if that was true, then why was Europe's best security team so terrified? Because this was IPD. It said he incinerates both the target and their protectors. At that moment, another man grabbed someone by the head, asking why they were so scared. It was Marco, also part of Escudo. He approached Jigon, saying they shouldn't show such a pathetic side in front of a beauty like her. Jigon simply told him to leave. Marco wasn't sure how dangerous Alipede really was, but he was confident the Escudo barrier was impenetrable. He invited her to an Italian restaurant later, but Jigon couldn't stand him. Then another man approached her and whispered that the time had come. Before leaving, he turned back and asked her for a date, but she didn't seem to care. Or at least it seemed like it, because she blushed slightly. Meanwhile, Costa asked Peter if he knew the key to true protection. Grabbing him by the shoulder, Peter replied, "It's experience. A man like me who's been through everything can reach this position, something a kid like you couldn't even dream of." Inside, Peter thought he wasn't wrong. The entire team, including Costa, was worried, checking every tiny detail, no matter how small. And again, Peter asked himself, if I were Alipede, how would I infiltrate in a situation like this? On the other hand, a few gunshots were heard, prompting Costa to act immediately. He ordered everyone to split up and check every hallway. Peter stared at him, and when the team arrived, the blonde from earlier reported that someone had been murdered. But when asked who it was, he couldn't bring himself to say it, because the corpse was missing its head. Strangely enough, the ID had been left behind. The victim was none other than Marco. But how? No one was supposed to be able to enter this building. Costa ordered them to regroup with Choi, while Peter told him that the only way this could have happened was if Alipede had already infiltrated the building long ago, meaning that anyone inside could be Alipede. Then a video was sent to everyone, Marco fleeing from something unseen, being dragged into the darkness. Peter thought that unlike other apostles, Alipede calculated everything meticulously. He seemed incredibly confident, holding up Marco's severed head and declaring that no one would leave this place alive. A second message read, "Let's see which of us wins, old man." Costa shoved Peter against the wall, demanding how it was possible that Alipede was inside and asking Peter to prove he wasn't Alipede himself. What shocked Costa was that, despite the tense situation, Peter was already prepared to kill him if necessary. Suddenly, Choi's assistant intervened, reminding them that chaos like this was exactly what Alipede wanted. Peter replied that this should be almost over by now. Meanwhile, Jean thought Alipede was incredibly clever. He had caused everyone to start suspecting each other. Someone who enjoys toying with people like this would certainly leave a clue. And indeed, one of the security officers saw Alipede appear again. He called the general guard, but despite opening fire, Alipede vanished like a ghost. Within seconds, those men were dead, slaughtered like shadows in the dark. "Come find me again, if you can." Jean found this extremely suspicious. When she first arrived, she had reprogrammed the cameras to record sound, since that's the only way she can see. But the video of Marco's ambush had no sound at all, which meant it wasn't from today. Jean left, concerned, and contacted Peter, saying Alipede was extremely intelligent, and for some reason kept sending her signals through her own senses. She began to reconstruct the scene where Marco had been ambushed. Peter asked for her location, which Jean provided, but she also told him to take his time. He wouldn't need to do anything. As Peter tried to head toward her, Costa blocked his path. "Don't take another step, you'll only look more suspicious." Peter, calm but firm, told him to move. He was in a hurry, but Escudo used that as one more reason not to let him through. Peter warned that if he kept getting in his way, he'd break his legs, prompting Costa to challenge him. "Then go ahead, do it." Meanwhile, Jean had entered a room alone, tapping her cane loudly. Speaking out loud, she said, "You picked the wrong opponent. Out of everyone here, why approach me? I knew you were smart. I thought someone like you, a visually impaired woman with a sharp sense of smell, would recognize me," said Alipede. "And you were right," Jean replied. She asked what gave him away, calling him team leader Marco. From the first time he approached her, something had seemed off. It wasn't the scent of a living person, nor normal cologne. It was a disguised scent, something artificial. She demanded he remove the disguise. Jean thought to herself that maybe it was better not to see his face. "Monsters like you are probably hideous." Name, Jean, aka Juan. Specialty, assassination. Record, 187 missions, 100% success rate. Rank, apostle. Johann revealed he had approached her because he wanted to get to know her. Jean felt flattered, but also uneasy. She had sensed something sinister from the moment she arrived, but it didn't matter. She had darkness on her side. She turned off the lights. She knew Johann was smart. forcing him to fight on equal terms. Humans have something called neuroplasticity, she said. If one sense is lost, the others adapt. I lost my sight, and through training, I developed a new sense you can't obtain: echolocation, the ability to detect objects through sound waves. You're not on equal footing. In the dark, you're my prey. Alipede figured Jean must have been one of Gabriel's assassins. Her skills were too precise. Jean didn't deny it. But now that he knew, it was too late. Even if he was an apostle, in total darkness, he was just an ordinary person. Sight makes up 80% of human perception, so it was nearly impossible to block or dodge attacks like this. Then how was she doing it? She wasn't dodging or blocking. She was catching the attacks, as if she could see. Like I said, Jean repeated, humans have neuroplasticity. Lose one sense and the others sharpen. That's why you can't beat me, because I've been blind since birth. Alipede now understood. That strange sensation he had felt about this place, that eerie presence, was all because of her. Echolocation. There are some things no amount of training can overcome, and one of them is despair. Now Jean understood why Johann had been sending her signals. The blind really are a pain, Alipede muttered. Meanwhile, Costa warned Peter that he'd rip his throat out before he could do anything. Peter faked a hook, but just slipped past him instead. Costa was stunned. There's no need to chase him? Because at the very moment Peter passed him, he had gripped Costa's carotid artery, proving that if he had wanted, he could have killed him right then and there. Back with Jean, slightly injured, she explained that the high-frequency signal exceeded 20,000 hertz. Even a master like her had trouble sensing it. It was like the sound bats use. She wondered how Alipede had managed to surpass that. That's when she remembered what her doctor had once told her, that she could sense space entirely through sound. Jean then asked him, if that's true? He arrived and asked her, if that's true, then why doesn't she say that she's the best? The doctor says she is the best he's seen so far, but there was someone who had surpassed mastery of that skill, and that person is someone who was born blind due to their neuroplasticity. Because all of their senses, except sight, have surpassed those of a normal human. They've improved to the point where they can see. She didn't think it was fair. How could a blind person be that strong? The echolocation he had learned was a skill he developed after training for over 25 years, but his was on a level that would take over 100 years of training. It was as if he could see the entire space with 360-degree vision. Even though it wasn't over yet, Johann approached her to tell her she was very different from all the blind people he had met. But even so, she couldn't overcome the massive difference in skill, because once she had been able to see. He took advantage of the highly developed senses she had. Johann used them against her, due to her sensitivity. But Johann had been pretending from the start. He was playing with her. He wasn't strong because he was born blind. He became strong by himself. With a knife in his hand, Johann told her it was a shame he had to kill her, but Peter wouldn't come unless he kept killing. Our protagonist arrived just in time to save her. He warned her to be careful, because this was Alipede, a blind man who was incredibly strong. Peter went toward him and had seen firsthand how, despite being blind, Alipede managed to block that attack. Alipede wondered if he was Peter. He looked too young for that. And as more guards started arriving, Alipede tried to finish him off as quickly as possible. However, Peter held him back, but Johann took advantage of this to escape alone. Johann thought he had blocked Peter's attack, but his arm barely avoided being broken. Meanwhile, she wasn't trembling from fear, but from the pain of the wounds and the stab that Alipede gave her. Even so, Peter told her if she had enough energy to scream like that, she wouldn't die, and she complained to Peter that it really hurt, but Peter ignored her. We also see Costa still searching for Alipede, and something that felt strange to Johann was that Alipede hadn't killed her. Costa ordered everyone to cover all entrances so Alipede couldn't reach President Choi. Meanwhile, he himself would go personally to check how things were going, and the only logical reason he could think of was that Alipede would disguise himself again. Somewhat agitated, she said it wasn't the time to keep talking, to which Peter calmly replied that it was fine. He had already placed a countermeasure for such situations. Peter then ordered the two ridiculously muscular guards not to let anyone through, but he specifically told them to be careful with Costa. Costa kept insisting it was an emergency, but even so, they wouldn't let him pass. He was about to use force, until Choi's secretary kindly offered to relay his message. Johann asked her to give him that suitcase, but above all, not to open it. While Peter was speaking to her through the transmitter, she was sure that Johann had an assistant, someone helping him from the inside. But Peter first wanted to find the other body disguised as Alipede. To his surprise, this time he ran into Costa in the elevator, and Johann warned that if they crossed paths, they should move to a well-lit area. Johann was calm, since Peter didn't yet know it was him. Besides, Johann had investigated him, and he was supposedly just a low-ranking officer, thinking he must have some great ability to do those things. But what annoyed him most was that, by his scent and movements, he seemed young. Yet for some reason, it didn't feel like he was. By using his echolocation more, he realized this guy couldn't be a low rank. At the very least, he was a high rank, because he knew how to control his breathing. Or maybe he could be Peter. Peter asked him if he knew who Peter was. Johann laughed and said he knew he was a legend, that everyone fought over who would catch him, and honestly, he'd like to meet him at least once. Peter then asked about Alapidi, mentioning that he was more active in Europe and had a bad relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. So why was he in Korea right now? And also, why did he fight in the dark if he was so strong? Maybe it was because he was blind. But no matter how skilled he was, Alapide was nothing compared to Peter. Alapide almost fell for the provocation, but Peter returned the pen Costa had given him, asking him if it was something special to him. Johann replied that it was because that pen is hard to find in Europe. But then Peter said he had given him the wrong one. That wasn't the one Costa had handed over, which was strange. How could he not recognize such a valuable pen? Unless his eyes weren't working properly. The lights went out, and Johann took the chance to attack Peter with everything he had. He managed to wound him since Peter couldn't see anything. He was so fast, Peter couldn't even see his attacks. She yelled, asking if Peter was okay, or why he wasn't answering. Peter managed to escape to a well-lit place, telling her he had just had a conversation with Alapide, and asking her to check Costa's body. It seemed Alapide really was someone dangerous. On the other hand, Johann was agitated. What he had just witnessed didn't make sense. He was sure he stabbed him about 52 times. It should have been impossible for Peter to block his attacks in the dark, but in those brief instants, Peter created triboluminescence. That's the emission of light caused by friction, scratching, or rubbing. Thanks to that, Peter could see with the bare minimum amount of light. For Johann, it was the first time he felt something like that, a need to kill someone who wasn't his target. Meanwhile, Peter had realized something. Alapide had caused a distraction so someone else could go after President Choi. He already knew who Johann's assistant was, someone who was always present in key moments, someone who had the power to control everything in that building, someone who could freely enter and leave his room. And that person was none other than Choi's secretary. Johann had received a message from her warning that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be after him, but Johann stayed calm. Even if they came after him, they couldn't do anything, because they were already dead. Now all that was left was to kill President Choi. But the two ridiculously buff girls from before asked what was inside the bag. Their names were Ariana and Grande. The secretary told them it was a very important letter, and by Choi's orders, she couldn't show it, not even to them. Ariana and Grande let her pass, but first snatched the briefcase from her. Upon opening it, they saw it contained a syringe and a ring-shaped space. When she didn't answer, they threatened to split her back in half. The assistant pulled out a knife, looking very confident on the outside, but inside, she knew she didn't stand the slightest chance of winning against those two, since if they were assassins from Glory, they would be at least B rank. They had been Israeli mercenaries with 13 years in the army. The only thing left for her was to attack them, but she was easily disarmed by their strength. They told her there was no other option at this point. She had no choice but to confess that she was a spy from Glory, and now they asked her about Johann. But before she could say anything, Johann ended up slitting her throat. Ariana and Grande asked if he was Johann and why he acted like that so casually, to which he replied that they were not an obstacle for him. They didn't understand why he was so confident, especially since they were in a bright place and he was blind. Even so, Johann attacked them. Moments later, Peter and Yigon arrived there, but immediately noticed a disgusting smell. Peter quickly went to check on them, and Grande handed him a phone so that Johann could communicate with him. The reason Alapide wanted to face him was because of a previous conversation where it was said that Alapide didn't compare to Peter, asking him to go alone to the weapon storage in the basement of the 10th floor, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect Choi. Peter didn't understand what that meant, and just then, Legault arrived, saying he should go quickly to the president's office and couldn't believe a human could do such a thing. Johann had drugged President Choi to make him sleep and placed a remote-controlled bomb on his neck. Peter asked Legault to put that in the elevator and also to call the bomb squad. He would personally go where Alapide was, but Legault said that was a trap. Legault warned him that most likely he'd be forced to fight in the dark, and in a place like that, not even he could win. Peter asked if he didn't know what his name was, and when Legault replied, "Peter," he asked if that wasn't enough. When Peter left, Legault thought he was so damn cool. Meanwhile, Raphael has a conversation with one of his subordinates, who asked if he wasn't going to send another apostle to finish Peter off. But Raphael simply found it amusing that they didn't trust Johann, who could also kill the apostle, which was fine, because only those who know him truly understand what kind of person he is. In 2017, in a village in Malta, we see Johann entering a room saying out loud that he only raises rabbits. So why is there an octopus hiding here? Raphael appears from the shadows along with Pulpo, who's shocked at how they were recognized since his specialty is hiding his presence. Johann says that's the wrong question, because if he couldn't sense his presence from the start, he wouldn't have come to see him. And if they didn't explain why they were there in the next 10 seconds, they were going to die. Pulpo pulled out a gun, and Johann began to describe it. A Glock 17, 1998 edition, weighs about 690 grams, and the barrel measures about 153 millimeters. Without hesitation, Pulpo shot at him, but when he tried to aim, Johann was already right under him. He told him that if he had a knife, he would have killed him about 10 times already. Raphael applauded him for defeating Pulpo so easily, but Johann replied that the only good thing about Pulpo was his physique and an expensive suit. He also knew they were from honor, as glory was known before. Raphael gave something to Johann, asking him to go to Korea, since there were people there beyond his imagination. Johann asked if he was talking about Peter, and Raphael said he was now an old man, but still better than him. But if he was curious to know whether Peter was better than him, he should call him. The place where Johann had summoned Peter was an interview room. Peter asked out loud why he wanted to interview him. Johann told him that ever since the first time he saw him, he felt a huge disconnect. He couldn't stop thinking about who he was, because he looked like a young guy, but in reality, he wasn't. And on top of that, he had reached a level that was impossible for his age. It was the first time he felt that way. He directly asked if he was Peter. The protagonist told him that if he knew, then he would have to kill him. But Johann didn't want him to rush, showing him a small switch that could destroy anything within a 20-meter radius. And his friend Matteo was really good at doing these things. Peter asked him if he planned to blow Choi's head off, because the moment he pressed that switch, he would do the same to him, make him disappear without a trace. Johann, without any hesitation, pressed that switch. The party had finally begun. "Is that all you've got? You're not Peter, I must have judged you wrong," were his words to our protagonist, who was trembling on his knees. Peter asked him if he knew what he had just done. Johann replied, "Of course." Choi's head exploded, and probably the body of that woman called Yigun won't even be identifiable. Now I want to show you something. A person as confident as you will see desperation so you can never get up again. I will make you experience a pain you've never felt. If I think about the old Juan, he uses a special type of equipment that makes him undetectable to thermal lenses. That means I have to use a different method to detect heat. But with the preparations he's made, he took the lights. "This is annoying. Are you scared?" Johann asked, but it hadn't even started yet. Peter couldn't see clearly where the attacks were coming from, or where he was. "You're no different. In the end, you're inferior and can't do anything in the same darkness." Those attacks were fast, but also lethal and precise. To face him, he had to deal with his greatest weapon, echolocation. But how would he catch him if he couldn't even touch him or see him? It was like a thirst for blood that grabbed him, as if he were being devoured by someone taking him into the darkness. The only way to beat an enemy you can't see is to wait for him to get close and take him down with force. But with Johann, that wouldn't work, because he knew where he was, what he was doing, and what he was about to do. Unlike what happened in the elevator, now you're just trembling. Is talking all you know how to do? Peter had recognized him. He was very strong and the first person he'd seen who could fight like that in the dark, but his great weapon was now finished. Peter had used a flare to generate light, although Johann ended up cutting it in half, telling him he had really thought wrong of him. "Seriously, did you think using a flare to fight me would work?" But Peter said it was rude to interrupt someone or when they were done telling their plan. "I wasn't planning to use the light to fight you. What I did was activate the fire alarm, adding another wavelength. Now your location is completely collapsed." That was the reason Peter had carefully examined the whole place when he entered. Everything he did was to mess with him, but still it was the best he could do since the elevators wouldn't last forever. "I just wanted to play a psychological game with you," he admitted, "but I recognize that I'm calm even in a disadvantageous situation. But if this is a psychological war, then you've already lost. The truth is that all your friends are still alive. For someone known for carrying out perfect murders, while you're here, you won't be able to do it." Johann wondered why Peter had pretended to act without reason. Peter said that he had probably blown that bomb somewhere else because his pride had been broken by not killing him back then. "Even though you're very smart, you also have an inferiority complex." Johann, irritated, asked what Peter knew about him. "Normal people don't know anything about the phrase that's hardest for me to understand." "Wow, that rabbit is so cute and white, it looks like you." "Looks like me. What the hell are you kids talking about?" Some kids asked little Johann if they could touch his rabbit, but Johann just grabbed it tightly and told them it was his. From that moment on, they began to harass Johann. They beat him, humiliated him, and took advantage of him because he was blind. His impotence had turned into an inferiority complex. I couldn't defend myself because I was just a weak, blind kid, he thought. It was then that the incident occurred. Desperately, little Johann searched everywhere for his rabbit, but it had been captured by his bullies, who wondered if it would also be blind like him because of his red eyes and how weak he was. Johann came up to them, angry because they took something that belonged to him, but all he could do was bite them. After being beaten and kicked, they told him they didn't understand why he was crying, saying they could buy him another one. No matter how hard I tried, I was always less than them, ever since the day I was born. Looking back, the sadness he felt then wasn't because the rabbit he cherished had died, but because the last shred of confidence he had died on the playground where his bullies played. Suddenly, the light went out, and what Johann thought was, why do they look so confused and nervous? It's because they can't see. At that moment, they were on equal footing, but now he could clearly see where they were, what they were doing, and their expressions. Johann took advantage of this to get revenge. The blonde boy apologized to him while begging him to stop hitting him, saying he'd been bullied by these guys the whole time. When his teacher arrived to check on the boys, what he saw was Johann beating the others to death. From that day, he discovered that Johann could be superior, inferior, beautiful. Nothing was better than him for discovering his complex. Peter told him that people who have a lot of confidence are very afraid that their armor will break. Thanks to Johann getting worked up, he wasn't controlling his breathing or his tone, making it easy for Peter to know where he was. But he knew that this was the only moment he couldn't fail, as he wouldn't get another chance. Peter ended up putting handcuffs on him. Thanks to his provocations, he could now reach him, grab him, and see him. 34 is the number of vital points a human has, he thought, wondering how long it could last. Peter hit him in the liver, causing pain that made it hard to breathe, wondering if he could endure it. Throat, sternum, larynx, trachea, no matter how strong you are, in the end, you'll break. Johann told him that the one who would be destroyed wouldn't be him, calling him stupid for holding him like that and not holding his legs. Peter had a look of regret because he had been wrong about him. Johann couldn't take it anymore thanks to his mental and physical strength. He had done it purely out of pride. His pride had taken over all his feelings. If it's to kill my opponent, I don't care about my life at all, he thought. So Peter felt no attraction and ended up throwing him far away. He was a troublesome guy. He should have passed out, but he stood up as if nothing was wrong. If he wanted to tie him up, he should have handcuffed each hand. Peter thought that there was no avoiding it, but the sprinklers kept working, so he still couldn't see better. Johann knew he was right, so he would change locations. He would face him in a place where there were no sprinklers. At that moment, Peter asked if he was okay, because this is a lit place. Peter thought it was very problematic. At this distance, he should have hit him. Johann told him that he had misunderstood. I'm weak if there's no light. But Johann, no matter whether there was light or not, remained strong. Johann asked him why he stayed silent. Is it because your plan failed again? And with a sinister smile, Johann destroyed the lights once more. There was no way to turn the light back on. Still, he admired him because of all the people he'd met. He was the first opponent who had interested him so much. After Juan, Gabriel's apostle, Peter told him that man was old and retired, so he shouldn't talk nonsense. Johann told him that he didn't lose because of his old age, but because of his dependence on his sight. Just like he'll lose to me, he can't see me, which means he won't be able to see or resist my attacks. When people can't see anything, the only feeling they can experience is fear. In total darkness, all you can feel is terror. It was over at last, or at least that's what he thought. Johann wondered how he attacked him. Was it because my senses hadn't returned to normal yet? No, his senses were normal now. He would attack him faster. There was no way a human could see his movements. This was impossible. Johann was pretty sure he couldn't see him. So how did he know where the attacks would come from? As you said, it's true that I can't see you, and if I kept fighting this way, I would definitely lose to you. That's why he had put those handcuffs on him. Johann told him it was foolish to break them himself, but Peter said he didn't get rid of all the parts of the handcuffs. Johann was so focused on the fight that he hadn't noticed at all. Peter had put fluorescent handcuffs both at the entrance and along the hallway. All this time they had paint that could glow in the dark. How far had Peter planned all of this? Johann wondered. Peter told him that a normal weapon wouldn't work on him because of the echolocation, so he asked Jugon to prepare something against him. He admitted that he had underestimated him, that he shouldn't have. Peter wondered if he had another weapon, So Johann himself generated some light and now confronted him with a knife in each hand. Now they were on equal terms. If one of them lost, there would be no excuses. "Come here, young Peter," he said before attacking him. Peter mentioned that he really liked Johann. Johann noticed something. Peter was in front of him, but he was so fast that he couldn't detect him. He couldn't feel anything. It was a fairly equal exchange. Both were getting injured, but Peter managed to snatch a karambit and used it in a way different from Johann's. Peter was very fast. Johann couldn't keep up with him. Still, Johann didn't want to admit this fight, nor Raphael's words before he left. "As long as I have a knife, there's no way I'll lose to Peter," he had said, which made Raphael laugh. If Peter were on the brink of death, then it could be possible, but I know Peter doesn't use many weapons. When Johann asked why he didn't use them, even Raphael didn't know. But what made Peter special was that he could easily use his opponent's weapon. "This is the first time I've met someone like this. I can't catch him. Impossible. How did this happen?" Johann thought. "I can't even see him. He raised the knife to my head." He didn't understand. Does this even make sense? For the first time, Johann managed to clearly see someone. Peter. Seeing that guy? No, this doesn't make sense. Why can't I beat this guy? But Peter told him, "The more you move, the more it'll hurt. Since your pectoral muscle is fractured." Johann could barely stand. What he was saying was true. Because of the previous attack, his left hand was weakened. But what he couldn't understand was Peter's method of fighting with knives. Even an expert like him had never seen anything like it. A young boy mastering the karambit. Peter told him he would be precise in his next attack, but Johann replied, "I still have my mouth," and bit him hard. There's no such thing as an opponent I can't defeat. He was determined not to let go of his hand until he killed him. Peter insulted him with an elbow to his jaw. "Seems like you didn't understand. There are things even your pride can't overcome." Johann rested his jaw in his hand so he could speak to him, telling him his name, Kim Sung-woo. He would remember him for the rest of his life. Peter wondered what he was doing now, because once again, he had turned off the lights. The special forces had arrived. The more he knew about Johann, the more extraordinary he became. Johann had completely escaped. All the special forces began to mobilize, and someone asked what had happened to Kim Sung-woo and Alipe Day. But they didn't even care who they were. What mattered was finding Alipe Day. A peculiar smell passed by Gigon, and as soon as he realized it was too late, Alipe Day had passed by her, leaving a letter in her pocket. It was written in Braille, and it said that next time, he would put echolocation into practice. Jigan wondered what the hell that bastard was plotting. In the infirmary, Choi's assistant had survived, just like Ariana and Grande, but the doctor told them those weren't fatal attacks. But he asked, "Since when are you Pia?" She replied that it was from the start, and many like her were hiding in the group. They did it because Raphael threatened to kill their entire family, but she thought Raphael was interfering too much. Later, Jigan asked Peter why he had let Alipe Day escape. It didn't make sense for a prey marked by Peter to just leave like that, but Peter, quite confident, told him that he was sure Alipe Day would eventually help them. Jigan didn't believe it, so Peter told him to wait. In another scene, we see Raphael training hard, with Johann by his side. Raphael asked if he had taken care of Choi as he had ordered, but Johann told him that Choi was still alive. Raphael asked if he lost to Peter, just like the others. Johann replied that Peter never appeared. Another apostle was listening to their conversation, mocking him for losing to Peter and not recognizing him. Johann told him that if he kept acting like that with him, he would kill him. The apostle ended up apologizing, saying he was just joking. Codename Judas Tadeo told him that seeing how much it affected him, it seemed like it was true. But then Johann threw a knife at him, telling him that if he kept talking like that, he would give him 72 holes. But Tadeo stopped him, saying that he already had 7 apostle ranks. Alipe Day was one of the world's best assassins, and also someone who possessed a unique technique and had reached the highest level in martial arts. Tadeo asked what he would do now that he no longer had a 100% success rate in assassinations, provoking Johann, who attacked him. Tadeo blocked all his attacks only with his legs, surprised that, even though Johann was blind, he could still launch those attacks. If only you could see your abilities, they'd surely be even better. Johann, even more annoyed, told him not to repeat that and asked how he blocked his attacks with only his feet. Tadeo responded that if he used his hands, he would really die. Still, he was about to die. "Then die!" Johann attacked him from above. Raphael asked Johann to stop messing with Judas and instead have a talk about what happened. Johann declared that the young man shouldn't touch him because he was the one who was going to kill him. Tadeo asked which young man he was referring to and why he was leaving if they hadn't finished talking. Alone with Raphael, they simply said that he was really a difficult person to deal with. Tadeo asked if he wanted him to take care of Choi, but Raphael told him no, as there was a safer method to deal with this. Tadeo asked if it was the method he was thinking of, and Raphael asked them to call his driver since he would go see him in person. Outside the Aija building, the special forces told the president of Glory that he couldn't come in right now. Raphael thought it was a shame, so what he did next was force his way in, knocking down the entrance forces. The special forces called for reinforcements, but now that Raphael had entered, he asked if his position was now higher than the president's. He wondered which floor President Choi was on and if Peter would be there. Peter Choi, who should I look for first? He wondered, and his decision was to look for Choi. It was at that moment when they informed Choi that someone wanted to see him. When he asked who, they were scared to know it was Raphael, telling them not to let him through. Too late. Raphael passed through like it was nothing, telling him he felt a bit hurt despite being a VIP guest, asking why they gave him such a welcome. I even came because I knew you were in danger. Choi nervously replied that he appreciated the concern, but he was fine. The same guards were trembling, feeling that if they did anything or shot, they would die. Is he even human? They wondered. Why does he have eyes like that? Raphael asked point blank if someone had offered help to someone like Peter. Choi had met many people, but no one instilled such fear in his eyes like Raphael did, since no human had eyes like his. It even made it hard for him to respond. Choi tells him that if Peter had come, they would have caught him immediately. Raphael sat down, smiling, saying that was right, because it's impossible for Choi to secretly open up to Peter. But because his tie was poorly done, he could lose his neck if he's not careful. Choi felt he had to be careful with what he said, because if he responded badly, he would die without a doubt. Gradually, he started talking about the Glory Assassin, meaning Peter, but remembering everything that happened with him and how he risked his life, he finally just told Raphael that there were many very good assassins in Glory, which bored Raphael. He had expected something interesting, so he left, not without telling him that if he found out he was secretly talking to Peter, it would be too late, and he would kill them both. Meanwhile, Peter and Jigan began to hear the commotion. When Peter reached Choi's office, he saw how he collapsed, asking for more sedatives. He knew that sooner or later he would be killed by Raphael. Jigan mentioned that it seemed Raphael had been there just moments ago, and the threat from Raphael had left Choi in shock. Not even a famous psychiatrist or the best sedatives could calm him down. Jigan took the hat that Choi always wore, and when he saw it, Peter told everyone to leave the room. The doctors were obviously annoyed, but Jigan told them that the man in there was going to do magic. Alone, Peter asked Choi to calm down and talk to him. Raphael's eyes were no longer there, but Choi yelled at him not to lie. From the beginning, Daeha had been Raphael's target, and he knew very well that at any moment Raphael could kill him. "Are you going to disappoint me like this?" Peter shouted. "Did you forget the promise you made to me in Moscow 1978? Peter told young Choi to get up. There was still a long way to go to Korea. Choi followed him, running, but Peter told him to wait and count to 10 while covering his ears. Peter asked, "Should I go there or will they come for me?" 2 assassins were waiting for him. They just had to shoot first, it would be easy. But when they turned, he was no longer there. "If you're smart, you should jump this train," he said. But when there was no response, he disabled them in just 2 seconds, even taking time to smoke a cigarette. After that, he took Choi back on his motorcycle. He knew that from now on, he would face many obstacles, situations like today, and Choi was scared. He wanted Peter to be there for him, but Peter mentioned they would never see each other again. Those words saddened Choi. Peter said that for Choi's safety, he wanted him to think that this hat was him, and made him promise that if they ever met again in the future, he wouldn't be someone who would embarrass him. Choi smiled and accepted. He would live courageously, waiting for the day they would meet again, wherever it would be. "Choi, promise me you'll live bravely," Peter asked, and Choi got up, now with people waiting for him. Choi began to tremble. He thought it was impossible, but since the first time he met him, Peter had always reminded him. He never forgot him because he really wanted to see him again. Calling him for the first time, Peter, the protagonist, thanked him for growing up as well. When Choi left, he apologized to everyone for worrying them. They all wondered what that man could have done. Back in his batship, Jigan was dissatisfied. After all they had done, they were just thanked. Peter asked if he thought money was the most important thing. Jigan said, "Of course," and Peter handed him a letter they had given him as thanks. But Jigan didn't want to see even a thank you written. However, his attitude completely changed when he saw that the gift was a black card. At school, the brothers asked Peter where he had been all this time, and at that moment, Yuna arrived running with a worried face. She had heard that they were going to fire several rank D assassins. The confident brothers told her it was already 336, they surely wouldn't fire them, but Yuna yelled that they were in the same rank. There would be a special rank D assassin test, and only the top 100 would be safe. But she thought it had already begun, and the brothers said they weren't even in the top 300, so how could they make it to the top 100 now? However, Sango, who was the lowest ranked, seemed so relaxed. Peter mentioned that he already had a plan, and it had arrived at this very moment. The brothers looked worried, and Yuna blushed. The person who entered was Kajeo, asking if these were the rank D brothers. They immediately recognized him. He was the guy from the cruise. They knew he was very strong. So why was he here? After Kajeo went to the apostle meeting, he returned to Jigan's house, but he asked her to leave for a moment. Alone with Kajeo, she asked why he had returned. He told her that it was the first time he met someone so strong who wasn't an apostle of glory. He asked who Peter was, and Peter told him that if he told him, he would believe it. Kajeo said that after seeing his skills, he would believe anything. The protagonist introduced himself as Peter. Kajeo told him it was impossible if Peter was an old man. However, he had never seen skills like that before. More seriously, Kajeo mentioned that he had met Raphael but couldn't defeat him right now. As he said, he never learned how to fight from anyone. Whether Peter was an old man or not, one thing was for sure, he was much stronger than him. So, he asked Peter to train him. Peter said he wouldn't do it. Kajeo knelt and begged him to do it. He wanted to avenge Yuika, so he asked him to make him stronger, calling him Master. Peter told him not to say unpleasant things and to get up, but seeing his determination, he finally agreed. However, Kajeo would also have to do him a favor, and that task was to train these 3 rank D assassins. However, upon seeing them, Peter wondered if it was even possible for them to reach the top 100. They would probably be eliminated as soon as the test started. Yuna complained if he even knew them to say that, asking about his rank, but the brothers tried to calm her down. Peter wanted Kajeo to train them because he couldn't. Plus, he wanted them to survive. Kajeo promised to do his best. When asked what kind of training he would put them through, he said it wasn't anything special. The first thing he did was make them climb mountains without any protection while carrying a giant rock each. They all begged for help, poor things, but Kajeo yelled at them to do it, saying they would only become strong when they faced death. Now, at the Glory headquarters, Raphael began to suspect that Peter was inside Glory due to the incidents with Nathaniel and the ghost sword. However, someone of his caliber couldn't go unnoticed, and he couldn't move so openly. If Peter wasn't at the top, then maybe he was in the lower ranks. After all, that guy was someone who made the impossible possible, but what could they do to find him? Next to him, Tadeo was upside down, saying that he had an idea. In Jigan's house, she mentioned that Glory had never done anything like this before. They were probably already suspecting he was in Glory, so she genuinely asked him not to go to the test. But Peter told her that if he didn't go, it would be more suspicious. And so, a week later, all the rank D assassins of Glory gathered there. The brothers began to battle, as they had just come out of one hell and were now in another. Yuna wondered if it was good. Just then, the presenter, Kolima, welcomed them to the Island of Death. The test was simple. They had to survive on this island for 48 hours. Most started mocking it, thinking it would be easy. But of course, they hadn't come here to have fun, because from now on, they would fight freely. Whoever wins the fight will take the loser's volunteer license. After the test, there would be a ranking of who had the most licenses, and only the top 100 would pass. They could fight, hide, and even steal, hoping that everyone survives until the end. 30 minutes before the test began, Johan was happy to wear a custom suit for each one with their own number. But this also caused a problem, as the number written was a way to show the rankings openly. Due to this, sooner or later, problems would arise. The brothers mocked the people who wore a clown mask and one that looked like a pumpkin. However, their expressions changed when they saw a girl who looked like a model. She was Joel, number 222, but she noticed there were many cameras everywhere. This definitely confirmed they were looking for him in this place, and he would have to act like a rank D. However, someone drew everyone's attention, number 330, who introduced himself as Guangnan Navi, but that was just a fake name, like the one Peter used. He was also known as the current Judas, and wanted to confirm something by approaching an elderly man, whom he called Peter. The others wondered why he would look for Peter in a place like this. Tadeo mentioned he couldn't identify them one by one, so he had come up with something, but he knew that this guy was the variable in this test, wondering what he would do now. Judas told everyone to raise their hand if they were Peter. He was surprised to see that the only one who raised his hand was a boy, and if this was our protagonist, who asked if he was interested in why he raised his hand. Immediately, Tadeo went to greet him, calling him Tsiong-di, which means brother, and Yuna explained it. Peter told him to just look around. None of them were elderly, and if he thought he could find Peter this way, it was better for him to try harder. Tadeo smiled and kicked, but he stopped when he saw that he was someone interesting. Although to the eyes of everyone, it seemed like a normal kick. Peter thought it wasn't. First, a circular kick, then a Brazilian kick, and finally a side kick. In this tiny fraction of time, he changed the trajectory of his kick 3 times. He was hiding his presence, despite being such a skilled person. Although the brothers told him not to mess with someone as low as number 336, it was better for him to fight real men like them. Tadeo brushed them off, saying he was just having fun, and once again approached our protagonist, touching his skin and saying goodbye to him. The brothers told him not to be so scared by that kick. They would protect him if he tried to do anything, but Tadeo stared at him. This guy wasn't scared at all, because in every trajectory he made with his kick, he followed it with his eyes. Those eyes were from someone very confident, thinking this was going to be interesting. Peter told them that from now on, most assassins would go after them because they were the lowest in the rankings. That meant they would be the target of 332 people. Yuna yelled that the only way to survive this was to form an alliance. When the test started, everyone dispersed to find a place where they could come up with a plan. But Peter thought that if they couldn't move freely, they needed to move together. He asked them to follow him, and out of all the places he could have chosen on this island, he led them to an abandoned factory. However, what worried them the most was the person who was following them. If this was Tadeo, if someone like him was rank D, he definitely had to be with Raphael, Peter thought. Although other people also joined them, Peter did this to form an alliance with the lower ranks to defend themselves against those who would go after their credentials. Yuna thought this was the right decision, but how would they get the other credentials? Peter's plan was to hide here until the other assassins fought among themselves. Then, when they were exhausted, they would take their credentials. Peter asked Joker and Pumpkinhead to watch the forest with him. Tadeo thought he was someone very interesting for making quick decisions and also taking the lead. While they were running like Naruto, Pumpkinhead told him that before becoming an assassin, he had been a boxer, but once he entered glory, he realized all the monsters that were above him. Peter confidently told him that he had gone through that too, but effort would never betray him. Meanwhile, in the factory, someone was asking for help. When they opened the door, he mentioned there was a rank B assassin outside, but this was a trap. 2 rank B assassins had entered, and Tadeo thought this was getting interesting. Yuna remembered that if they were really rank B, they definitely couldn't win. From afar, they watched as they started attacking. Joker fled, and Pumpkinhead asked Peter if they should escape. Meanwhile, the rank B assassins had already killed one, as there were no rules stating they couldn't do so, asking for their credentials. Tadeo wanted to fight, but first, he wanted to see how the brothers and the girl would handle the situation. Yuna was the only one who knew that even if the outbreak was here, they couldn't show their skills. The brothers began to say their goodbyes, hoping to meet again in the sky. One of the assassins jumped to attack Yuna, but someone stopped him. Yuna, knowing that the only one who could have done that was the protagonist, shouted at him to move away. But this was the Pumpkin Knight, although he looked quite different. Peter told them that after the walk they had just done, the brothers were astonished by the power of the Pumpkin Knight. The other assassin asked if he was really going to fight him, being only rank 333. Peter replied that he had won the national boxing tournament. Seeing everyone's gazes, Peter decided to do one thing. The other assassin mentioned that if he was a boxing champion, he would kill him with boxing. Yuna was confident that now that he had a mask, she could defeat him, but she hadn't realized there was another problem. It would be illogical for a rank D to win against a rank B, and they could only watch as Pumpkinhead got beaten up, except for Tadeo, who was watching beyond the fight. Perhaps Pumpkinhead was at least a rank A, thought Yuna. She asked why, despite being beaten for a long time, he didn't fall. Tadeo told Yuna that he took the hits well, making it seem like he was being hit. But at the last moment when the punch landed, he moved in the direction of the attack, which caused him to take very little damage. It was a technique commonly used in boxing called head movement. If the one being hit was Pumpkinhead, why did the rank B look so tired? When the rank B tried to hit with all his strength, he slipped because Peter had put his foot on top, accidentally hitting him with his elbow. Surprised, he mentioned that luckily he managed to knock him down. All of them, except Tadeo and Yuna, thought he was very lucky. Tadeo thought that even a world boxing champion couldn't use head movement in all those attacks, and he didn't want to hold back anymore. On the other hand, the other rank B escaped. When Peter took their credentials, he realized they already had many, even though the test had just begun. The brothers, quite disheartened, approached him, and although the protagonist gave them some so they could pass the test, he also went to Tadeo, but he refused. He didn't need them. Instead, he wanted something else. He wanted him to fight against him. Tadeo bet his credential. All Peter had to do was touch a single hair of his body, but he replied that then he should give him his credential once, because that would be too easy. The atmosphere began to change, but the presenter announced that the factory was off limits, and if they stayed in there for the next 5 minutes, they would be eliminated. It seemed they were interrupted. Before leaving, Peter acted like he had just returned. and the brothers asked where he had been. They had to face 2 rank B guys, but from now on, they should split up to find supplies, as the restricted areas were slowly increasing. In the end, they would have to fight each other like in a Royal Barrow game, Fortnite style, reaching a point where they had no choice but to fight. Then, one of them, quite seriously, asked him to wait, questioning whether he didn't notice the smell. She had smelled food, even though it was wrapped up. On the other hand, the brothers' supply backpack was different. For some reason, they were wearing dresses. Suddenly, a shot was heard nearby, but there shouldn't have been any guns. Peter asked for help to hide. He would return as soon as possible. Something was going on. At first, they had taken all the firearms from them, and when he reached the place where the shot had been fired, he found someone already stiff. This was no longer a rank test. Noticing there was someone else, Tadeo spoke on the phone with Raphael, confirming that there wasn't anyone who looked like Peter, but there were some interesting people. It seemed he would return soon, but Raphael mentioned things were about to get more interesting. Yuna also noticed someone was approaching, but upon getting a closer look, it was the host, who asked Yuna to run. This was no longer a battle for ascension. Everyone here would die. Raphael's plan was to go and kill all the ranks, because if anyone survived, it would probably be Peter. Yuna asked what he meant, and he replied there were multiple people killing the ranks. When he was about to tell them where they were, a knife pierced him. It was Chimpanzee, a rank B disguised as a rank B, who was happy to meet a pretty girl like Yuna. However, his mind had changed. He wouldn't kill her now. Instead, he would make her his. Yuna thought he didn't seem skilled enough to be a rank B, but he could probably fight on his own. She immediately tried to overpower him, but before she could even touch him, the brothers stopped her, saying they were her opponents. Chimpanzee broke a branch, and the brothers said that instead of a rank B, he looked like a baby monkey. However, they wouldn't be careless like before. This was a small step they had to overcome if they wanted to become like Peter. Both disappeared. The younger brother attacked by surprise, but Chimpanzee was suddenly behind him. The brother was stunned, but he was also fast. Although something didn't feel right. That guy didn't seem to specialize in speed. At that moment, the older brother grabbed him tightly from behind. Once caught, there was no way to escape. The younger brother yelled for him to let go. Chimpanzee started laughing because just a moment ago they had talked about Peter, and even if they were reborn, they couldn't be him, because at their age, Peter was already a legend. With each arm, he terrified every brother on the ground, slowly crushing their throats. An adult's grip strength is 45 kilos, but a chimpanzee's is a 130, and that was his specialty. However, before he could suffocate them, the brothers synchronized and performed an arm lock with their own bodies. No matter what everyone thought or said, they would definitely become like Peter. At that moment, they remembered when someone had asked why they were desperately trying to be like Peter. They both answered at the same time. It was their destiny. 11 years ago, they realized there were ranks among the orphans. They were newcomers with no name, and even when they arrived, they didn't receive a name. When defending themselves from the other children, the only ones punished were them. The older brother asked if their mother would ever come back for them, but the younger brother knew that would never happen. The reason was that she had kicked them out without even giving them a name. She had no one to look for simple children who didn't even know their names. Suddenly, an old book hit the younger brother. When they read it, it had the date 1967, and it was written that he had never had a name because everyone who knew his name died in the war. Everyone called him Lone Wolf, a nickname that was also an insult. But he didn't care, because one day, he would show how great a lone wolf could become. On April 29, 1970, he got a name, though he thought it was silly to have a name that only he knew. But today, he would sleep again with determination, because he would become someone worthy of carrying Peter's name. Immediately, the brothers knew he would go to Peter's youth journal, so they came up with the idea to choose their own names. Since they were brothers, one would be called Dako Jung, meaning lone wolf, and the other Dako Yai, meaning brothers. After telling this story to Kajeo, he understood the reason, but still said they couldn't be Peter because it simply didn't suit them. However, if they managed to become one instead of two, maybe it would be possible. Kajeo tied all their hands without explanation and threatened them not to remove that binding. When they were about to fall off a cliff, Kajeo shouted that their bodies and minds also needed to become one. He attacked them from different directions until they managed to synchronize and received fewer blows. They also went to the bathroom together. They had to synchronize how they pooped. Only then could they become one, said Kageo. Chimpanzee threw them, but he stayed and watched them carefully because he definitely felt a terrifying killing intent he had never felt before. Yuna was watching the fight from behind, but Chimpanzee had never lost sight of her, as she was his prey. However, something hit him from the right, and it had definitely been Yuna, but she was in front of him. She had hit him with a spinning ball as a mockery. Chimpanzee asked if her brothers were trained by an apostle, wondering if she was trained by Peter. Yuna seriously replied that he was her master. Slowly, Chimpanzee's smile turned into a worried face, because compared to those brothers, the silhouette of that girl reflected the figure of someone much more skilled. Chimpanzee admitted she was not only beautiful, but still, it didn't change the fact that she was a rank A. Being a killer for so many years, he knew it. She was definitely the real Peter. Chimpanzee thought he was losing his mind thinking that, and Yuna wanted to manage the fight from a distance. However, Chimpanzee told her that weapon was useless here because this was a forest, and Yuna knew he was right. The trees in the forest were intertwined, and if she threw the rope incorrectly, it would get caught in a tree. That's why she couldn't attack him now. Yuna had no choice but to throw the dice as best as she could, making Chimpanzee mock her aim. However, in an instant, someone hit his head, but when he turned around, there was nothing. Yuna kept attacking, remembering how in the past, Peter had told her that this wouldn't be enough to survive, but a rope with dice was a good weapon for inflicting a lot of damage. Peter had asked her to hit that bottle from where she was, and Yuna had told him that was impossible, but he mentioned that there was never just one way to hit. Leaving without saying anything else, Peter also went to see the brothers, who were suffering from Kageyo's training. They had to try to sleep at the same time, or Kageyo would wake them up. Meanwhile, Yuna was dreaming about how much she could improve. She continued trying tirelessly, but it didn't work. There were many obstacles, and no matter what she did, she couldn't reach it. But if she had enough energy to speak, she needed to work harder. She threw it thousands of times. Her hands were bleeding, but after all those attempts, the phrase, "do it your way," came to her. The protagonist had kept saying it when he pointed at her, showing her the right direction. Chimpanzee had already gotten tired. He no longer wanted her. He just wanted to kill her. At first, she would get lost when the place changed. A new labyrinth would form. But don't be discouraged. This was an important process to hit the target. Just trust what you see because when you erase the wrong paths, you will see the right one. When that happened, the battlefield itself would become your weapon. Every single one of Yuna's movements was completely precise, and she gave a great hit. Chimpanzee thought she wasn't missing anymore. He was adjusting the trajectory to hit him. The brothers, seeing this, thought it was damn cool. It was luck, but it was cool, they said. Chimpanzee started to mold himself, and the brothers immediately grabbed both his hands. Chimpanzee shouted at them, asking how long they thought they could hold him. As soon as his hands were freed, he would kill them all. Little by little, it was becoming harder for them to hold his hands, but they only needed to hold on until Yuna shot him. Although it seemed like she had missed, it wasn't luck like before either. It was a fast attack from above, which was what Yuna was aiming for to propel herself and hit him with the force of a car. Finally, they had won. They had beaten a rank B for the first time, although of course it was 3 against 1. But a voice told them not to move, because they would die here. It was the rank B that was at the factory. Still, they were confident, having defeated Chimpanzee, but he, laughing, told them that he had no intention of fighting, shooting at Yuna's ball because it was easier to just shoot them and blow their brains out from a distance. He was someone they couldn't face. However, someone arrived, and Yuna thought it was the protagonist, but instead it was Tadeo, who greeted him and said he had come here out of curiosity since he had heard some shots. However, the rank B aimed directly at Tadeo. He didn't flinch, nor did he care, simply wondering who would be faster, his gun or him. Yuna commented that the guy was pretty smart, because when you're close to someone, you can grab the weapon and take it away from them. Tadeo then mentioned that this meant he had the advantage and proceeded to do something like this. He opened his mouth and put the rank B's gun in it, so he wouldn't have as much of an advantage. Damn! Look at the size of those balls, they wondered. Why would he do something like that? Did he really want to die? The reason why the assassin still fired was that in a millisecond he saw something. The moment he pulled the trigger, it would be him who died. Even his hand started to tremble. Tadeo asked why he was scared. He just needed to shoot. And indeed, Tadeo had raised his leg to see who would be faster, the assassin. Under so much pressure, the assassin shouted that it was impossible to dodge a bullet. At that moment, Tadeo broke his arm. It was so fast that even Yuna and the brothers couldn't see it. Tadeo told him not to make such a fuss over an arm. He still had the other one, which was fine. The assassin started shooting at Tadeo with his other hand, screaming that in the Black Snake sect, he was ranked as a first-class assassin. Yuna, observing how he shot, knew he had practiced a lot. However, then why did he miss 26 times? The rank B began to tremble. He definitely wasn't a rank for Tadeo. Tadeo responded that if you shoot a gun with a hand that isn't your dominant one, the precision would decrease by 50%, and if his opponent was him, the precision was 0%. Again, Tadeo hit him without the others being able to see how he did it, and when he received dozens of hits, Tadeo was already with his arms crossed. Tadeo didn't think he would collapse so quickly, telling him to drink more milk. On the ground, the rank B finally remembered after such a beating. How could he forget someone like him? There was a time when the entire continent feared him, calling him the god of Kowloon. Haha, you saw that, dog. We move on to the hell of Kowloon, where it was said that no one who entered came back alive. There were no exceptions. It was complete anarchy. At that time, the third leader of the Black Snake sect told the rank B assassin that he would conquer this place. Are you really going to enter Kowloon? A voice asked. This man told them that if they could conquer this place, all interference would disappear, but he could see it. They would only die if they entered. Sho, the rank B, grabbed him tightly, asking if he wanted to be the first to die. But upon seeing him closely, he fell silent because of his face. The old man simply said that if he begged, he could survive. And at that time, he knew he should have fled, but when they arrived, there was absolutely nothing. The rumors were lies. Sho said that there was no one up there. This was Tadeo, who warned them that he wouldn't say it twice. The moment someone touches even a little bit of dust from this place, he would kill them. I wondered how he could stand there against all of them, who were armed. The leader, mocking, said that his gun also didn't give second warnings, ordering all his members to shoot. After all those shots, there was definitely nothing left of him, but suddenly each of the members was attacked and their bodies deformed. The leader screamed for him to come out from wherever he was, and then his weapon was cut in half. While on their knees, they called him the god of Kowloon. The entire sect's army was brought down by one man, unarmed. This didn't make sense. I mentioned that he wasn't unarmed because his entire body was a weapon. Sho started begging for mercy, and Tadeo told him to go and tell everyone, no matter who they were, that those who came to the Kowloon hell would be thrown out with their limbs torn off. Sho begged his leader to wake up and run, but looking at him, he didn't understand how the guy, who had no weapon and was only using his bare fists, crushed his leader's bones. He had no bones left. Now, back in the present, the brothers asked if he killed the rank B, but he warned them to beg to be chosen, because as long as that guy was here, this island would become their death. Now, in the VIP room of glory, Raphael's masseuse informed him that the signals from the rank Bs had been lost, but this was something Raphael had already expected. If not, the only person who could end all of them wouldn't be Peter. Asking them to bring him the TV, he would check it personally. Meanwhile, the rank D assassins were trying to escape from Michael. One of them recounts that once in an American prison, the prisoners teamed up and killed many guards. But when the special operations team arrived, they found all the prisoners dead, with only one security guard left alive. The only reason he became a guard was to commit legal murders. But now that they couldn't hear him, the Joker took out some knives to face him, which he got from a loot box, and his specialty was knives. Although it was Joker who threw the knives because he had one inside, the other shouldn't have weapons. Michael, with a sadistic laugh, told him that these were bones from the boy he had killed before. After massacring them, he heard someone coming directly toward him, getting excited, but it was Peter. He didn't know what awaited him. Meanwhile, Tadeo led the brothers and Yuna to a place, but they were terrified just by being near him. Those reactions were totally normal. He killed a rank B like it was nothing, and Yuna thought that the strongest people she had met were Natanal and Sun Gu. Peter. So she knew that this man was as skilled as them. Tadeo wondered where Pumpkinhead was. The brothers observed that someone was passed out, noticing that this person was rank 1. But if he was the first, how could he end up like this? Yuna thought the only person capable of this was the protagonist, so she would have to keep him as far away from Tadeo as possible. The protagonist spoke, and Yuna immediately shouted for him to run. He couldn't stay here, but when they turned around, they realized he was completely injured. How did Sun Gu end up like this? Yuna wondered, and noticing the assassin's head, the only one who could have supported his head was Pumpkinhead. Tadeo thought Pumpkinhead was strong, but not enough to leave someone's skull like this, so he asked them to stop. There were footsteps around, a broken ankle, and a cracked skull. Tadeo imagined how the rank 1 tried to kill someone, but when he closed the distance, the other took advantage and kicked his leg, leaving that trail, breaking his ankle, and then attacking with an aerial punch. That ability wasn't boxing, it was a killing skill. It definitely wasn't Pumpkinhead. He asked the protagonist if he didn't agree. He was the one who did it. At that moment, they heard screams of agony, and when they went to check, these were the rank B assassins and also Raphael's subordinates. There were 20 of them. Yuna told the protagonist to run, but he disappeared, and the rank B assassins approached the brothers. Their orders were clear: kill all the rank D on this island. Yuna began to panic, but suddenly, Pumpkinhead appeared. However, despite fighting like a pumpkin, Raphael was surely watching. The rank B assassins mocked his mask, and they began to surround him. Peter didn't know what to do in this situation, but unexpectedly, Tadeo stepped behind him, saying that they would fight together. The protagonist didn't understand why he was doing this, since he didn't need to, and Tadeo said that he was curious if 2 rank Ds could defeat 20 rank Bs. Tadeo said the reason he helped was simple, because it would be fun. Yuna thought that rank 338 couldn't take on all of them, given that the protagonist couldn't show his true strength. One of the assassins told them that no matter how good they were, the terrain where they would fight was different, because this was the beach. The brothers said it was obvious, but what did that have to do with Peter? He already knew. On the sand, you could only use 50% of your agility, because if you step too hard on the soft sand, it absorbs much of the force. Tadeo began battling, asking if he was at a huge disadvantage. If so, this would be much more fun. However, the rank B assassins asked if he would be able to run here, or if the bullets would reach him first. There was no way a human could be faster than a bullet in this situation. Tadeo had no choice but to apologize to Pumpkinhead, jumping over him. Was this a betrayal? Not before landing, Tadeo shouted for him to plant his feet, and what he did was propel himself with the protagonist's forearms. With all that skill, in an instant, he took down 4 of the rank Bs. Since the sand was restricting him, all he had to do was not stand on it. Tadeo began using the bodies of the rank Bs to propel himself and avoid falling into the sand. It was like he was flying, but the most impressive thing was that he broke the wrists of each of the rank Bs who had a weapon. One of the rank Bs thought he should kill the weakest, referring to Pumpkinhead, and this was a problem for Peter. He didn't have to show his skills or Raphael would recognize him, so he ended up pointing his eyes toward the brothers, jumping over them. They said this was how they would die. However, Peter wasn't running from him. He took advantage of one of the blind spots between the brothers to give him a beating at that moment, making it look like the brothers had beaten him. In Raphael's office, one of his assistants ran in, asking why it was Tadeo who took down all the rank Bs they had sent. He asked if he should send the other disciples there. Was this a betrayal by Tadeo? Raphael said it was impossible for Tadeo to betray him because he was the god of Kowloon, and he couldn't betray him. At that moment, we see memories of when Tadeo was in a straitjacket in front of Raphael. Now, thanks to Yuna's flare, the other rank Ds gathered in one place, and she informed them that the exam had ended. It would be best to leave the island as soon as possible, but Tadeo told them to wait and not rush, confessing that he needed to find Peter before they left. He began walking among all the rank Ds, as there was no elder similar to him. In that case, perhaps the person who could hide their identity, but not their abilities, could be one of them. There was definitely something strange because both Pumpkinhead and Kim Seong-gu had never been in the same place at the same time. When he approached the protagonist, he said that he would then be Peter, or it was very likely that he was connected to him. But he would make it simple. He just had to take off the mask. However, the protagonist removed his hand, asking what would happen if he didn't want to. Then, Tadeo had no choice but to take it off himself. Everyone was watching, wondering what to do. Tadeo tried to hit him before anything could happen, but it was strange. He still thought he could kick him, but he dodged it at the last moment. He knew he wouldn't disappoint him. This fight was a ticking time bomb. The longer it went on, the more disadvantageous it would be to deal with someone like him. Peter eventually tried to kick him, but that wasn't an attack aimed at Tadeo. He kicked the sand to hide. Suddenly, Peter came out, trying to finish him off once and for all, and only some of the rank Ds could recognize the kind of fight this was. One such person was a girl who saw firsthand what it was like to fight a rank A assassin. When she saw Sangdo, the only thing that came to mind was that they could never be like them, not necessarily because they were that talented. This fight felt surreal, like a dream, so now she didn't care about showing her true strength. But it calmed her a little, because when she saw Tadeo fight, she thought he was the same as Sangdo. But now that they were fighting, it was clear the protagonist was stronger. It seemed like Peter was copying Tadeo's abilities, but no, he was improving the technique even more. He threw Tadeo into the air, but Tadeo stood as if nothing happened, balancing on one foot while saying it was rare to meet someone so strong. Had they met before? Pumpkinhead told him to stop acting tough. If this continued, he would be the one to lose. With a smile, maybe he apologized for holding back against someone this strong. Then, he decided, no matter how much he begged for mercy, it would be useless because if he wanted him to fight seriously, he would regret it. Meanwhile, Raphael was happy because, just as he had suspected, a rank D appeared who wasn't a rank D. No matter what it cost him, he would take off that mask and reveal his identity to the world. His subordinate asked if that was the real Peter, then Tadeo wasn't in danger. Raphael approached, telling his assistant that the reaction speed of a human could not be less than 0.1 seconds. But Tadeo's strength was not human. The protagonist got in position. Tadeo would use his arms for the first time, but before even thinking about anything else, Tadeo was in front of him, as if he were a different person than before. Raphael said aloud that no one could keep up with Tadeo because his reaction speed was 0, meaning that from his brain to his muscles, it took 0 seconds to process visual information. As soon as the protagonist saw him attack, Tadeo landed a blow, and he shouted for him to control himself. This was just the beginning. The human strength that transcends humanity. That's Tadeo, the god of Kowloon, in a state of ecstasy. The law says that to stop his 888 abilities, a year wouldn't be enough. This is Kowloon's technique, which is impossible to dodge or defend against. This monstrous technique consisted of 100 instant blows. The only one capable of doing this was Tadeo. Obviously, he couldn't block all those attacks, and seeing how it left him, Yuna began to tremble. However, Tadeo, seeing him closely, noticed that his body remained intact. He was definitely hiding something. Pumpkinhead couldn't move anymore. He couldn't keep fighting like that. So, Tadeo approached him to take off his mask now that he couldn't move. But at that moment, Yuna intervened, shouting that if he didn't want to take off his mask, he must have his own reasons. She knew it was impossible for her to face him, but if this would give her a little more time, she would at least try. Tadeo apologized to her, but if she didn't move now, they would have no choice but to kill her. And Yuna pulled out her weapon, telling them with determination that she would also attack as if she wanted to kill them. But in an instant, Tadeo passed by her side, hitting her and sending her to the ground. When she realized it, she couldn't move anymore. Now that no one could stop him, Tadeo began to remove the mask. Raphael was shouting with excitement. He wanted to see the face behind that old mask. He no longer had any disciples capable of helping him. No matter how strong Peter was, now he was alone. Finally, he had defeated him. When Tadeo took off the mask, they were surprised because this wasn't what they expected. Behind the mask was Kageo, not Peter. At that exact moment, one of Raphael's guards reported that they had a big problem. Peter had infiltrated. Peter would definitely be exposed. That's what Kageo thought. And Yegan said that was exactly why Kageo had asked him to accompany him to the island. Peter mentioned that in that case, he would have to become him, and Kageo would have to infiltrate the island when Peter gave the order. That's why Peter constantly checked the island. However, Peter wanted to avoid fighting another disciple, even though Kageo was confident he could defeat anyone with his cursed blood. And just behind them appeared the protagonist. This made Tadeo hesitate, as he firmly believed that Pumpkinhead and Sun Gu were the same person. In the end, Tadeo apologized to Kageo, asking why he was hiding his identity, and also asking him to return to glory, where he would gain a reputation. Still, Tadeo thought it was strange that Sun Gu's face was covered in blood. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to figure out. But he let this detail slide because he wanted to convince Kageo to return with Raphael. And with that, the trial on the Death Island had come to an end, and all those who survived passed. Peter knew that in time, there would be no more suspicions of him infiltrating Glory. But now it was his turn to counterattack because he had sent Simon to appear in Kowloon's hell while all this was happening, impersonating Peter. When Raphael looked at the screen, the Kowloon assassins had led him into a dead-end alley, but Simon had done it on purpose to take care of all of them at once. For the first time, Raphael began to tremble because, of all places, the one he didn't want to be was Kowloon's hell. After causing a mess, Simon proved Peter right. There was something strange hiding in that place. When he returned to Yagun's house, he still held a grudge against Kageo for the arm he had cut off. Yagun tried to calm him down. He definitely respected Peter, as he even helped him, but Simon didn't want to accept the fact that he was one of them. Seeing that there was no other option, Kageo quickly approached him, but only to apologize. He knew he would never forgive him, so he would offer his hand to demonstrate his worth. Peter just watched them, and Simon asked if he thought he wouldn't do it. Kageo had already accepted living without an arm for the rest of his life, which was why Simon could feel that the boy had no intention of dodging the edge of his sword. He asked him to move his arm away and remember this until the day he died. From now on, that arm was no longer his. It belonged to Peter. Kageo told him that, of course, he would serve him for the rest of his life. In the end, Simon forgave him, and he asked him to scratch his back. Now, Peter mentioned that maybe what was in Kowloon's hell was Raphael's weakness, so he planned to go there and find out for himself. This was very risky, but that was why he didn't plan to fight alone. As he said, the current glory had people who were unimaginably strong, so he also planned to gather more allies apart from the disciples who were already gathered with him. Yagan asked how he planned to gather members for this. Peter's disciples? But then why did he kill Nathaniel if he could have been of help? Peter just gave a small smile, but what was certain was that Raphael would be more careful. He had asked Tadeo to return immediately to Kowloon's hell. This time, he wanted to kill him. As he arrived, he asked if he would fight against the difference in numbers. Glory has thousands of people, but Peter, laughing, responded that those numbers were very simple. Each one of them was worth 1,000 of them. The next day, Tadeo informed Raphael that he had everything prepared for when Peter appeared. Raphael had also gathered the Congo brothers, to whom he promised to make them disciples on the condition that they bring him Peter's head. At that moment, both stood on top of his desk, asking him to fulfill that promise, because that position was theirs from the beginning. Raphael's guards warned them to stop, but one of the brothers asked why he was using a weapon. That only showed how weak he was, and with one hand he broke that pistol into pieces, leaving as they said they would return with Peter's head. Raphael used to tell a story to the disciples, where he said that to rule the world, the most important thing was Kowloon's hell. Perhaps that's why Kowloon was so important to Raphael. Peter also heard everything from the communicator. He asked to meet with Simon and also told him not to attract attention, though it seemed Simon didn't understand this very well. Peter asked him not to stand by his side, as it would make everyone think he was from the outside with a serious face. Simon mentioned that since the last time he was here, they had strengthened the security. More people were coming from outside. He knew it from their clothing. They were the Shadow Men, who didn't compare to Nathaniel's team or the Somali pirates. They were the best assassins on the continent that Glory could bring. But the most important thing was that the Congo leaders, who were nominated as disciples, were probably here as well. No matter how much they disguised themselves, there was no way they could enter just like that. But Peter was calm because he didn't need any of that, just entering with style. Simon observed him from afar, not believing he would really enter directly. But if that's what he wanted, he would follow him no matter what. However, the Shadow Warriors welcomed the protagonist. What just happened? At that moment, we also see how Tadeo greets him happily, telling him he didn't have to use formalities with him and asking where he wanted to go first. He was excited to show him around. Once they left, the Shadow Warriors couldn't stand treating that guy as their superior. He was just a simple rank D. His face without scars was proof that he had never fought with his life on the line. In a way, they envied the rank Ds. But the other question was, how did Tadeo start coming in if he hadn't accepted students in years? The reason for all this is that the day the island trial ended, Tadeo cheerfully said goodbye to everyone, asking if they would ever meet again. Tadeo wondered if Peter was really in Kowloon's hell, and for a moment, he showed an expression of deep hatred. The protagonist managed to see it, thinking that he couldn't let him leave just like that. That's why, before Tadeo left, Peter told him that he admired his martial arts, and because he could see it, he realized how deficient he was. That's why Peter knelt, asking to be his student. Even the brothers were surprised by the way he asked. Tadeo thought for a while and said that he usually didn't have students, but for some reason, he felt like this would be fun. So, he accepted, but only if he could touch a single strand of his hair. Tadeo asked if he wanted to try, and the protagonist simply took it without Tadeo giving the signal to start. The brothers were stunned. He was an opportunist, and Tadeo accepted. This was the first time Peter had come to this place, but he found it strange because, contrary to its name of hell, this place looked quite extravagant. Tadeo told him that was because of Raphael, as he was the one who gave life to something that didn't have it. For Peter, that wasn't the only strange thing, since he knew this place only accepted combat fighters, because he had never seen civilians. Tadeo, smiling, told him that it was a secret, but more importantly, he asked if he knew anything about Peter, because he is an incredible person, one whose mere presence causes chaos and glory. And just in case there were any doubts, he holds no grudges against Peter, but needs to know him in order to kill him. While holding him tightly, he asked him not to stray from him because Peter hides within this place, but there was no need to worry. He would definitely protect him. A couple of Shadow Warriors mentioned that Tadeo would be destroyed by the Congo brothers someday. Another asked why they were so sure, mentioning they had heard that Glory had the strongest person in the world, referring to Nathaniel. At that very moment, the Congo brothers broke through the concrete wall. This is Narayan Congo, and this other one is Mishaku Congo. Although I will only refer to them as the Congo brothers, their specialties are still unknown. Narayan held one of their heads while mentioning that if they were so curious, they could have just asked because now they would experience it firsthand, who was the stronger one. It was also a good opportunity to show Raphael that there were people better than the current disciples. Meanwhile, Simon was communicating with Peter. he had also infiltrated, pretending to be a homeless person. Peter responded that he too was in a tough situation. Simon called him a liar, as he could tell by the sound that he was sitting by the window under the moonlight smoking a cigarette. Meanwhile, he was fighting against rats. However, he also mentioned that the objective of the shadows was to ask aloud if they weren't in agreement with the assassins spying on him. This was very strange for them. How did he know they were there? They had completely hidden their presence. Peter found it strange that this house was too clean. From the moment he entered, all the utensils were put away as if they were eliminating any weapons. They responded, saying they understood a bit why they had let him in but couldn't give him a warm welcome. Peter replied that it was also a shame that they weren't even capable of introducing themselves. Peter hung up the phone, and the assassins, taking care of anything that could be used as a weapon, attacked him, feeling quite confident. However, since he was now in the air, they didn't expect that with just that old phone and a tablecloth, they would be defeated so easily. So Peter sent them to sleep while wondering if Simon would envy him now. Peter also wondered how those guys had tried to kill him so openly. After the other shadows were informed, they quickly reported to the Congo brothers that the assassins they had sent had been defeated, but for some reason were still alive. After hearing that they were still alive, one of the brothers yelled, asking how that was possible, but they immediately began laughing because by leaving them alive, they could use them against Peter. On the other hand, Peter and Tadeo were taking a night stroll so Peter could try some street food, asking him if he was enjoying his accommodation. Thanks to this, Peter knew that Tadeo wasn't the one who ordered his assassination. He only replied that the shadows had given him a warm welcome. Peter asked Tadeo why he didn't refer to the shadows as brothers, just as Tadeo referred to him, because all this time, instead of calling him Kim Sun-gu, he called him brother. This question fascinated Tadeo, and he explained that everyone except him was an outsider. With a proud smile, he mentioned that he was the only one who originally lived here, and all the shadows were mercenaries who came only to hunt Peter, confessing that he knew they didn't like him, because if the Congo brothers caught Peter first, they would take his place and try to kill him along with the Shadow brothers. Peter didn't understand how he could say that so calmly while smiling, but Tadeo asked him if he thought they could kill him. If that wasn't the reason he was looking for Peter, then what was? Tadeo responded that the reason was that this building here was the reason he was trying to capture Peter, because this place was his mother's house, and he needed to kill Peter to protect his mother. Suddenly, someone shouted an insult, and when they looked, there were 2 dead bodies hanging above them. Peter immediately recognized them. They were the assassins who had come to his house, but he had only knocked them unconscious. Had they killed them because they had failed? Tadeo asked why he was making that expression now, and at that moment, the Congo brothers appeared in front of them. One of them said they came due to an unfortunate accident, as they had gone to greet the new guest that Tadeo brought. But after meeting him, their bodies ended up like this. Peter confessed that everything was true, even their deaths. He had nothing to do with it. The other brother took out a phone and asked if he wanted to show that he was lying, showing a recording where the shadows were seen entering his room, but never coming out. He asked Tadeo if he was aware of their customs. Tadeo responded that he knew that if the shadows were killed without reason, the person who killed them would face immediate execution, so Kim Sun-gu would be executed. Tadeo asked them to wait, as Sun-gu surely had something to say to clear up the misunderstanding. Obviously, he knew this was a trap set by the Congo brothers, but one of them, with a serious tone, responded that he had forgotten something important, that Tadeo was the one who brought him in the first place. What they wanted from the beginning was for Tadeo to take responsibility for this. And with that, the Congo brothers would become the leaders of the sect. But Tadeo started laughing, as they were taking their rules very seriously. One of the brothers brought his massive fist down, which was almost the size of Tadeo's head, but Tadeo didn't care. He told them they looked ridiculous trying to play these games, and asked them to feel free to fight him whenever they wanted. Tadeo launched a kick that only Peter could see, but the Congo brother stopped it with just his palm. Of course, Tadeo didn't attack with all his power, but the fact that they could see those kicks showed their remarkable training. The Congo brother dodged the kick, as he expected more, to which Tadeo responded that if he talked so much, didn't that mean he was afraid to fight them? In this fight, it was obvious that one of them would die. However, Peter appeared in front of them, asking them to stop. The Congo brother told him not to interfere, but Peter showed them something to resolve their doubts. When Peter entered and noticed that there were no utensils, he started recording on his iPhone in case something happened. He said that some drunks had entered and drank so much that it couldn't be resolved with words. However, he kindly put them to sleep, and a little while later, someone else came in to take those drunks away. He asked if they wanted him to continue with this. The brothers didn't understand how he knew everything from the start, so they ended up apologizing for the misunderstanding. But Peter told them they didn't have to apologize to him. They needed to apologize to the sect leader. This made their blood boil. How dare he humiliate them, a mere rank D. However, in the end, they apologized to Tadeo, who, laughing, replied that it wasn't necessary. Everyone makes mistakes, and he could have killed both of them thanks to this misunderstanding, and so they both left. The next day, during a sunset, Tadeo was standing on top of a building looking at a photo, and Peter asked him what he was looking at. Tadeo replied that it was nothing, just a family photo. This was the only photo he had of his parents, asking the protagonist what he thought. Peter was somewhat surprised to see the photo, but thought it was of a kind family, and everyone looked happy. Tadeo mentioned that his father died shortly after he was born, and he no longer remembered his mother because on a rainy day, she promised she would return once the rain stopped, but that was the last time he saw her. Tadeo realized that what he was saying was embarrassing and asked him to just forget it. He was just feeling a little nostalgic. "You know, I'm jealous," was Peter's reply. Because at least he had a family to remember, Tadeo asked Peter if he didn't have a family photo. The only thing that came to Peter's mind was the girl we saw in the earlier chapters. He responded to Tadeo, saying that he didn't have anything like that because he had never even taken a photo of himself. He then asked if it was from the 80s, as he had heard that in the past, Glory didn't allow photos, but he didn't know they even asked the rank Ds for them. The protagonist simply responded that he wasn't sure. Tadeo mentioned that after all of this ended, he just wanted to take a photo with his brothers, coming up with the idea that since both of them were loners, why not become true brothers? They would become sworn brothers, and then they would take a photo. He even jokingly said he would let Peter eat Dalgona candy for the rest of his life, but Peter replied that he didn't like that candy. Meanwhile, in the room where the Congo brothers were carving some faces, one of them couldn't contain his anger and wanted to kill them right then and there. Suddenly, speakers went off, and it was Peter saying that tomorrow he would throw a party in Kowloon's hell, and for all those who wanted to see him, he would be waiting. Tadeo also heard this, and that voice was obviously Simon's, who told them he had a surprise. The Congo brothers got excited because the day had finally come when they would catch Peter. Meanwhile, the protagonist asked why Peter would try to provoke all of Kowloon, since when they caught him, it would be the end. The protagonist told Tadeo that he would help him catch him. However, Tadeo told him not to worry. He had already decided he wouldn't involve him. Once he killed Peter, everything would be over. The next day, while Simon put on Peter's mask, he wondered how many people would show up starting the party. It was said that the Congo brothers had brought thousands of people from all kinds of sects. As the Congo brothers prepared, they were the ones who unified all those sects by themselves. On the other hand, the night before, Peter asked Simon if he felt the sensation of standing before him, looking like Peter. Simon responded that it might be a feeling similar to when a double plays the lead role of an actor, but Simon had always wanted to ask Peter why he ordered the war against the Shadow Brothers. For someone with a huge bounty, it was strange to declare war and say, "I'm here." Simon finally understood. He just wanted to cause a stir to use it as a distraction. Peter planned to entertain the Congo brothers as well as Tadeo, and when that happened, he would find Raphael's weakness. Simon didn't understand how he always thought of everything before acting. Before leaving, Peter told Simon to be careful. The Congo brothers weren't ordinary people. With a smile, Simon asked if Peter thought he would lose to them. While Peter walked through Kowloon's hell, he felt there was something he hadn't resolved yet. Where was Raphael's weakness? Normally, it would be in a flashy place filled with guards, but there was nothing like that in this city. Trying to think like Raphael, Peter realized that the safest place in Kowloon's hell was where the strongest person reacts immediately, even if it meant putting their life at risk, the house of Tadeo's mother. But there really weren't any cameras here. At that moment, Tadeo appeared, asking what he was doing and what he was looking for in his mother's house. Why wasn't he responding quickly? Tadeo knew that Peter's reaction wasn't normal, so Peter responded that one of the floor tiles at the entrance was broken, and when his mother came back, she might get her foot stuck, which would be dangerous for her. Peter also said that for now he would leave, but if he had the chance, he would come back. Tadeo asked why, since they were already here, he didn't take a look at his mother's house. Peter replied that it wasn't necessary, but if he insisted, things were going better than he had thought. Tadeo welcomed him, and Peter noticed that despite the house being empty, it was extremely well maintained. This was undoubtedly Raphael's place. But Tadeo told him that he was the first because this house had never received any visitors. Seeing this, Peter thought that the god of Kowloon was actually very innocent. But why was there a pearl wood wardrobe? Tadeo replied that it was a gift from his father to his mother, which she had treasured all her life. But he couldn't open it because now that he no longer remembered the essence of his mother, her voice or the memories he had of her, the only thing he had was the scent from this wardrobe. Every time he missed her and opened the wardrobe, he feared that her remaining scent would disappear. Peter apologized, knowing it was painful for him. The shadows began shouting that Peter had finally appeared, and Peter wanted to accompany Tadeo to catch him, but Tadeo stopped him as he knew Peter was a very dangerous person. So, he asked him to stay in the house while he went to catch Peter. Meanwhile, Simon had finished off the shadow men who got in his way. Maybe he had set his expectations too high, but just when he least expected it, someone broke through the wall next to him. The Congo brothers had found him very quickly. That attack sent him flying quite far, and the Congo brothers began mocking him, saying that it seemed age was no longer allowing him to react to preventive attacks. Simon immediately understood what Peter meant. These weren't normal guys, but he would give Peter enough time while he disciplined them with his sword. Tadeo ran quickly, looking for the fake Peter, while the protagonist stayed looking at that wardrobe. It struck the brothers as strange that Peter was using a long sword, but what could be done? Additionally, Simon's sword blade had broken. Was it even possible for him to buy time against these beasts? Every blow was lethal. After all, they were the ones who unified an entire continent. They weren't just powerful, they were fast. However, Simon didn't fall behind. Somehow he managed to cut the Congo brother's face a little. But what about the other? The spinning sword. Simon managed to cut him with that technique. But what was most surprising was that he didn't attack with the sword. He attacked with just the scabbard. He was definitely deserving of that title. Once again, Simon got into position, and the Congo brothers would do everything they could to return their respect. Simon noticed that this combined attack was faster than before. If the attack landed as his sword did, his body would be torn to pieces. Of course, only if they hit him. Simon could read their movements. All he had to do was make sure all of their sword strikes kept cutting without stopping. But why? If all their attacks were landing perfectly, weren't they afraid of getting injured? Instead, it seemed like they were getting stronger. Maybe it was because they realized that the wounds caused by a scabbard weren't as deep as those caused by a blade. If they had caught him once, his bones would have been destroyed. Simon had trusted that they wouldn't catch him, but suddenly a shadow appeared. One of them took out the giant ball from earlier, hitting Simon's body directly. No matter how good he was, if his sword wasn't sharp, he couldn't kill them. What they did was charge him relentlessly until they made him change his view. It was then that they pulled out that weapon. It seemed this would mark the end of Peter. What could he do in a situation like this? The Congo brothers felt like they were getting closer to becoming disciples, but it seemed Simon was smiling at the gods. It was an old kitchen, and of course now it had a knife. But what would he do with something like that? Simon told them they would see when he held a knife. Everything in the air, the matter, and the breathing would stop, except for the Saint of the Sword. Simon didn't go after them. He destroyed the entire place with just a knife, escaping from them to buy time. It was only a matter of time before they discovered he wasn't Peter. At that moment, Tadeo arrived. The Congo brothers asked what he had come for and whether he had left Peter in his last moments. Had he come to take their prey? There was nothing he could do here. But Tadeo apologized, of course. He didn't want to take Peter away. However, he stayed to inspect the building. This level of skill could only be the work of someone like Peter, but the wounds on the Congo brothers were quite superficial. Didn't Peter want to kill them? What kind of person is Peter? And why would he do something like that? Meanwhile, he thought that behind that door was surely Raphael's secret. But remembering Tadeo's feeling, he thought maybe this wasn't it. This wardrobe wasn't even secured, just a simple latch. Simon called Peter, asking how his investigation was going, but he would tell him when they met. The best thing was that he had managed to escape from them. However, Tadeo was right behind him, asking who he was talking to, but Peter replied that it was just an acquaintance he hadn't talked to in a while. If he's a friend of his, he could be his friend. Tadeo asked for his phone to greet him and asked to introduce himself right then. Tadeo wondered how Sun Gu would react when he took his phone this way, as according to his deductions, he had contact with Peter. However, the voice from the phone asked if he was really going to buy the tiles or not. Tadeo thought he only wanted to repair the broken ones, and Peter asked why he was so restless. They should have already left. Meanwhile, the news that the Congo brothers couldn't catch Peter reached Raphael. Peter's persistence in finding his weakness couldn't let that old man get away with it, so he would call the demon at night. Tadeo was somewhat thoughtful at the port of his city, noticing that the protagonist had a wound on his palm. Was this because he had grabbed the phone? Peter asked if there wasn't a doctor nearby, so he wouldn't have the wound open, to which Tadeo drew a path to the best doctor near his home. Time was more important than the depth of the wound. Peter thanked him, asking why he was so angry because seeing his actions and how he hit that metal post practically screamed that he was upset. Tadeo confessed that he had gone to see the Congo brothers, and they had given him Raphael's message about the demolition of Kowloon's hell, which would happen soon. Tadeo didn't understand. Raphael should be delaying the government, and he still had to catch Peter. But he didn't have to worry, because they would handle Peter. It seemed that the Congo brothers were interfering with his deal with Raphael. Peter mentioned that he didn't understand if it was about what was left of his mother, he should look elsewhere. But Tadeo answered that the Congo brothers weren't the problem. The problem was the one they called the Demon of Kowloon. He needed to protect this place because it could return at any moment, asking Peter if he would listen to his story about the person who turned his territory into a war zone and the person he most wanted to kill in the world. A decade ago, when Kowloon was an abandoned ruin and out of the government's reach, refugees who had nowhere else to go naturally gathered there. They all lived happily. His mother and he really had a good time. The people from the village always smiled at them and gave them delicious food. He thought he would live happily like that forever, but that was until that day. His mother disappeared out of nowhere. He waited for her tirelessly, but she never came back. Still, he managed to hold on because the people from the village took care of him. That's why they helped him, and in exchange, they gave him dumplings to eat. After that, the owner of the dumpling shop saw a man who suddenly arrived in Kowloon. They called him the man who said he had heard the dumplings in this city were very good, also known as the Demon, who showed no mercy, amputating the limbs of those there. He would never forget how that place turned into hell, and the profile of that demon was forever imprinted in his eyes. Still, all the adults in the village gathered to resist the demon, but that only delayed things because those bloody scenes unfolded before their eyes. A monstrous martial art that made him both afraid and respectful. However, that wasn't the end of the tragedy, because that man left all the villagers crippled. Dario thought that if this continued, he would die, and in order to restore this place to normal, he needed to be stronger than that demon. He would do it for his mother, who never returned. If he could become strong enough, he could do anything. He was sure the demon was never this strong, so he would look for the secret. Maybe it was that book he always carried with him. Surely, his secret was there. Dario entered the demon's library to learn martial arts, but when he finally found it, the demon was watching him, asking who he was and why he was looking for his secret book. Did he want to learn his techniques? Tadeo, trembling, told him that he wanted to become as strong as him, calling him master and asking to be his disciple, because his father had said he was strong. But the demon responded that he had never had a father, which surprised Tadeo. How did he know that? The demon kicked him, and while beating him, he asked how someone like him would want to learn martial arts. A bastard thief like him would never be able to do it because he had no hope, no talent, warning him that if he returned, he would kill him. Still, Tadeo didn't let go of that book. He would prove to his mother that he could do it, and from that moment on, he didn't waste a single minute or second, spending all that time honing his martial arts skills. He didn't care how his blood flowed or how his bones broke. As long as he could fulfill his purpose, he had to become strong as quickly as possible. Finally, the time came, the day he could take revenge against the demon who turned Kowloon into hell. But when he returned after many years, that demon was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a document, and after reading it, he knelt down. It was a demolition order for Kowloon. But what benefit would that demon get from selling it if the government had already abandoned the place? Thinking that if the reason he did all this was to sell it, Tadeo fought like a madman, trying to defend it. But after all that effort, he couldn't do anything. It was decided, and resisting was absurd. After losing everything, when he thought he had no more reason to live, a small hope came to him. Do you wish to claim Kowloon's hell? Raphael had promised to return Kowloon's hell to what it once was. He had the power to do so with government contacts. Tadeo asked why he should trust him. Raphael could see that he was desperate, but this wouldn't be free. The only thing he would have to do was give him his strength. From the beginning, he had planned to make him a disciple, even though that wasn't what Tadeo wanted. But if that meant he could get his home back and take revenge on that demon, he would undoubtedly take it. The protagonist understood why he didn't have much time and why he needed to catch Peter. Tadeo thanked him for listening, and now he would do everything possible to catch Peter. He had already found Peter's location. When Tadeo left, Peter immediately called Simon, who responded that he was fine, just had a broken rib, but he told him he had the location of a clinic. Simon didn't want to go, as this was an everyday thing for him, but Peter mentioned that he wasn't the same as those years and would send him the location, so he had to go get treated. However, when Simon arrived, it didn't look like a clinic. Inside, there was one, but it looked abandoned. When he contacted Peter, he told him there was no one there. Apparently, this clinic was just his. Peter immediately understood, shouting for him to get out of there. Finally, we meet, Tadeo said to Simon. Are you really Peter? Simon asked. He responded that he was the same one everyone knew. Simon apologized to Peter, but said he couldn't leave right now, breaking the transmitter. Tadeo asked him how he knew he would come. It wasn't hard since he knew Simon was injured thanks to the Congo brothers. The only thing left for him was to go to a clinic to treat himself. Simon asked if he considered that a disadvantage for him, to which Tadeo replied, of course. However, he would say this in advance. He held no grudge against him, but they say that the line of life cannot be mocked. Simon thanked him and asked to start fighting, but Tadeo kicked his face in an instant. something that, just as Peter had told him, was too fast. Tadeo was aware that he didn't see his strike, but even while dodging, he managed to aim for his tendon. If that blade had been 2 centimeters longer, it would have cut his Achilles heel. His body just reacted. He was undoubtedly an experienced professional. This is how Peter should be. Simon, mocking him, said his bad temper would make him not liked by many girls. Of course, he was relaxed, but the longer the fight went on, the worse it would be for Simon. The only thing left for him was to end it with a single blow. Incredible spiral sword attack. Every time Simon tried to dodge an attack, something kept hitting him. These were really attacks from a wounded person, Tadeo asked. Simon thought he had bad luck. If only the blade had been a bit longer, all the openings he had would have been cuts. Still, it didn't make sense that this guy could see all of his strikes and dodge them so closely. Tadeo, without admiration and yet relief that he was holding a knife, and Simon could no longer pretend. The gap in their skills was growing bigger. How could he keep fighting against him if he couldn't even wound him anywhere? Then definitely, he would give his last breath to attack him. Still, every time he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his organs. But Tadeo also felt that Simon was still hiding something. Simon told him that while a long sword offered a couple of cuts, a dagger could wound an opponent more than a dozen times. Descending lightning cut. At that moment, Simon disappeared, and in his place, hundreds of daggers appeared. Tadeo understood. It wasn't that his strikes were weak, but that he had been holding back on purpose. So all those earlier attacks would corner him, leaving him in a position where he couldn't dodge. But even though it was an unavoidable attack, Tadeo held the blade with his hand. This was impossible. How, despite being hit hundreds of times, the only thing that managed to wound him was when he took the blade. Tadeo aimed for Simon's ribs, or so he made him think. Simon managed to protect himself. Peter was indeed a tough one, so with all the respect he deserved, he would kill him with 100 crushing blows. At that moment, Simon felt that at least he was happy that he was the one fighting against this guy and not Peter. But at that precise moment, Peter told him to stop and he would explain everything. But Tadeo, looking down, replied that he truly appreciated him. He truly felt that for the first time, he had a brother. But you know, apparently, the tiles in his mother's house that worried him so much weren't so important because in this area, there was no one who could fix them. Peter asked when he started to suspect. Tadeo told him that after the Congo brothers' fight, he noticed that those wounds were on the left arm. Of course, maybe Peter was left-handed, but Yuka once told him that Peter's closest ally was left with only one arm and was quite skilled with weapons. So he assumed that the person he fought against now was Simon. Of course, he needed to confirm it, and the only people he knew in this clinic were just the two of them. He had suspected him many times, but the reason he didn't say anything until now was because he had firmly hoped he wasn't his enemy. Asking why he came here, Peter said, "Did Peter send you to get close to me?" Simon replied, "No, you're wrong. You've misunderstood everything. It's impossible that I'm with Peter, because I am Peter." Tadeo, quite confused, asked what he meant by that. He knew how desperate he was to find Peter, and now he was telling him this. "Peter is an old man," the protagonist replied. "It's a long story, but he's definitely the Peter you're looking for. If you keep insisting on saying nonsense, I'll have to kill you," he said after his previous fight with Tadeo. But he imagined countless times the way to counter Tadeo's attacks. It was impossible to react to them because Tadeo was on a completely different level than all the opponents he had faced until now. Simon wanted to help Peter, but he couldn't even see properly due to the previous attack. He informed Yegun that Peter had started fighting against Tadeo. No, this isn't even a fight because Tadeo isn't letting him do anything. Normally, brute strength determines the final outcome, and who has the advantage in a fight. But what if that overwhelming strength never manages to land a blow on the opponent? Tadeo calmly deflected Peter's attacks. At this pace, Peter wouldn't be able to do anything, so he would increase the distance between them. But is that even possible? Tadeo quickly followed him in the direction he attacked. Those reflexes were inhuman. It was something Simon felt firsthand, but despite being hit more times than he could count, Peter still looked perfectly fine. He asked if he was mocking him or why he wasn't attacking him seriously. Those attacks weren't coming with any intent to kill. Tadeo explained that he had considered the possibility that Peter had sent a spy. But why did it have to be Brother Zongo? "You were the only person by my side in Kowloon's hell," Peter replied. "You don't have a good eye for people. You knew I asked you to accept me as a disciple, spend time with you, and go to your precious mother's house. It was all part of my plan to find Raphael's weakness." Tadeo said he understood but wanted to ask him one last question. "Was there ever a time during all this that you were truly sincere with me?" Peter replied, "If you think I would waste my time like this?" Tadeo broke out in anger. His attacks were filled with rage, provoking his opponent like that. But Simon realized why he was doing it. Those strikes were completely different from the ones before because they had the intent to kill him. He wasn't holding back with the points where he aimed his kicks. He had experienced thousands, no tens of thousands of battles, and in all of them he was able to think of thousands of ways to react. But Tadeo was completely unpredictable. Peter had no other choice, so he entered a closed room. Tadeo mentioned that he understood Peter had his own motives, but he too had something to protect. So he would end this, because there was no way he could defeat him. Peter replied, "You're right. Your physical abilities are incredible, but you also have a weakness." Tadeo asked what he meant. "You can't defeat me with your abilities, so now you're trying with your brain. It won't work." But Peter pressed a button under a table, turning on a massive light. The thing is, Tadeo's reflexes couldn't be faster than light, and the moment he became blinded, all his abilities would be useless. Tadeo's retina would be overstimulated by looking at such a bright light in such a dark place. If he fought with that light directed at him, those reflexes would disappear. He would be blinded for 10 seconds, but those 10 seconds would be enough to defeat him. Yegan was celebrating Peter's victory since Tadeo wasn't blind like Alipidi, but Kageo wasn't convinced because the Tadeo he knew wouldn't be defeated by something like that. Even though Tadeo had been blind for a while, how was it possible for him to block all of Peter's attacks when he saw the light? Tadeo closed one eye to protect it. Now that those 10 seconds have passed, it's my turn. Now he would show Peter what happens when he's given 10 seconds. Peter was surprised. No matter how fast a human is, they can't surpass the speed of light. But how is it possible for a man to feel a celestial lamp and block it? Maybe Tadeo had prepared himself. From the subtle movement of his brachioradialis muscle to the contraction of his pronator quadratus muscle, that tiny tension in his muscle made it so Tadeo could see everything. With a smile, Peter told Tadeo, "You're also a real monster." Tadeo appeared in front of Peter, hitting him everywhere. The damage was accumulating more and more, and even the fight now was taking place on the ceiling. "Are you Peter?" asked Tadeo. "Stop with the nonsense. And if you want to live, then confess where the real Peter is." Despite everything, Peter still didn't believe him, but if he really wanted to know the truth, he asked him to dedicate himself body and soul to this fight. Peter threw clothespins at him, but those couldn't even be considered an attack. However, Peter used that opportunity to hide, telling Tadeo that if he managed to catch him, he would give him the victory. Tadeo was no longer in the mood for these kinds of jokes. Peter attacked from behind, but it was useless against Tadeo. However, it was a distraction to throw sheets and block his sight so he couldn't react. At that moment, for the first time, Peter managed to land a clean hit, but Tadeo blocked it in a fraction of a second. This slightly irritated Peter because he knew Tadeo had enormous power, but why didn't he stop with the nonsense and use it now? Tadeo, tired of this fight, mentioned that he would put an end to it, so he would have to make sure to see him clearly, because this would be the last thing he would see before dying. The Kowloon technique was something impossible to avoid or block. 100 downward strikes. Simon yelled for him to get away, saying that there was no way he could survive that technique. But how was it possible for him to block all 100 strikes? He must have made some mistake. Tadeo asked if Simon would continue blocking and observing his attacks, or why he didn't simply let him end it all. Now, he told him that he had never met anyone who survived that attack, so he would say it one last time. He was really going to kill him. Why not beg for mercy? He only needed to beg, and he would stop. Tadeo had reached this point. Your desire to catch Peter. Sometimes the tips of a human's fingers can be as sharp as 100 swords. Even if the smallest of openings appears, it's meaningless when I'm the one here. Aerial fist of the killer needle, the sharpest needle in the world, piercing his opponent and instantly penetrating their body. But what? Why did I receive the attack instead? Didn't it work? This is a perfect technique. But don't be surprised, this is just the beginning. But this doesn't make any sense. How could someone who couldn't respond to his attacks now overcome his killer needle aerial fist and counterattack? It's impossible for a human to block it. Peter agreed. No one can block that attack because it requires a reaction speed close to 0. And even for me, it's impossible to block it completely. So there was only one way for someone to prepare for an attack that requires immediate reaction. To become negative, predict the attack, and counter it with another. Predicting that doesn't make sense. It's impossible to predict that technique, Peter admitted, but he confessed that if it had been the first time he fought him, he would have lost completely. However, he already knew this technique, because these were the same techniques used by my brother, says Peter. But those techniques are from the demon of Kowloon. Yes, that same demon who tortured you and turned your city to ashes was my disciple back then, and he was also your father. Tadeo, incredulous, says it's a lie. How could you expect me to believe that the demon who destroyed everything was my father? Peter handed him a letter, asking him to read it because that was the truth about the demon of Kowloon, whom Tadeo despised so much. To my brother Peter, brother, are you well? It's been a long time since I last wrote to you. I suppose it's true to say that no news is good news. You know I'm sick. They say I might die. I always bragged about having a long life, but life's changes have forced me to face a hard reality. People like us might consider it a blessing to leave this world like this since no one will remember us, but if I could make one wish before I die, it would be to see you again. It wouldn't hurt if I could see my family again. Books from secondhand stores, Jana in the bookstore where Peter worked. He replied, I understand how you feel, but you know if that happens, your wife and child will be in danger. Don't think nonsense, and take care so I can survive one more day. In the laundry of Tadeo's father, he said with surprise that he couldn't believe it. He had received a letter, but he was worried. Maybe it would have been better if they hadn't written to him, as there had been no more responses. That probably meant bad news. He knew what he would be thinking. It didn't make sense to try and stop, but he would tell him, make sure you've hidden it well. Kowloon hell. I worked hard for a month because I was in a hurry, but I knew I wasn't wrong. With this bad feeling, I prayed it wouldn't be so. But the trace I found of my wife wasn't what I had expected. If only I had arrived a little earlier and known beforehand, you wouldn't have been killed like this. But I had to come to terms with it because I didn't know how much time I had left. There was something I had to do. The owner of the dumpling shop, those bastards, had been making dumplings with human meat, and my wife had found out the truth. She wasn't able to forgive those bastards who killed her like that. When she screamed his name, I immediately recognized her, thinking that the reunion with my son, whom I had dreamed of so much, would be like this. The heavens have no mercy, but this was for the best. If my son knew that I was his father, then Leveo would be in danger. In his place, this was the best. I had to cleanse this vast and deep abyss of evil, whose depth was immeasurable. They wanted to turn my little Leveo into a drug addict and traffic with his organs. I have to rescue Leveo from this place as soon as possible. I hoped Leveo wouldn't live a life as miserable as mine. Instead of a beautiful flower that wilts quickly, I wanted him to live a long life away from the eyes of others. But if I die, how would this child manage? Would he know how to protect himself? I had no other choice. Leveo, an innocent and young child, needed a way to survive without me. Who are you and what are you looking for in my study? My secret martial arts book. You want to learn my martial arts? You don't have a father. The only way this child can survive without me is by strengthening him. Someone like you wants to learn my martial arts? Try to learn it and use it. You'll never be able to achieve it because you don't have the slightest talent. I wanted to take his hand and give him so many hugs, but I knew that was just due to my own selfishness. That's why please, stay away from me. Seeing him grow stronger every day, I couldn't help but think that this child was born like a flower, and a precious one at that. But peace was short-lived. The government issued a demolition order for Kowloon, which was dangerous before, but now clean and empty. I wiped out all the armies that came to take Kowloon. I became a demon to drive them out of my territory. Anyone who came would have their entrails torn out. However, it was a miracle I survived for so many years, and when I felt that I didn't have much time left, there was one last thing I had to do. I spoke with them about a peace treaty. I threatened them never to turn Kowloon's hell into hell again. Only then could I leave Tadeo in peace. But before confirming, someone came. Judging by that military tone, you're my friend, the one they call the demon of the battlefield. For him, once he confirmed his objective, he did everything possible to neutralize him. I never expected they would use such a dirty technique. But I can't leave this unfinished, brother. Can I ask you to do me one last favor? In the future, if you meet my son, tell him this. Don't be afraid of the roar of the wind. Don't fear the pain of the bees flying toward you. I'll do everything I can to become fertilizer, so use me and keep growing into a beautiful flower. I love you, my son. Somewhere in the past, inside a cabin, Tadeo's father received the news that he would become a father to a child. These were the apostles, Juan, Peter, and Simon. Simon was happy that he would be an uncle, but for some reason, Peter didn't show any smile. Simon asked why he didn't congratulate Tadeo, as they would have a nephew, and when he grew up, they would train him alone. The Tadeo from back then asked Peter not to scold him, as he knew exactly what he thought. If you know it and still did it, you should focus more. After seeing what I've gone through, we shouldn't have a family. Tadeo told him he knew that well, but you know, even if I had to give up everything, there was only one thing I longed for, having a family. But he replied that even if he had one, he could never see them, because if his family were exposed, his wife and son would be in danger. But lately, Tadeo thought he didn't care if he died tomorrow or even today. He just wanted a photo with his wife and son. But Peter told him that it was impossible. He could never take a photo with his wife and son. But if Tadeo weren't the disciple, maybe it would be possible. After these words, in Kowloon's hell, we saw Tadeo's mother, who was happy with the little one, mentioning that she still adored that part of him. The photographer asked them not to move. I'm a person who couldn't have a family or appear in photos, but I still wanted to leave this here. I think it will be the first and last time, the evidence that I had a family. Tadeo couldn't believe that story, but seeing the photo his father had of them, He wondered who the hell he was trying to protect in Kowloon. Peter asked if he really never felt it. The situation in Kowloon happened as if someone had written a script. But if Raphael was the one who promised not to let the government touch Kowloon, then Raphael planned all of this. Peter came closer so Tadeo could see for himself Raphael's true intentions. There was no need for further explanation. Various sounds of destruction were heard throughout the city. Immediately, Tadeo went to check his mother's house, but when he opened the wardrobe, Tadeo began to tremble because behind that wardrobe, there was a tunnel. Peter didn't understand how he could have done this, knowing how much that place meant to Tadeo. Tadeo, with tears in his eyes, asked Peter if this was Raphael's doing. Raphael took advantage of Tadeo's need to protect something important. It was all Raphael's fault. Tadeo wanted to verify what was so important for Raphael, and when they descended, the whole place was destroyed. So Raphael had already planned to destroy it without leaving a trace. The only thing Peter could recognize was the logo of Jacob's Pharmacy. He shouted that they should leave immediately because Raphael had sent more mercenaries. Simon wanted to massacre them all for what they did to Tadeo. However, seeing his condition, this was no longer an option. Also, Tadeo didn't want to get up, and at this pace, Raphael would probably betray him. If he wanted revenge, it was best to reassess the situation and plan something. Tadeo held Peter's hand and agreed to follow him. But who would do something like this? The only ones who wouldn't care were the Congo brothers. And when they were running, the heads of the Congo brothers were on the floor. Who could defeat those demons, and worse, with such ease? The monstrous bodies of the Congo brothers had been crushed as if they were mere rags. Tadeo had an idea, and on the speakers, there was an alert to capture Peter. Simon thought that voice sounded familiar, and Tadeo thought that after Bartolome died, there was only one person on Earth capable of killing the Congo brothers this way. That's why they had to get to the port as quickly as possible. When they finally arrived, one of their allies was waiting for them. But Tadeo shouted that he had left his mother's memories behind. The old man shouted that his life was more important. What did those belongings mean if he was going to end up dead? Peter agreed, asking him to hurry, but they would only wait 10 minutes. Tadeo told them not to worry. He also had a boat, and if things didn't go well, they would go ahead. In the Congo Brothers' sanctuary, Tadeo stood in front of another person who told them they were late. The mission he had was a failure, and the person who was supposed to be Peter had already left on a boat, so now a pursuit mission would begin, asking him to accompany him. Tadeo stood still, commenting that something had come up that he couldn't tell him because he couldn't take another step. He just needed to go home calmly. That man warned him that he had 3 seconds to lower his leg. When he didn't, the man grabbed Tadeo's foot, but Tadeo leaned on it to kick him with his other foot. The man mentioned that he had just received another mission. This was the demon of the battlefield who survived hell, also known as the one-man Special Forces commander, named Felipe, a disciple rank, and his new mission was to kill the traitors. On the other side, Yagun wasn't relieved that they had already boarded the boat. In that time, she was thinking, who could have done this to the Congo brothers? The only one who could do it was the one they defeated in combat, better known as the demon of the battlefield. They called him dead because all that personal information along with his history was erased, and somehow he had been resurrected. At that time, he was an expert soldier in a special operations group, mountain operations, maritime infiltration operations, and hand-to-hand combat. He was praised as the best soldier for his experience in all types of military combat, but one day, he was struck by an unknown explosion during a mission. They thought he had been killed in combat. No, it would be more accurate to say they considered him dead. And that's because, while everyone forgot him little by little, some soldiers in the middle of a battlefield saw someone unknown approaching. But why was he walking so casually in the middle of a war zone? When he got closer, they recognized him. That person was the demon of the battlefield, but he was supposed to be dead. The soldier called for reinforcements, and his companion didn't understand why he was doing that if he was unarmed. They all shot at him at the same time, and now they would make sure to return him to the grave. But out of nowhere, he used a door ripped from a car. Of course, it's impossible for the door to block all those bullets, 4%. That was the chance that their bullets would pierce the door. By using an angle of less than 45 degrees, part of the bullets would ricochet, and now not a single bullet had touched him. The chance of survival was 0. At that moment, it's said that the demon resurrected, but he no longer seemed human. After that, he left the squad and formed a special forces team called Leviathan Negro. He led this special forces team, and wherever he went, he annihilated enemy forces. Anyone who could hire him ensured victory in battles. Another rumor emerged afterward, even more chilling, that this special forces team only consisted of one individual. This man informs Tadeo that, since he's suspected of knowing Peter, he would kill him. Once he kills him, he will capture Peter. Tadeo, smiling, mentions that he was just thinking the same thing, landing a full kick while confessing that, instead of Peter, he would go after Raphael. But when the sound of his kick was heard, the impact sounded different. Felipe asked why he had become so weak. That kick before was absurd, asking him how long he thought he would last. Tadeo was quite agile against Felipe's movements, and his speed was still terrifying. Confident, he said that if he could never touch him, then he would never win. Felipe broke the wooden floor. For a soldier, the word never didn't exist. However, Tadeo kept dodging all his attacks, but something strange was that Felipe kept showing such confidence, telling him that if it was impossible, he would make it possible. Felipe threw flashbang grenades to blind him, but Tadeo had already experienced something like that. It wouldn't work. Felipe launched another attack, but even though Tadeo was watching, why couldn't he dodge that attack? Felipe responded, because when a flashbang explodes, its sound is around 279 decibels. A volume of that level destroys the cochlear cells of the human ear, causing temporary hearing loss, or in the worst case, permanent hearing loss. Tadeo's ears were bleeding. Even in that state, Tadeo smiled because that's how Raphael's right-hand man should be. In that case, he couldn't let him go after them, and thanks to the lesson he had just received, as a thank you, he would kill him with everything he had. But as he got into position, he noticed that his fight against the protagonist had broken a few of his ribs. Philip knew he was injured, and the chances of him surviving with those wounds were 11%. In an instant, Tadeo used his technique. He had to put an end to this. Philip got into guard, counting that he had already surpassed that attack once, and now it would be even easier, landing a full blow to Tadeo's face. The loss of balance from the ocular shock and an exponential drop in mobility due to those injuries. With all these problems, the chances of survival had now dropped to 0%, and with this, his mission would be completed. Tadeo just thought that 10 minutes must have passed, and they must have already left. At least he could do this for Peter. But a voice told Philip to stop. "Aren't you looking for me?" Peter appeared, dazzling Philip. "Nice to meet you. I'm the one you're looking for." Tadeo, all beaten up, asked why Peter had returned, telling him to leave as this was his fight. But Peter, seeing him, knew he was in a serious condition. After looking at him closely, he could see that all his ribs were broken, and when a broken rib punctures a lung, it can lead to complications like a pneumothorax. So, he would only have an hour. During this time, a boat with emergency treatment had to arrive, but even with all the mercenaries outside, the biggest problem was that guy over there. Philip asked if he was the reason Tadeo no longer wanted to cooperate with the Glory. However, Philip told Tadeo to survive and go to Korea so he could be legally executed under military legislation. Philip told Peter that he would set a timer to see how long it would take to finish someone like him. But Peter replied that he didn't need it, because there was no way Philip could win. Both attacked and received the blow at the same time, and after that brief exchange, Peter realized that if he hadn't blocked that punch, it would have shattered his bones. His power was incredible. No wonder he was able to leave the brothers in that state. Quickly, Philip closed in on him, but Peter disappeared right in front of his eyes, appearing behind him to attack his vital points. There was no time to waste. Philip was attacked from all sides, and he thought Peter's attacks were unique. Every attack and movement was calculated to perfection. So this was it, even his weaknesses and the mask, since that mask prevented him from seeing the lower lateral part of his body, hitting him in blind spots. But still, something was working against him. He was becoming impatient, and he knew it. Peter seemed hurt, but it surprised him to see an old man move like that, confirming that in 4 minutes and 27 seconds, he would suffer an injury, and the chances of survival would drop to 18%. Peter thanked him. "If that's the case, then I'll increase those odds." Philip calmly said it was useless, because the longer this battle lasted, the more his chances of survival would decrease. Philip threw a knife, but he had missed, so Peter asked if he really thought those probabilities were correct. Philip answered no, because now his percentage had decreased again. Philip was sure he saw Peter, but no, Peter came from above. And no matter what physical condition he had, his skull and cervical vertebrae were definitely human, but Philip managed to counter Peter's attack and now began to choke him. Peter realized too late that the knife from before had been used to see his reflection like a mirror and determine where Philip was. Philip proudly mentioned that he was an expert in all types of combat in this world. In other words, he could see all of Peter's movements, slamming him to the floor. Now, just like Tadeo, Peter's chances of survival were 0%. After that attack, Philip thought that if it weren't for the fact that Peter was injured, that attack earlier could have caused many problems. That's why he would cut off his foot to eliminate all possible variables. Peter could no longer make any effort, but another variable appeared, the aerial fist of the killer needle. But Philip said it was very sad. That had been his last attack, and because of that, he would end up bleeding out even more with his weakened body. None of his attacks would work against him. But Tadeo shouted that it wasn't over, revealing that his real intention was to remove the safety pins from all the flashbang grenades he was carrying. Others would have removed their vests, but Philip would use this second and a half he had left to kill Peter with the explosion. However, before he could reach him, Tadeo used his body to push Philip aside. Peter yelled at him not to do it. Later, we move to another scene where we see Peter running urgently while carrying Tadeo, telling him to hang on. They were almost at the boat. But Tadeo said he couldn't understand. From when did things turn out this way, and why was Peter still helping him? Did he consider him a brother? Peter asked him to stop talking, but Tadeo smiled, and those eyes didn't lie. At that moment, Tadeo smiled, and at the same time his body stopped resisting. Peter begged him to wake up. They were going to eat the sweets he talked about so much. "Brother, since we're both lone wolves from now on, let's truly be brothers." Peter told him he was wrong. From now on, they wouldn't be brothers because they had been brothers for a long time already. Peter ran desperately, mentioning that even though flashbang grenades aren't lethal, if many explode together, the shock from each explosion overlaps, becoming deadly. But if it's him, Felipe's disciple, he would likely still be alive. Philip was lying on the floor, thinking that Peter could have killed him in that situation. He already knew. His goal wasn't to kill him because in the fight they had, Peter's eyes were more focused on Tadeo's condition. So how was he able to fight like that? Apparently, all those rumors about him were true. Philip informed all the mercenaries that from now on, they would enter Plan B. At that moment, Raphael's mercenaries eliminated most of the shadow men. In this situation, Peter saw Tadeo again. His lips and fingers were definitely signs of pneumothorax. Now, the challenge was to get past all those mercenaries while carrying Tadeo. The only thing he could do was take a risk. Peter stepped in front of a mercenary, feeling that this was the only way. Now we see how two mercenaries saw someone approaching. It was Peter, disguised as one of them. But what caught their attention the most was that suspicious sheet with drops of blood. The mercenaries pointed their guns, asking for the code. If he didn't give it, they would blow his head off. Just before they shot, Peter loudly said, "Pants!" causing them to lower their weapons. 30 minutes earlier, he had obtained the code after disguising himself as a mercenary and asking another one for it. Meanwhile, Philip was using a map and immediately told them to shoot the person carrying the cart. Peter had no other choice but to kill them, and Philip ordered everyone to go to the dock. Peter understood that Felipe was very clever, hurrying to the dock, but the mercenaries were already there before him, so in the end, he had no other choice. Peter apologized to Tadeo and purposefully sent the cart with Tadeo to attract their attention and face them all at once. Peter quickly finished off all of them, using his weapons. Now he had finally reached where Simon was. However, Tadeo's condition was very bad. The old man accompanying them thought that guy was already dead. There was no way he could survive unless the best surgeon treated him, but surely the Glory had already notified the hospitals. So, it's just a matter of time before they find them. But Peter responded that there is someone capable of treating him and saving him, and that person is none other than Bartolome. Meanwhile, Raphael was watching a movie referencing the betrayal of Judas. Philip told him that Tadeo was severely injured, and Peter took him to the sea. And if they really wanted to help Tadeo, no hospital would be able to do so. The only place he could go was one, and Raphael stopped him, saying that if that's the place, the most appropriate person to go would be Matteo. He would probably be the one to bring him his head. The old man who accompanied Simon and Peter was incredulous that there was someone capable of resurrecting the dead, but Simon explained that this person specialized in all 24 branches of medicine, and had completed all of them in his 20s. He told him about an incident that earned him the title of legend because dozens of people were seriously injured, and obviously time was against him. However, even the medical team suffered from the explosion. What was most dangerous was that all the internal and external wounds were different. Shortly after, the prodigious Dr. Bartolome appeared on the scene. After his arrival, all the patients on the brink of death miraculously survived. It wasn't strange for a doctor to perform surgery, but what was most important was that there was no medical equipment to carry out those surgeries. When they arrived, Simon asked Peter if Bartolome would help them, as he had disappeared after retiring without telling anyone. Peter didn't know either, but he was the only one capable of saving Tadeo. However, the place they arrived at was quite extravagant. As they approached, a monk welcomed them, asking what had brought them here. When Simon asked if anyone named Bartolome was there, the monk replied that he had never heard of that name. Simon thought that this was definitely the wrong place, but Peter thought otherwise. There were no signs of disguise, and the monk didn't seem suspicious of strangers like them, but this was definitely an ordinary temple. Then, the scream of a woman caught their attention. She had dislocated her shoulder, but there was no ambulance, and the pain was quite intense. However, suddenly the intense pain disappeared. She couldn't understand how she was already fine. In the end, the woman thought it was just her imagination, thanking the god of the temple. But Peter and Simon stared at her closely. Then, someone noticed Tadeo, who looked quite bad. After touching Tadeo, he invited them to stay the night, and they would leave the next morning. At night, one of the monks was praying. Peter just stared at Tadeo, and after that, the monk asked Peter if he wasn't uncomfortable with the floor. But Peter, on the contrary, was grateful for being hosted there. However, the monk asked why Peter hadn't eaten the food they had given him. Peter didn't answer his question, and the monk immediately rang a bell. Another man appeared, carrying a sword, and mentioned that, as suspected, Peter didn't even flinch after seeing them. Peter replied that it was hard to be surprised after living for so long, and the way he realized they weren't just ordinary monks wasn't that hard, since the knife scars on their hands weren't something time could heal easily. The man with the sword asked for respect, but Peter asked again if he could meet Bartolome, codename Gayon, specialized in the dart rope, and this is Damgol, specialized in swords. Both of them shouted that Bartolome was dead. Gayon thought that this person, Peter, didn't carry any weapons and was injured, but he could feel he was dangerous, so he would kill him for now. He would just tie him up and later decide whether to kill him or not, making sure he couldn't escape, aiming his sword at Peter's ankle. But suddenly, Peter was untied, and also carrying his sword. How did he do that? He was tied up. Peter asked them if they didn't want the others to join them. The monk asked who he was, and only if he stayed alive until the end would they allow him to meet Bartolome. Monks from different sides surrounded him and attacked all at once, but Peter didn't flinch, watching as someone scolded him for acting like that in front of Buddha, asking them to step back. This person told Peter to forgive them for being rude and explained that lately there had been incidents, which is why they acted that way. But Peter asked how much longer he would pretend because this time he couldn't fool him. When the tourist's shoulder got dislocated, even she, suffering the pain, didn't realize her shoulder was fixed. How many people in the world are capable of doing something like that? Also, no matter the years, one's habits don't change, because hygiene is always the same. She puts on gloves before a treatment, asking if he was wrong, calling her an honored disciple of Bartolome. On the other hand, in Raphael's conversation with Philip, he mentioned that the most suitable person to kill Bartolome is Matteo, the world's best shooter, der Freischütz. Who knows if I'm pronouncing it right, but he's probably Russian or German, and also a genius born once every 5,000 years. In some way, they would be like Peter. Raphael replied, "Wait a minute, if you know Bartolome at such a young age, you're from the Glory, right?" The monks asked, "Aren't they teaching new Glory recruits to respect their elders? It's better for you to leave before you die so young." The old woman started laughing, mentioning that she didn't even look at him often, so how was it possible for a stranger like him to recognize her? "You must be one of the 12 honored disciples and the man who holds the highest position." The monks' eyes widened, and all of them knelt in unison to welcome the disciple Peter. In a separate room, Simon told Peter that she used to be beautiful. She still was. Bartolome mentioned that she couldn't compare to someone who had rejuvenated and was still getting used to it, as if she had never aged. Simon expressed that he was happy to see her well after all these years, but why the hell did she disappear without saying anything? Bartolome remained silent, and while avoiding the question, she told Peter what he thought about bringing someone else from the Glory. This time, she would let it go. But what about the body of that young man? His body was completely destroyed, and it was incredible that he was still breathing in that state. A normal body would have died hundreds of times from those injuries. She asked Peter to be honest with her. Who was that young man? But before Peter could say anything, Simon stood up happily, revealing that he was Tadeo's son, her nephew. He even inherited his name. But at that moment, Bartolome stood up, leaving for her treatment. Simon didn't understand. If he was Tadeo's son, she responded that's exactly why. After that, we saw how she started praying to Buddha. Peter also arrived at her, and Bartolome mentioned that she was praying to the wrong person. She had long since become devoted to Buddhism. Peter asked if the reason she didn't treat him was because of that incident. She answered that it wasn't because of that. She had long since stopped being a surgeon, and her way of thinking as a doctor had changed since that moment. Peter approached her, asking, "If that's the reason, then why did you take Tadeo's pulse back then and prepare medicine to help him in his state? You still think about saving people as a doctor, but above all, that accident related to Jana again. But I remember that girl, and that wasn't her fault," he said. "It was just an accident." Bartolome's response was that, although she may save 1,000 lives, if she collapses from one death, she couldn't even claim to be a doctor. However, after those words, Peter stopped her while kneeling, pleading with her to please do it. He had to save Tadeo. Bartolome lowered her gaze and released Peter, leaving the place. Meanwhile, she began vomiting blood, and poor Simon had no idea what to do. When Peter returned, Simon told him that he was in critical condition again, and suddenly, Bartolome appeared wearing gloves and his pneumothorax mask. He had performed an emergency treatment, but the area where the lungs were damaged hadn't closed completely. The bleeding had started to become abundant, so he would need to perform a thoracotomy, which is to make an incision in the chest and remove the damaged part, then with a surgical clip and a stitch, stop the bleeding. However, if it fails, he will die. Simon and Peter went outside, quite worried, trusting only that Bartolome would succeed. Simon mentions that he has a bad feeling, and around that island, a monk who was there asked them what had brought them to this place. The girl replied that it was none of his business, and that their matters were up there. That monk kindly told her that he was sorry, but the people up there didn't like the smell of blood, and immediately 4 more monks appeared surrounding them. Without a doubt, those two seemed dangerous, even though they didn't carry any weapons. That's why he had to defeat them before they could do anything. Out of nowhere, the monk was shot. But if he was sure she was standing, that wasn't the surprising part. What was shocking was that only 1 shot was heard, and it pierced through the 5 of them, who were in different positions. Der Freischütz, disciple range, also known as Mateo, expert shooter, asked the other person who accompanied him to hurry up. The fun was up there, codename unknown, nicknamed a genius born once every 5,000 years. But before leaving, Mateo asked why they called him the other Peter. He replied that if he called him that once more, he would kill him. Mateo laughed, telling him that if he even tried, he would make a hole in him first, either with hands, knives, or guns. I can fight you with all the weapons you want, Mateo. Do you want to try it? Mateo took the weapon away, mentioning that it wasn't fun anymore, but he definitely wanted to challenge him one day. He said that he didn't need things like honor or money, as his goal was to kill Peter. On the other hand, the monk from before apologized to Peter for not recognizing him and being so rude. Peter asked him not to worry, as it was already difficult to meet among disciples back then, so it made sense he wouldn't recognize him. However, he noticed that they were quite skilled, and in the current rank they would be considered B or A-ranked assassins. But they were so skilled because they had isolated themselves from the world and went down a different path. He asked why, and the monk answered that it was because all the monks here lived their second lives. It happened decades ago when they were being pursued by enemies on a mission and barely escaped with their lives. They hid in a cabin on the mountain, but they had already resigned themselves to dying in all that cold. It was just a matter of time until their deaths, and they never expected reinforcements to come, as they were 2,000 meters above sea level. Even helicopters wouldn't come here. They all reached their limits of resistance and willpower and began to fall into despair. But at that moment, the blizzard that consumed all the sound was interrupted by footsteps. Clearly, it must be the enemies, so they at least hoped to take out as many as they could. But who came through that door was Miss Bartolome. How did she get here? From that moment on, she decided that she would follow this person for the rest of her life. This was because Miss Bartolome, who walked through a snow-covered mountain 2,000 meters above sea level, was completely frozen, yet she didn't worry about her condition and finished all the treatments without any rest. However, the feeling of hope lasted only a moment because the despair didn't disappear. There was nothing that could come to this place. They had no food and would slowly freeze to death. Why did she come here, knowing all of that? They asked Bartolome, and she asked if this place was dangerous. As I've always said, I am the one who decides where I will be buried, and that won't change. The place where I will die will be with all of you, and it is definitely not this place. That's how they received a new life, and if it were for her, their life wouldn't feel like a waste. Peter, smiling, mentions that it is definitely something Bartolome would do, and that's why he would leave it in her hands. A strange sound was heard in the distance. The monk mentioned that sounds like that were frequent, so he would offer them a cup of tea. However, that sound came from all the mercenaries who accompanied Mateo and the other guy, who were received by the 2 monks from before. They kindly asked them not to make too much noise because the others were sleeping, and asked them to leave and return another time. Obviously, they were given a no in response, and while they attacked, they asked where Peter was. The monks told them they didn't know anyone by that name here. Most of these mercenaries were rank B, so just 2 monks couldn't handle them. But what they didn't know was that these monks had more years of experience than any of them, taking out most of the mercenaries in just a few attacks. This is because, even if all the mercenaries counted the people they had killed, it wouldn't compare to these two's. These 2 were Bartolome's direct subordinates. One of the mercenaries mentioned that these 2 hadn't been mentioned in the report, and asked what they should do. Move. So these 2 were ancient honor members. The 2 monks asked if he was their leader and asked them to leave with all of them, but he didn't look that impressive and didn't seem to have any killing intentions. He was surely hiding something, so they would take special measures against him. Instant death. He dodged. It was obvious because that wasn't the real trajectory. But then how was it possible that he also took that attack from behind? Could it be that he was a dart master like him? That's only possible by training a whole life with the dart. But the other monk took this opportunity to cut him. Was that even possible? Their 2 specialties against them. At that moment, they realized that he was someone they could never defeat. Who the hell was that person? One of the mercenaries apologized because he had to resort to helping them, calling him Judas. That's Judas Iscariot, the genius born once every 5,000 years, and the person who got closest to Peter, apostle rank. This was the first time Judas had used a rope dart, and yet his technique was better than the monk who had trained for over 15 years. However, before losing his eye, Simon arrived, asking Judas if he was having fun. An apostle shouldn't be playing with children. So funny as always, says Judas, greeting him. Long time no see. He also asked if Peter was with him. Simon replied that if he planned to confess, he should give up, because Peter only meets with honorable people. Inside, Simon was thinking about stalling as much as he could, as Tadeo's treatment would take time, and if he saw Peter now, he didn't know what would happen. Judas tells him that he's gotten very weak since the last time he saw him. Simon asked him how it felt to be a traitor and go with Raphael. Judas replies that the human instinct is to go look for a better home. If that's the case, then you're wrong, because you were never human. Judas expected to receive a blow now that he couldn't defend himself with his right arm, but Simon managed to block it, even without an arm. Simon hoped they'd give him a power-up. The poor guy always fights nervously, and now they give him a headbutt. But Judas tells him that fighting hand-to-hand, does he think he's still the same? Simon says he doesn't care if he has 1 or 2 arms. One is enough to deal with him. In the middle of that fight, hard to watch for others, Judas asked where his spiral sword was. That was the only good thing he had. What the monks could barely see was how, despite not having a sword or an arm, Simon was still putting up a fight. Not only them, but Simon realized that Judas was just playing with him because he was only copying the techniques he had been using. Simon, or rather, he made them his own, even their breathing. There was no way he could lose in this situation. However, the monk threw his sword at him, which actually made Simon happy because this would now be much easier. But Judas said the same thing, because he could finally fight against a true spiral sword. Although the bad thing was that he would see it with only 1 arm. You're going to regret it, Judas immediately noticed. The aura of Simon changed completely. Left-handed spiral cut. He was definitely on another level. However, Simon showed an angry face while stopping his sword. That was because Judas had used the body of the other monk, knowing he wouldn't be able to cut him. That had been his last chance to cut him. It was very unfortunate on his part. And now he would use that same technique against the spiral cut? What the hell? He memorized every detail of the spiral cut. Seriously, Judas, who is this guy? But Judas stopped, looking at his gold and diamond watch. It was time. It was a shame, but he would take care of him later too. Simon asked where the hell he was going, and Judas left the mercenaries to entertain him for a while. Meanwhile, Peter asked Bartolome how the surgery was going, surprising her because she couldn't believe that the Peter who always said cold things was now so concerned. Tadeo was no longer in critical condition, and thanks to being born with a strong constitution, she had no problem operating on him. But what was going on outside? She had been hearing a lot of noise for a while now. Just a little more and she would finish the surgery. But Peter sensed something coming. He yelled for them to duck. It pierced the chest of the monk who was assisting Bartolome. That was a sniper bullet, but to be able to shoot here, they'd have to be on the top of the mountain. That's impossible because that place is at least 4 kilometers away. From there, people should look the size of dust particles. What made even less sense was that he could aim precisely at someone. Peter realized it was thanks to the shadow cast by the candle. Even so, from that distance, the bullet would take about 10 seconds to arrive. Peter did what he could to block the line of sight. He had to turn off the light so their heads wouldn't be blown off. Still, that meant pausing Tadeo's surgery. Bartolome said there was a place below where she could finish the operation. Peter thought leaving this place would put his life at risk, as a sniper that's skilled wouldn't miss if he marked her there. So he contacted Juan, telling him about the sniper on the peak of the highest mountain. Bartolome noted that forest has no light. It's impossible to detect anything. Peter replied that was even better. And in that forest, we see someone arriving holding a karambit, and as many would guess, it's that person. You called Juan de la Gloria? But why would you call someone from the opposing side? Asked Bartolome. Peter responded, if your vision is affected by darkness, then sometimes you're the cause of your own problems. That one didn't make sense. Even Bartolome asked what it meant. Peter remembered that when they were heading to the island where Bartolome was, he had spoken to Yigon to tell him that Raphael probably already knew where they were headed. If he knew Tadeo and Simon were there, he wouldn't send only one disciple. That's why he wanted someone else's help. Tadeo yelled that he'd go, but Peter asked him to protect Yigon while they were away. However, he had someone else in mind. Someone who'd listen more to Yigon than to himself. Yigon wondered who he meant. Turning to his notes where he saw the braille message from Johann. She had called him to hire him, and Johan asked why he should accept. Yigon told him that the person the disciples would fight was Kim Sung-woo. Johan responded that he'd make it clear he wasn't helping him. He was only doing this because he was the only one who would kill Kim Sung-woo. Meanwhile, Mateo commented that the guy next to Bartolome moved really well and was pretty smart because he figured out his location from the length of the shadows. He wanted to see him up close when he got the chance. For now, he adjusted his sniper rifle to keep shooting at Bartolome. Didn't I tell you, Raphael? Mateo wondered how they found him. Had they discovered his position? But when he turned around, he saw Johan, who asked how she found him. Then, after scaring her, said, "That wasn't very sexy of you." Mateo said that if she came to help her, she was in the wrong place. Bartolome was quite far from here. He waved goodbye as he continued his task. Mateo wondered why she'd come all the way here just to leave quickly. He had also lost Kim Sung-woo because of Johan. Meanwhile, he contacted Raphael, telling him to prepare a death certificate. Mateo was going to die today. Seeing that there hadn't been any more shots for a while, he thought Johan must already be there. Bartolome was somewhat astonished because she knew it was Peter, but even so, using the same members of La Gloria was just as clever as ever. He even set up a dummy to ensure there would be no more shots. Bartolome ran out while carrying Tadeo's body, but a voice greeted her. It had been a while since they last saw each other. Judas said he missed her. Bartolome thought they'd never see each other again, but apparently their bad relationship was persistent. Judas replied that he never thought their relationship was bad, but he didn't come for her. He came for Peter. So it'd be best if she told him where he was. Bartolome tried to play dumb, but Judas already knew. In that case, if he hurt her, Peter would probably show up. A hand stopped him. Judas thought it was Peter, but no. Judging by the appearance, it was just another monk. Still, just by looking at him, he knew he was different from the others. So he asked him to show his face. Peter knew that unlike the others, Judas knew what his face looked like when he was young. That's why he had to hide no matter what. Asking Bartolome to keep going, Judas demanded the man let go of his hand, or he'd kill him. Meanwhile, Johan told Mateo not to touch that boy. Mateo explained that he was fighting Peter, not the boy. Are you still upset because you couldn't return with Peter's head? Did that make you feel inferior? That's not sexy. Mateo pulled out another gun. Johan told him she had never fought against Peter, so Mateo told her not to feel embarrassed. People fail sometimes. Well, except her. Johan warned him one last time that she would really kill him. Mateo stuck out his tongue and gestured. Hell yeah, I like them just as crazy. Johan kicked, and Mateo realized this was bad. The forest was too dark. He couldn't see anything. Unlike her, who surely could see clearly. Johan shouted that in this situation, he was just an idiot holding a gun. Mateo replied that she should try to be funnier. He had studied echolocation. So what would happen if I do this? Mateo began shooting in different directions. Johan wondered how he knew the weakness of echolocation. In open spaces, the vibrations don't register clearly. Now, neither of them could see in the dark. But if he got close, he'd shoot her point blank. Mateo, did you really think I wouldn't be able to see you if you hide like that? Johan managed to wound his arm. Mateo wondered, was she really blind? Those who rely on their sight unconsciously limit their potential. That's why you'll never beat me, said Johan. But Mateo also grazed Alipati's arm. How was he able to shoot her? Well, Mateo had pulled out a night scope. That's why he launched himself toward his sniper rifle and retrieved it. Now that he could see her, he would fire a few holes through Johan. She managed to deflect the shots with her karambit, but for how much longer could she keep that up? So she ended up hiding, because if he managed to see her, she was screwed. Still, Mateo told her that if she begged on her knees, he'd only shoot her twice. Johan told him again that he couldn't beat her, not even with that scope now. Johan pulled out her special suit, the one she used the time she fought the former Juan. Mateo affectionately told her that what he had was a dual scope, meaning he could detect heat. He again commented that if she begged, he might spare her life, but he was just stalling to learn her intentions, since the weakness of night vision is that no matter how powerful it is, it can't see things that are hidden. Even so, when it comes to shooting, Johan definitely won't miss. Mateo told her he saw how hot she was, and thanks to the earlier wound, he could see the trail of blood she was leaving behind. From the moment he could see her, she was done. But then, why, despite following the blood trail, so that was it. Alipede appeared beside her without her noticing, because the blood on the tree had just been a trap. Did you see that other dog with the somersault? Mateo barely dodged the fatal blow. He's quite flexible. Mateo realized Alipede had also put on his special suit, one with multi-spectral camouflage. Night vision and thermal imaging couldn't detect him. In other words, he would never be able to catch him. Alipede slashed him in several parts of the body, and Mateo told him it wasn't fun. If he were caught even once, he'd be dead. But Johan told him that wouldn't happen. In contrast, she could see his breath, and she'd finish it all. But Mateo jumped on top of her, making a weird sound. Hell yeah! That annoyed Johan, who threw him off. Had he already given up and was willing to do anything to survive? Mateo asked. Johann was pretty injured. Mateo loudly told her he didn't understand how someone like her became a disciple, but he would confess something. She'd be the second disciple he'd ever kill. Just then, Mateo's bullet pierced Johann near the armpit, but that shouldn't have been possible. She had been careless and forgot what kind of person Mateo was. In the United States of America, back in 2018, some soldiers reported that the target they were following had hostages. They couldn't infiltrate now because every 10 minutes, one hostage was being executed. They needed to buy time until the negotiation team arrived, and at that moment, it was impossible to take them out with a sniper, since the hostages were used as shields. One wrong move and all the hostages would likely be killed. But what about Dorothy? Someone asked, and before they realized it, she had already disappeared. The other soldier looked at the building in front and started calling her crazy. What the hell is she doing entering enemy territory? But her superior told them to be patient. If it's Dorothy, she surely has a plan. She began rubbing herself with a flower vase nearby, then knocked on the door. The enemies asked who it was, and upon looking through the peephole, Dorothy yelled at them, asking why they were making so much noise. She was the neighbor from downstairs and couldn't even take a shower in peace. All of them were quite happy to hear the voice of a woman who smelled really good. They wondered if she was pretty, so they opened the door and invited her in, but she would have to please all the men there. Dorothy immediately counted the number of enemies and hostages, noting they weren't that many. She ended up removing her robe in front of them, but what happened next left the hostages stunned. She managed to kill all the terrorists with a single bullet. After killing them, she gave them a playful bang. The other snipers couldn't believe it. She finished them all in a second. From afar, Dorothy posed for them, saying they should stop being so narrow-minded. They say that when she enters the field, her error rate is 0. In the history of U.S. Special Forces, there was never a sniper with such a high success rate. They called her the unpredictable of the Air Force. That's why she had gotten so close, to rub her hot blood onto the suit, making him visible through the scope. Mateo asked why she was now taking off her clothes. "This fight is ending soon," he said, "because my vision is adjusting to this." Johann, annoyed, responded that it didn't matter anymore whether he could see her or not. The result would be the same. And right away, Johann attacked. First, she used her speed to blind his vision with the leaves. Mateo barely dodged her karambit. "If you're that obsessed with appearance, you'll eventually lose sight of what's inside," Johann said. Although Mateo blocked the karambit just in time using his gun, he knew very well. In terms of brute strength, Johann was much stronger. She ended up grazing his head with the karambit, while Mateo pointed his gun at her neck. Who would be faster? That was impossible to know. Mateo asked why this fight had even started in the first place. Johann replied that she already told him. That boy is her prey. Mateo confessed that he didn't know who she was talking about. His mission was to immobilize the old Bartholomew. Judas would take care of the rest. They both lowered their weapons. There was no need for this meaningless fight, so Mateo left. But then he thought better of it. He couldn't leave like that. She was too injured. So he asked Johann to carry her. It was her fault his shoes were ruined. She had to take responsibility. But Johann began to ignore him. Judas wondered why he didn't avoid his gaze like everyone else. Was he not nervous? Meanwhile, Peter thought about ending the relationship he had with Judas. But he only said that Judas had no right to look at him, so he'd better leave. Judas, irritated, responded that even if he died today, he'd definitely kill Peter first, no matter what. Now, in a flashback, a voice said that the person he respected most in this world was Peter, because his dream was to one day be like him. In the present, Peter thought it was a tragedy that their relationship had become so broken and twisted. Judas said that even if he was stopped now, he had already sent his men to chase Bartholomew. In other words, Peter's actions were useless. Peter asked if that's what he really thought. While the mercenaries chased Bartholomew, she said they had already arrived. Foreigners wouldn't be able to find them here. She lit a flame. When the mercenaries reached the end, they couldn't understand how she had vanished like that. Meanwhile, Peter would distract Judas until Taddeo was fully treated. At that moment, the mercenaries informed Judas that they had lost Bartholomew. Peter told him that, as he had said, they wouldn't be able to find Bartholomew. And even less so Peter, because even if he was found, he'd never be captured. If only Peter could see the confused smile on Judas's face. With a grin, Judas said that, oddly enough, he reminded him of Peter, so he'd tear off that mask and rip that smile off his face, because he was just Bartholomew's subordinate. Peter drew his sword, ready to show just how terrifying a subordinate could be. Spiral sword slash. After that move, Peter knew Judas hadn't changed in this short time. Judas created his own spiral slash using 2 swords, but in perfectly copying it, he may not have realized that it had one critical, though small opening. Peter, using his sword, broke Judas's blades. Judas asked why he was surprised. He shouldn't be ashamed. Ignorance isn't a sin. It's just that he overlooked the symmetric exercise pattern. When humans perform coordination exercises with both arms, they instinctively prefer to move symmetrically. That's why, in the end, the movements become the same. And Judas knows this. He's human. He can make mistakes too. Judas was left thinking, that last second opening, not just anyone could spot it, but this young man did. Peter said he should get out of this place alive. But deep down, he thought, that's not all Judas has. He must still have something up his sleeve. At that moment, Judas grazed him with an attack, asking if he had ever heard this. He'd heard it hundreds of thousands of times as a child. A third-rate warrior can wield a sword well. A second-rate warrior can wield any weapon, but a first-rate warrior can use anything within reach as a weapon. Judas, in such a short time, had crafted a weapon using a broken sword and a lantern. Was this really the same old Judas? While others learned one thing, he learned 10. No, he learned thousands. But how could he become like this? Peter told him to stop and leave, asking how long he would keep tormenting him. They were both old now. Judas wore an expression of rage and shouted, "What does a mere monk know about me?" But then, a voice from behind called out, saying Peter was nearby and telling him to escape. Judas paused, saying he'd come back for him later, and left. Peter then asked someone else to come out. It turned out he had prepared a monk to shout that line when given the signal, just to distract Judas, because all this time, Peter had been the real target. As Peter headed to where Bartholomew was, he encountered Simon, happy to see he was okay. According to what Bartholomew had said, they needed to light all the candles around the Buddha. Only then would a new path open. When they entered, Simon was amazed that Bartholomew had created a place like that, hidden behind the statue. He also noticed food that couldn't be found in most parts of the world. He praised her for building such a place, and Bartholomew responded that she had known that one day La Gloria would come, and thanks to their help, she had finished Tadeo's surgery. He would be waking up soon. Simon, slightly downcast, said they couldn't stay here long, as Judas wouldn't give up so easily. In the meantime, they would gather strength. Simon ate so quickly that Bartholomew asked why he was in such a hurry. He asked if rats had ever stolen her bread, like when he was in Kalan. But why did Judas despise him so much? He asked Peter if he remembered. Peter said that Judas was a brilliant kid. He set his plate down and said he was going to get some air. Simon asked him to finish eating first, but Bartholomew told him to let it be. He had his reasons. Because Simon also knew about Peter's daughter. "You mean Jana?" Simon asked. "What happened to her?" With a face of anguish, Bartholomew revealed that the girl was killed by her in a cabin. Peter and the silhouette of a woman were there. The woman asked, "Could we really do this?" And that was how it all began. In the past, there was a vacancy for the disciple position, and a new person had to be selected from the candidates. Father Gabriel called Peter to discuss something. It was a shame Judas had gone with God, but that position couldn't stay empty forever. The father showed him a boy who stood out above the rest, but he was worried. Peter got an idea of who it might be. We then see several kids training intensely. Among them, 3 older ones questioned how someone like that was chosen over them. We see young Judas fighting another kid. Despite the opponent having better physical condition, he was bloodied, unlike Judas. After overhearing them, Judas quickly handed them a towel and thanked them for their hard training. But the blonde boy called him crazy. Was he becoming more arrogant? He demanded a hot towel instead, threatening to keep an eye on him, hoping he never let his guard down. Before being called Judas, his name was Jin, but they thought he would die soon, because Judas was following Peter's path. Later, we see Judas training intensely, believing he had earned that position not by luck, but by skill and strength. Someone came to see him. It was Peter. Judas was happy, saying he had finally been chosen as a disciple. He was the youngest seen since Peter's generation. His dream was to become great like brother Peter. But Peter, with a stern face, asked if he knew what happened to the previous Judas. Brother Judas had been captured while on duty. He was tortured for an entire week, left in the desert without nails or teeth, and his limbs were severed. In short, he could end up the same. So he shouldn't get too excited about being a disciple. Peter walked off and Judas apologized. But he also thought, how could someone say that to a young boy? And yet, at the same time, he thought Peter was truly amazing. That night, Peter reviewed someone's test results. Usually, each person specialized in one weapon, perfecting it over years. But despite telling Judas he knew nothing, he was clearly the most talented. He had mastered every single weapon. Peter wondered if discovering one's own talent at such a young age was a blessing or a curse. That question was quickly answered, because during a mission, Judas and 2 others were ambushed. One of them got shot in the knee. The bald one helped him up. "It's just a leg wound, you won't die from that." But the injured guy shouted at them to leave him. If they kept going like this, they'd all be caught. Judas wondered what Peter would do in that situation, and maybe, if Peter were there, he'd do this. Judas stabbed his comrade in the chest. The other guy asked why he did that. With a cold stare, Judas said it was impossible to carry him in that state. His info could be leaked under torture, but no need to worry. He had pierced the left ventricle. He died without pain. The mission was successful. Time to leave. The bald one asked how someone could have a heart so cold. He said out loud, "If it were Peter, he wouldn't have done that. He would have found a way to save him." Judas fell silent, but they kept walking. "Our Father who art in heaven, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen." The Father asked the disciples if they knew Dr. Lee. Peter responded, "The genius doctor who developed that biochemical weapon?" The Father explained that the same doctor had been kidnapped along with the weapon and taken to Rakandia. Peter immediately recognized the name, the biggest criminal country in Southeast Asia. But what made it most dangerous wasn't that. It was the fact that its entire population was an armed group of criminals. Their current mission, secure the hostage. That was the top priority. Infiltrating that army was nearly impossible. This mission was crucial. That's why the Father asked Peter to handle it. Peter accepted graciously, and a voice called out to the Father, asking to go with Peter. He wanted to see for himself what made Peter different. The Father, seeing how determined he was, allowed it. It would be good experience. Judas thanked him, while Peter just watched. Judas recalled that this mission was far tougher than expected. At one point, he was trapped in the middle of all the enemies. He had only 10 bullets left, and far more enemies. The intel had been wrong. In moments like that, he had to stay calm and judge. What would Peter do? Not knowing, he told Peter that he would be the decoy, and Peter should run. But Peter asked, "Want to play pool?" The sound of a motorcycle approaching the battlefield echoed. "If you run out of bullets, find a way not to die," said Peter, leaping from the bike. Damn, what a badass, Judas thought. Doing that was way too reckless. It was ridiculous. But why did he throw the motorcycle? In that explosion, Peter told Judas that when he got back, he should learn to play pool. If mastered, it could be very useful. With a single bullet, Peter pierced the heads of all those men. It was hard to believe. He moved in such a way that his shot hit the artery without touching the bone. Everyone there asked, "Who the hell is this guy? Please help. No way someone like that is human." Afterward, Peter asked him what he was doing just standing there, but Judas was lost in thought. He could assess the enemy and the state of his weapon in a fraction of a second.